Welcome to Novel Wonderland. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. Chapter 1-60. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. Author, Ming-Qian wants to sleep. Summary. Under the hazy moonlight, the 5 shadows retreated, the tailed beasts prostrated themselves, and the sacred land remained tightly shut. Behind the thin mist, crimson demonic eyes slowly opened, unleashing a torrent of demonic power. Before the assembled demons, Ucha Ara slowly swept his gaze over the distraught allied shinobi forces and softly announced, "This is my night parade of 100 demons. P.S. Naruto, on Myoji, Heinkyo, Hyaki Yagyo." Chapter 1. The Demon of the Other Shore. Early summer of the 51st year of Konoha. The afterglow of the setting sun casually spilled between the buildings, and the streets engraved with the clan pattern of the round fan were slightly quiet. Today is the Ucha clan's regular gathering. Apart from the members who remain in the security forces, all the clan's elite members, who are Chunin or above, must go to the Naka shrine. "Sister Kwan, I'm going to the training ground now." At the fork in the road, a little guy dressed in a light blue ninja uniform bowed slightly to the girl in front of him, showing that he respected her. "You really never let your guard down for a day. Remember to come home early." Looking at the little guy who wasn't even as tall as her, Uchirazumi's face showed a hint of helplessness. "In my memory, after following the 8th generation master in his training, the other party never stopped training. Winter, summer, rain, snow, nothing could stop him." "Understood, Sister Kwan." After giving a brief reply, Ucha Ara headed towards the training ground. Today, he has something very important to do. "By the way, you're the one who beat up Sarutabi Ki and Sarutabi Rin, aren't you?" Standing still, Uchirazumi seemed to suddenly remember something and chased after the little guy in the direction he had left, asking him questions. Upon hearing the sound, Huang immediately turned around without speaking, but a subtle emotion stirred beneath his handsome face. "Those two annoying guys are really clueless. I clearly warned them not to talk back." "Hey, it really was you." Uchirazumi blinked, instantly seeing through the other person's silence. After confirming her suspicions, the girl's expression became more varied, and she continued, "No wonder no matter how much Funano-sensei questioned them, they insisted that they had fallen. Those two proud guys just couldn't bring themselves to say that they were beaten up by the first-year students. Only. Sister Kwan, I don't know them." Huang seriously denied it. "As long as those two guys don't admit it themselves, that's fine. After all, they are members of the Sarutabi clan, and the Ucha clan's superficial relationship with the village still needs to be maintained by the third Hokage." "Ah." Kwan didn't expose the truth, but snorted and skipped the matter, waving his hand to signal the other party to go and come back soon. But watching Ara's retreating figure, Uchirazumi couldn't help but think to herself, he's just a little kid who's only just entered the academy, yet he always seems to be hiding something, just like Itachi. Are all geniuses like this? But thanks anyway, those two guys were really annoying tilde. Huang is a reincarnated being. In her previous life, she grew up in an orphanage and had a quiet and withdrawn personality. Without close friends, without a sense of belonging, the only solace seemed to come from novels from his own country and anime from neighboring countries. In an accident, while saving a drowning child, he perished forever in the cold river. When his consciousness returned to normal and his pupils regained focus, he acquired a new identity, Ucha Ara. That day, a light rain was falling from the gloomy sky. As far as the eye could see, there were only black mourning clothes and white chrysanthemums. The suppressed sobs were even more clear in the rain. Taking over those shallow memories, all that remained were the parents who had desperately protected him, and the roars of ferocious beasts that echoed through the sky. "Anyway, I've always been alone, so it doesn't matter." Just as he was suppressing the overwhelming sadness, a gentle voice whispered in his ear, "Don't worry, everything will be all right." Looking up, I saw a girl who was only a few years older than me, with a beauty mark under her right eye. The girl is Sister Kwan. She lost her father due to the Nine-Tails rampage. The stark contrast between her 2 lifetimes was evident in her swollen eyes and the tears mingling with the rain. She was forcing herself to cope with her grief and comfort herself. Later, the orphaned Ucha Ara was raised by the entire clan, and even the clan elder, the 8th Hokage Ucha, became his mentor. After all, there are very few people in the official history of the Ucha clan who awakened the Sharingan before the age of 3. The Sharingan is known as one of the strongest eye techniques, possessing many powerful abilities such as peering into the chakra of others, creating genjutsu, and copying others' ninjutsu and taijutsu. Once an awakened individual grows up, they become invincible among those of the same level. There's even a saying circulating in the ninja world, if you face an Ucha who has awakened the Sharingan alone, you must run away. More importantly, as a reincarnated being, he possesses more than just the Sharingan. Upon arriving at the training area and carefully checking his surroundings to make sure no one else was around, Ara sat down on the ground, a sharpened kunai appearing in his hand. In front of him lay a light blue talisman, on which were drawn obscure and difficult-to-understand characters. The kunai was a gift from Uncle Yashiro to himself for his 3rd birthday. The descendants of the Ucha clan do not need those wooden toys as a transition. These are the other party's exact words. As for the talisman on the ground, it is called Advanced Contract Talisman. It is the only real benefit he received after his reincarnation. It can randomly summon a great yokai from Heian-kyo and form a contract that will never be betrayed. In the 3 years since his rebirth, Huang has been eager to reveal this trump card. However, he was worried that his power was too weak to command the summoned monsters, so he kept the talisman until now. However, with Itachi's rise to power, the clan's resources were completely tilted towards him, and Ara knew that he could no longer continue to be a mediocre. Otherwise, the distance between them will only grow further and further. Without further hesitation, the sharp kunai sliced across his fingers, and crimson blood dripped down the tip of the blade, gradually spreading as it splashed onto the contract talisman. The demon from the other shore, following my blood, descended upon this realm, forging an eternal pact. The moment the words fell, the entire sky began to become eerie, and the surrounding field suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Wild grass, ancient trees, birds, and beasts, all living things seemed to have perished at that moment. As the blue rune shattered into starlight, icy cold enveloped the earth, and eerily, snow fell even in the sweltering summer heat. A stunningly beautiful young woman dressed in plain clothes slowly materialized amidst the dazzling starlight. Humanity! His self-reproach of keeping everyone at arm's length jolted Huang out of his daze, and the mark of a 6-sided snowflake gradually disappeared under the back of his right hand. Contract concluded. Looking at the girl in front of him, Ucha Ara opened his mouth, but ultimately failed to utter a single word. He could clearly sense the other party's dissatisfaction and disgust, and he could also vaguely perceive the other party's strength. In my field of vision, this barefooted, graceful demon girl is none other than the Snow Maiden, a Lord-level demon from the snow field. Time passed silently. The contract did not bring Ara closer to this otherworldly monster, instead, it became a thorn in the girl's heart, a thorn that was difficult to remove. Perhaps only the death of the former can remove this thorn that symbolizes shame. Feel sorry. After a short while, Ucha Ara finally murmured something, his somewhat dazed gaze refocusing. But now, I need to borrow your strength. His voice gradually became more forceful. Ghostly entanglement, red plum blossoms under the snow. This is the first monster ability that Ara learned using skill point fragments accumulated over 3 years, allowing him to forcibly borrow the power of a contracted monster. Of course, to truly unleash the power of this skill, one must obtain the approval of the contracted monster. At the same time, the intense energy fluctuations emanating from the training ground immediately attracted the attention of the clan's experts. One after another, agile figures rushed towards the training ground in the twilight, and it could be seen that their scarlet pupils were all reflected with black tomo, and their ferocious expressions were ferocious on many young faces. They actually dared to trespass into their tribal autonomous region while they were holding a gathering. Interesting. Then experience the terror of being dominated by the Ucha. Chapter 2: The Limit of Double Blood Succession. Speechless. In such a vast space, you could hear a pin drop. The powerful auras instantly subsided to their absolute limit, with only the breath still carrying the traces of their previous ferocity. A snowy landscape comes into view. Giant trees, tenacious wild grass, and crawling insects beneath your feet, everything is covered by chilling ice, and it is clear that the freezing will happen in an instant. Those insects and beasts even retain the state of hunting and living that they had in life. As for the instigator, a series of cold, sharp beams of light fell directly on the little guy sitting alone in the snow. His eyes were closed, snow covered his body, and the kunai he held in his hand was frozen solid, with a chilling aura relentlessly spreading outwards. This is? I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,678 words. Clan leader Ucha Fugaku remained silent, his thick eyebrows furrowed into a deep frown. Their clan primarily used fire-style techniques, with a small number of members skilled in lightning-style techniques, but right now the surrounding area was frozen solid. Could this be? The 8th elder was also trembling, his strong, eagle-claw-like hands shaking at this moment. The Sharingan, hailed as the strongest eye technique, gradually faded. This is also a bloodline limit. They can't see through it. Just as this group of powerful Ucha warriors reached this conclusion, the little guy sitting upright in the snow suddenly opened his eyes, a pair of black tomo quietly fixed on his scarlet pupils. The wind howled at that moment. Snowflakes danced in the air at that moment. Secret technique, the sound of wind and cranes. The chilling cold relentlessly stripped away all possible life around it, and ice flowers quietly condensed in the void. This strange yet familiar force seemed intent on freezing the entire area. This is the power of ghostly entanglement. The power of the Snow Woman, a Lord-level demon. Even if this was just a power that was forcibly borrowed, it was enough to make the Genin retreat and the Chunin take it seriously. This was a sleepless night for both the Ucha clan and the Konoha leadership. ARA, a dual bloodline limit user, has appeared in the Ucha clan. Age, 5 years old. Awakened bloodline limits, sharing an ice release. Parents, they were caught in the crossfire during the Ninetales invasion. Looking at the intelligence report placed on the table, the third Hokage exhaled a smoke ring, somewhat lost in thought. Shisui, Itachi, and now ARA. Why does fate always seem to favor that family? So, what are you going to do, Hiruzen? A chilling question came from the shadows of the room. Looking in the direction of the voice, one saw an old man with a cane and his right eye wrapped in bandages. Wait a little longer. It's not certain that Ucha Shisui is on our side yet. After a long silence, a slightly helpless reply finally came from inside the room. Spring of the 54th year of Konoha. The delicate cherry blossoms bloom vibrantly in the still chilly season. While accepting applications for new students, the Ninja Academy is also holding assessments for its graduates. The 6th grade students had been eagerly anticipating this day for a long time. As long as they pass the test, they will be able to graduate from the academy and receive the title of Konoha Genin and a headband symbolizing their ability to stand on their own. The corridor of the waiting room was filled with a mix of emotions, including excitement and anticipation. However, the appearance of a younger student before the exam made these enthusiastic senior students feel a little uncomfortable, and they gradually restrained their emotions. The newcomer was dressed in a light blue ninja outfit and black shorts. He had a handsome and refined appearance, and his expression remained calm. He showed no signs of stage fright despite being surrounded by upperclassmen. Third-year student, Ucha Araka. A low, clenched voice squeezed out through clenched teeth, revealing the identity of the newcomer. It was Sarutabi Rin's voice. 3 years ago, he and his brother were beaten up by the other party and were warned not to provoke Ucha Izumi, their classmate. Due to their age and strength, they could only swallow their anger. But now, he is no longer the little kid he used to be. Not to mention the 3 body techniques, which are the graduation test for the Ninja Academy, he can even perform the C-rank fire release ninjutsu, Great Fireball technique by himself. Perhaps, the opportunity to take revenge is today. A cold glint appeared in his eyes as Sarutabi Rin tried to squeeze out from among his classmates by turning sideways. But just then, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder and pressed him down firmly. Lin turned her face angrily, wanting to see who was making trouble at such a critical moment, but what she saw was her own brother's face. Don't cause trouble. Compared to his younger brother's recklessness, Sarutabi Kiku was relatively more composed. He spoke in a low voice, his eyes filled with anger, but even more so with fear, as if recalling a nightmare. Elder brother. Lin was somewhat unconvinced and continued to struggle, but in the end, he could only watch as the other person walked past him. However, although Sarutabi Rin's behavior was stopped, some older students still stood up. Hey, Ucha Ara, what are you doing here? Today is our graduation exam. As the teenagers were halfway through their journey and about to reach the assessment classroom, 3 graduates blocked the corridor, obstructing the passage. Only then did the little guy, who was oblivious to everyone else, tone down his attitude a bit. As I paused, my gaze shifted upwards. The first thing that catches the eye is a burly, or rather, somewhat overweight, senior student. His clothes are embroidered with a large Food Clan crest. His uncle, the 8th generation, who has been teaching him ninjutsu and the power of the ninja world for many years, mentioned that this is the symbol of the Akimichi clan, a prestigious family in Konoha. They are skilled in the expansion technique and possess superhuman strength. It is also important not to make promises to treat them to meals lightly. His 2 companions, on the other hand, looked much more normal. However, their obscure spiritual energy fluctuations and sharp eyes highlighted their extraordinary abilities. Yanaka, Noro. Glancing at the 2 distinct clan crests, Huangshin understood. Evaluation form. Brotherling, he wants to take the graduation exam. Just as Ucha Ara raised his eyes to examine the trio blocking his way, he heard a cry of surprise. Upon hearing this, Jiao Dowling's expression changed slightly. He had naturally seen the assessment form in the other party's hand, but it was different from Huang's own admission and speculation from others. That's it. Acha Ara responded calmly and continued walking forward, ignoring the obstruction. He didn't want to cause trouble either. Graduation? Third-year students should go back and study hard for a few more years. Let me, your senior, teach you properly now. What is humility and modesty? Upon receiving the answer, Akimichi Rin angrily threw a punch. What a disgrace it would be to graduate with someone 3 grades below her. Even the Ucha, the #1 clan in Konoha, couldn't be so arrogant. This is not a time of war. Moreover, that clan already has one amazing genius, Itachi Ucha, which is enough. If another one were to appear, what would the other clans do? Akimichi Rin's fist wasn't particularly fast, but it carried a strength no less than that of an adult, causing even the surrounding air to groan as if it were being shaken. As Ling threw her punch, the surroundings instantly became noisy. Some tried to dissuade her from arguing with her junior, while others shouted that she had done a great job and that they should teach that kid a lesson. After all, although Acha Ara had some influence in the academy, it was ultimately just child's play among the lower-year students, and there was a huge difference between him and the graduates who were about to be promoted to genin and carry out missions for the village. And this gap was something that could not be erased no matter what. Just when most of the upperclassmen expected that Ara would choose to escape and give up the idea of graduating early, the unexpected happened. Faced with the Akimichi clan, who were 3 grades below him, the little guy showed no sign of backing down, or more accurately, he temporarily changed his mind about not causing trouble. Trigger instant mission, dominate phase 1. Chapter 3 Dominating phase 1. Hey, get out of the way! Kind reminders echoed in the corridor. If you were to actually take a punch from the Akimichi clan, dislocation, fracture, or spending 10 or 15 days in the hospital would be considered minor injuries. However, a scene that shocked the onlookers appeared. Instead of retreating, the little guy who was 3 grades below them clenched his fists and charged forward, clearly ready to fight head-on. Sky! Who taught this student? Didn't you see that huge food character? Don't you know that's the clan crest of the Akimichi family? Do you really think that just because you're young you'll get special treatment? Ridiculous. A disdainful sneer crept across Sarutabi Rin's lips. That brute force of Akimichi Rin is something even I wouldn't want to face, and this fool actually dares to challenge him? He's just asking for humiliation. Of course, there were also a few young men and women dressed in dark blue ninja outfits who did not show any surprise. Instead, their arrogant eyes held a hint of mockery and pity. Ignorant fool, underestimating the Ucha clan, underestimating that kid, is an extremely unwise choice. You should know that Ara is someone even the 8th generation lord called the second Itachi. Savor despair. Just like they used to be. Compared to the confidence of his fellow clansmen, Uchirizumi clenched his fists involuntarily. Although she also believed that Ara could fight opponents of higher levels and even possess invincible strength within the academy, that was only in one-on-one combat. The 3 people blocking her path were this year's Nino Shikacho trio, whose relationship was comparable to that of brothers. If Akimichi Ryu suffered a loss, then Yamanaka Riki and Noramori would certainly not stand idly by. Although the Sharingan is powerful, it may not necessarily give you the upper hand when facing 3 senior students who are both strong and excellent at teamwork. As the girl was lost in thought, their fists collided. Ling didn't hold back at all. Her current harshness and strictness towards her junior was also a way of taking responsibility for him. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,776 words. After all, the elders of the clan had warned them that although the era they lived in seemed peaceful, there were still undercurrents. Huang showed no sign of retreat, his expression calm as still water. The large figure in front of him was like a training stake, offering no threat whatsoever. Clack! A crisp, bone-sounding echo reverberated through the corridor, causing everyone's heartbeat to slow down. In the end, whose power is superior? The answer was quickly revealed. What? After letting out a shrill scream, the burly, bear-like Jiao Dowling knelt down in the corridor. At this moment, his facial features were contorted in rage. His round face was flushed red, his right arm hung limply, and his left hand trembled as he tried to touch his injured arm, but was afraid of causing further injury. The Akimichi clan, known for their strength, actually lost out in terms of power? This result was completely unexpected for these upperclassmen. That's Akimichi Rin. In their daily sparring and competitions, they have suffered quite a few losses due to their superior strength. In contrast, Ucha Ara remained calm and composed. After retracting his fist, he stood upright like a tall pine tree, which could be described as a casual strike with plenty of energy left over. The contrast is so stark that the impact is overwhelming. Ling! Ara, you've gone too far. A sharp shout silenced the surrounding noise. Upon seeing his friend injured, Naramori was the first to act. As his fingers touched, a black shadow darted out from beneath his feet. At such close range, in such a narrow corridor, the little guy had nowhere to escape. And it wasn't just Sen, although Yamanaka was a step behind, he also formed hand seals in an instant. Let them bear the stigma of ganging up on their juniors, besides, this is also a form of encouragement from their seniors. Wild, watch out! Uchirizumi could no longer suppress the restlessness in her heart. Her calm eyes rippled, and a pair of tomo quietly appeared on her pupils. They actually want to fight 3 against 1. That's outrageous. However, before she could push aside her classmates and join the fray, the little guy standing in the eye of the storms moved again, or more accurately, his pupils moved. Without even glancing at the shadow that was about to touch him, Ara stared straight at Yamanaka Riki, his crimson pupils radiating an invisible intimidation with a pair of single tomo. He didn't want anyone to invade his mind and turn him into a puppet. Magic, the art of shackles. A surge of intense pupil power erupted in an instant. Oops! The moment he saw those scarlet pupils, Yamanaka Ryu wanted to close his eyes. No one would want to look directly into the Sharingan, even if his mental strength far surpassed that of his peers. But it was still too late. He never expected that, even though it was Mori who made the first move, and that roar was a trick he often used to attract his opponent's attention, the little guy in front of him would choose to attack him first. But it doesn't matter. There were 3 of them, and they had already mastered the method to defeat the Sharingan during their matches with other players of the same generation. Despite his thoughts, when those wedges were driven into his spiritual body, Yamanaka Riki couldn't help but let out a roar even more shrill than Rin's. It should be known that the Uchi's genjutsu is a form of torture that inflicts both physical and mental torment. At that moment, Naramori's shadow imitation technique had reached Ara's feet, but at that very close distance, he suddenly stopped controlling the ninjutsu. It wasn't because they were also under an illusion. Rather, it was because a sharp icicle had quietly condensed in his pupil, and with just a gentle push, his right pupil would disappear. Looking back along the icicles, the little guy they had looked down on had raised his right arm, his outstretched finger pointing straight at them. Clearly, he was the one who created this ice-style ninjutsu. Distracted to fight 2 opponents. How can it be? Does one not need hand seals to perform ninjutsu? Countless questions roared in Naramori's mind, and cold sweat unconsciously seeped out of his back, clinging to his clothes. The icicles that emitted a chilling aura were about to blind him even before they touched him. Double bloodline limits. Is this what dual bloodline limits are? Mori's heart trembled, his pupils constricted, and his memories flashed back to 3 years ago, when the clan elders warned the younger generation another genius has emerged in the Uchi clan, who has mastered a second bloodline limit. His name is Ara. Do not provoke him. But in his youthful arrogance, he only felt that the bond between the Ino Shikacho's trio could defeat all enemies, and he didn't pay any attention to anything else. Unexpectedly, on graduation day, I truly experienced the helplessness of being crushed. And it wasn't just the 3 little ones from the Ino Shikacho's family, all the upperclassmen watching around were terrified. From Akimichi Rin's attack to Yamanaka Riki's screams and Naramori's surrender, it all happened in the blink of an eye. But that one moment was enough to leave Ara's name in their hearts, just like Itachi, who applied to graduate in the same year. It was even more direct than the shock that person left behind. Not far away, Sarutabi Rin's sinister grin froze on his face, and the mockery in his eyes was gradually replaced by a surge of fear. If it were me, how long could I hold out? He doesn't know. Chapter for graduation early. What happened? A flurry of questions suddenly descended, and 3 ninjas in green vests appeared in the middle of the corridor. After quickly assessing the situation, one of them decisively distanced Naramori from the ice spikes, while another delivered a chop to Yamanaka Riki's neck, interrupting his suffering from the genjutsu. As for Akimichi Rin, no one paid any attention to her. A dislocation was a minor injury that was nothing to a ninja. Ucha Ara, this is a ninja academy. Private duels are not allowed without permission. Don't you know that? Seeing this pathetic scene before him, the leading man roared and turned his anger directly on the 3rd-grade student who seemed to be deep in thought. The entire corridor was filled with his fury. Funeno Daikoku, a Chunin-level ninja, has been a teacher at Konoha Academy for many years and is the mentor of many young ninjas. He once taught Uchiha Itachi. Of course, this is not surprising, because the only one standing there as if nothing had happened was Ucha Ara. Ara did not answer immediately, but his captivating sharing gradually faded away, and he became as quiet as a well-behaved child. However, this is not because he is actually well-behaved and sensible, but because he is not good at dealing with strangers outside the family, such as Sister Quan, Uncle Badai, and Grandma Jing. Moreover, it is also a fact that they violated school rules and started a fight. Teacher Funano, it was Akimichi Ryu and the others who provoked Ara first. During the stalemate, Uchirizumi pushed aside the classmates blocking her way and explained to the angry middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, Yamanaka Ryu, who had just regained consciousness and whose face was ashen, wished he could faint again immediately. 3 strong upperclassmen were easily defeated by a junior who was 3 years younger than them in a single move. What a disgrace! Although their underestimation of their opponent was partly to blame, and they didn't immediately unleash their secret techniques or utilize their usual teamwork, Yamanaka Ryu had a strange intuition that even if they used all their secret techniques, they might not necessarily win. Funeno Daikoku then glanced at the disheveled Akimichi Ryu and the other 2 participants who had their faces down and were not offering any explanation. The shock of understanding what had happened surged within him at that moment. He had heard Ara's name mentioned by a third-year teacher, who even had the reputation of being the second Itachi circulating in the academy. But having taught Ucha Itachi himself, he knew all too well what kind of talent the other possessed. Upon hearing this news, he merely smiled slightly, treating it as a source of amusement. But the current situation is constantly stimulating his nerves. They suppressed the 3 little ones of the Ino Shikacho's family before they could react, which is something not everyone can do. Ara, what are you doing here as a lower-grade student? After his expression changed, Funeno Daikoku chose to skip the topic, since this matter involved too many families and was beyond his ability to handle alone. Chief Fugaku, please allow me to participate in the graduation assessment. With Uchirizumi's help, Ara felt a little calmer and handed over the assessment form and the clan leader's letter. This matter did not involve the Hokuge, because the Ucha clan has the right to self-government. Graduating early again? As he gazed at the little guy in front of him, Funeno Daikoku's eyes twitched slightly. Come in. After glancing at the letter from the Ucha clan, he headed towards the examination room first. The graduation exam for the Ninja Academy is the 3 body techniques, but E-rank ninjutsu is a piece of cake for Ara. When dozens of indistinguishable clones lined up in the examination room, Funeno Daikoku was completely overwhelmed. Such efficient chakra utilization and chakra reserves would put even some Chunin to shame. Ucha Itachi is second only to him. Arakawa truly lives up to his reputation. The assessment has been passed. But are you really not going to continue your studies? The Ninja Academy teaches not only ninjutsu, but also many other things such as tracking techniques and medical techniques. While announcing the assessment results, Funeno Daikoku still couldn't suppress his restlessness and tried to persuade him to stay. Even with a letter from the head of the Ucha clan, if the student still wishes to stay and study, he can ask the 3rd Hokuge to intercede on his behalf. After all, we live in a time of peace. A genius like Huang doesn't need to go out on missions too early. The best path is to continuously strengthen himself and accumulate experience and knowledge before graduating. Thank you for your concern, teacher, but the clan has already made other arrangements for me. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,358 words. Ucha Ara politely declined. They can naturally discern the unspoken meaning and genuine concern in the other person's words. No one understands the undercurrents beneath the surface of peace in the ninja world better than a reincarnated person. Countless geniuses fall mysteriously every year, and even someone like Bakura can be betrayed by interests. Therefore, the best way is to develop in a cowardly and underhanded manner. But time waits for no one. The night of the genocide is a tragedy that can never be ignored. Only by accelerating his growth can he protect those around him. I understand. Since it's a requirement from within the clan, then congratulations, Ucha Ara. Congratulations on your successful graduation. From now on, you are a Konoha ninja who can stand on your own. I hope you will inherit and strive to carry forward the will of fire. Funeno Daikoku stood up, holding a brand new Konoha headband in his hands, and handed it to the little guy. After a slight hesitation, Huang accepted the headband and bowed slightly. Thank you, teacher. But the will of fire, forget about it. I'm different from that person. Ninja headband. Ara really passed the exam and graduated. When the handsome, quiet third-year student reappeared in the corridor, the entire space erupted in excitement once again. Although the upperclassmen had already guessed the outcome when the Shikacho's trio was swept aside, when the other team members actually emerged from the classroom clutching their headbands, a surge of emotions, astonishment, admiration, and resentment still welled up within them like a tidal wave. ARA. Next time I will definitely not lose to you again, and I will definitely become a Chunin before you. After receiving basic treatment for her injuries, Akemichi Ryu growled a declaration of war at the top of the stairs. He was truly unwilling to accept that he hadn't used his full strength or his family's power-expanding technique, and that he had lost in terms of power. If it were a true life-or-death battle, I would definitely not lose. However, Ling, feeling utterly humiliated, failed to notice the fearful expressions on the faces of her two companions beside her. Acha Ara merely snorted softly as he passed by. Because he has always had only one goal, to kill that treacherous bastard, Acha Itachi. Chapter 5, 100 Ghosts Illustrations, Yin-Yang Records. After leaving the academy, he didn't go straight back to his clan's territory. Instead, he leaned against the cherry blossom tree at the school gate and waited quietly. This was probably the last time he would walk home from school with Quanjie. Task panel. The boy, with his eyelids slightly lowered, murmured a call. In truth, if it weren't for the sudden appearance of an immediate mission, he wouldn't have wanted to expose his power too much to outsiders. As soon as the words were spoken, a light blue transparent panel appeared out of thin air, with 4 sections folded on it: daily, instant, stage, and summon. Daily. Endless swings of the blade, cannot be accumulated, resets daily. Mission description: every swing of the sword is aimed at minimizing blood loss in actual combat. Condition for achievement: swing the sword 10,000 times. 1,000 10,000 times. Quest reward: low-level constitution pill *1. Task status: incomplete. Reward for achieving 1,000 days, 1 intermediate constitution pill, 784 1,000 days. An endless run, cannot be accumulated, resets daily. Mission description: faster, faster. We won't have to watch helplessly as our comrades die. Requirements: run 10 kilometers with a 10 kilogram weight, 10/10 kilometers. Quest reward: low-level speed pill *1. Task status: completed. Reward for achieving 1,000 days, 1 intermediate speed pill, 995 1,000 days. Endless ninja techniques, cannot be accumulated, resets daily. Mission description: only by constantly pushing your own potential can you avoid running out of chakra during battle. Requirements: perform C rank or higher ninjutsu 20 times, 2/20 times. Quest reward: low-level chakra pill *1. Task status: incomplete. Reward for achieving 1,000 days, 1 intermediate chakra pill, 642 1,000 days. Endless meditation, cannot be accumulated, resets daily. Mission description: mindset is fundamental to defeating the enemy. Condition for achievement: 5 hours of focused meditation, 0 to 5 hours. Quest reward: skill point fragment *1. Task status: incomplete. Reward for reaching 10,000 days, skill points *3, 1426 10,000 days. PS, 100 skill point fragments can be combined to create one universal skill point. An endless stream of shuriken techniques. Cannot be accumulated, resets daily. Task description: immediate. Dominate the first phase and sweep through the Shikacho's trio. Mission description: Akemichi Ryu, Yamanaka Riki, and Naramori, all 6th-year students, are the elite among this year's Ninja Academy students. Use them to prove your strength. Condition for achievement: defeat 3 people in a head-on confrontation. Quest rewards: 1 low-level contract charm, 1 skill point. Task status: completed. PS, low-level contract talisman, can randomly summon any monster of the level of a mythical creature or below, and form a contract with it that will never be broken. Stage. Emerging talent, promoted to genin. Task description: the fastest way to grow is to continuously advance through promotions and gain more resources and experience. Conditions for achievement: pass the genin test of any of the 5 great ninja villages. Quest rewards: 1 low-level contract charm, 1 skill point. Task status: completed. Call. Fearless armor, terracotta warrior. Description of the monster: originally a burial terracotta warrior in a tomb, it ultimately chose to leave its deceased master and seek out other people it should protect. Level: mountain and wilderness tales. Summoning materials: bloodstained armor *1, bloodstained blade *1, low-level summoning talisman *1. I will protect you forever, until death do us part. Girl in front of Buddha times counting beads. Yokai description, a spirit formed from prayer beads, a yokai girl living in a temple. She has developed a certain Buddhist nature after listening to the monks chanting sutras for a long time, and is innocent and cute. Level, mountain and wilderness tales. Summoning materials, 1 rosary blessed by a high monk, 1 low-level summoning talisman. Did Buddha prefer sweet or sour things? The mind-seeking demon, 100-eyed demon. Yokai description, a mysterious girl from the land of the demon, she made an unspeakable deal with a powerful yokai. She has an unusual obsession with beautiful eyes and will stop at nothing to possess them. She is also able to read the memories of those whose eyes have been taken. Level, Domain Lord. Summoning materials, a pair of eyes with special pupil techniques, 1 intermediate summoning talisman. Hey, what secrets are hidden in your eyes? He. The basic rewards he earned from daily tasks were the foundation for his rise from humble beginnings, allowing him to surpass his peers and even challenge those of higher levels. As for talismans, monsters, and skill points, they are his biggest trump cards, but these cards are too weak right now and don't even have the right to be revealed. Currently, the talismans obtained by Huang are divided into 2 categories, summoning talismans, and contract talismans, and are further divided into 3 levels, high, medium, and low, based on the yin-yang magical power contained within them. Both are random summoning methods, but the difference lies in the fact that a summoning talisman randomly summons a monster of a level no higher than the talisman's level, based on the power contained within the talisman, and borrows the monster's power once. To form a contract, the monster's consent is required. Of course, there's also the possibility that after borrowing power, the summoned monster might simply devour you as payment. Secondly, by triggering a summoning quest and using matching summoning materials, you can summon a specific monster. The contract spell directly establishes a contract, and the summoned monster will be bound by the contract and will never betray it unless the summoner dies. However, there is also a constraint: to gain the wholehearted assistance of the monsters, one must naturally obtain their approval. Including the rewards from this promotion to Genin and the immediate mission, ARA now has a total of 12 talismans, 5 contracts and 7 summons, all of which are of low quality. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,523 words. The monsters he can summon all originate from a picture in his mind's eye, the night parade of 100 demons. They are great yokai in Heian-kyo, possessing different powers, having different personalities, and hiding different stories. It is not so simple to truly leverage their power and rule them. With a thought, the scroll of 100 demons slowly unfurled, revealing unknown silhouettes that were either ferocious, bizarre, peaceful, or exquisitely beautiful. Although their appearances were unclear, they all shared one thing in common: they were all gazing at the front of the procession, as if their leader stood there. Based on their individual strength, monsters are roughly divided into 6 levels: ordinary minor monsters, mountain monsters, terrifying nightmares, lords of a region, mythical legends, and lords of 100 ghosts. ARA's gaze inadvertently swept across the middle and front section of the 100 Demons Night Parade scroll, and among the many hazy outlines, a graceful girl in plain clothes stood tall. This is his first and currently only Shikigami, Yukiona. Even now, he doesn't even know the other party's real name, and can only forcibly borrow power through ghost entanglement. Speaking of being haunted by ghosts, we must mention another object in his sea of consciousness, the yin-yang record. If the 100 Demons Night Parade scroll is a collection of all the demons, then the latter is a classic text that records all the yin-yang magic and the abilities of demons in the world. Moreover, learning powerful skills from them is no less difficult than encountering a legendary yokai. Over the past 5 years, he has only gained 2 abilities, Ghostly Entanglement, and Clear Mirror Still Water. The former can borrow the power of the monsters with whom it has a pact. This is how the so-called Ice Release Kekkei Genkai came about. The latter, acting as a force, releases its aura to the extreme, causing weaker enemies to feel genuine fear and subconsciously try to ignore the existence of this danger. However, with the skill points he had just acquired, he was finally able to learn the third skill he had been longing for. After easily opening the yin-yang record, ARA directly selected the young monster whose background featured a large character for fear. Rikuo Nura, the 3rd generation leader of the Nura clan. The lord of all demons and monsters in Kanto, whose abilities include Demon Entanglement and Mirror Still Water. This time, I choose Illusion and Fleeting Beauty. Mirror Flower, Water Moon, a unique ability of the great demon Nurarion, whose form is like a flower in a mirror or the moon in water, leaving only a fleeting shadow as he brushes past people, making his true location elusive. When the shadow is shattered, it transforms into a demonic attack, temporarily enhancing his strength and speed. The 5 skill points were enough to completely drain all the skill points that Huang had accumulated. However, it's well worth the price. Neurorion's abilities are absolutely perfect for a ninja whose primary focus is assassination. Now he could freely learn the abilities of other monsters and Onmyoji. When he looked at the figure standing on the yin-yang record, his heart was filled with a burning desire. Seimi, Kagura, Sessamaru, Ishigo Kurosoki. He murmured to himself. Not a single word of Chapter 6 is acceptable. Hey, what are you thinking about? The familiar voice pulled Ucha Ara out of his thoughts. Looking up, I saw Quanjia's gentle and lovely face. At this moment, she was fiddling with the Konoha headband she had put on, her eyes full of joy. How about that? Isn't it cool? Quan nodded smugly at his headband, speaking cheerfully. Well, let's go home. Huang straightened up and responded naturally, but he couldn't quite grasp the girl's joyful mood. No. Feeling slighted by the dismissive attitude, Uchirizumi frowned slightly, her slender arms instantly crossing into a fork shape. As it's the day of my successful graduation, we should celebrate today and take a break from training. Otherwise, HMPH. The girl shook her delicate fist, her nose slightly furrowed, pretending to look fierce. All he does is train all day long, and he has no other hobbies or friends. Uchirizumi is really worried that this little guy in front of her might go astray in the future. But Huang wanted to offer some explanation. After all, he would rather swing his blade one more time on the training field than engage in such a meaningless celebration, and besides, he had something very important to discuss with Uncle Yashiro. Aren't you listening to your sister anymore? Uchirizumi cut off the reason the other party wanted to say, and her slender fingers lightly touched Ara's forehead across space. Your time today belongs to me. No arguments allowed. Understand? This is the ultimatum. Otherwise, she might have to use her Sharingan to change her will. Understood. Looking at the girl who was almost within his sight, Ucha Ara weighed his options for a moment and then chose to compromise. His next goal was to apply to join the Anbu to monitor Itachi and the Konoha leadership in preparation for the massacre. If the clan elders granted his request, he knew he wouldn't have much time left to himself. HMPH, that's more like it. What do you want to eat for lunch? Come on, it's my treat. Quan, of course, had no idea what the other party was thinking. He simply assumed that his intimidation had worked, and a smile returned to his face. I also can. Huang spoke calmly, still appearing indifferent to everything. That's an incorrect answer. Uchirizumi was furious upon hearing the answer, looking utterly disappointed in me. How can you treat a girl so casually? How am I supposed to find myself a sibling in the future? As she spoke, she effortlessly reached out and began to fondle the boy's cheeks. When talking to girls, you should smile and speak in a gentle tone. It is very impolite to be perfunctory. Try to use words like M, R, and O as little as possible. Understand? Seeing the forced smile on Ara's face, Uchirizumi clapped her hands in satisfaction. He's clearly a handsome and capable young man, yet he acts aloof and distant every day. That's not good, it hurts girls' feelings. Ah. The little guy being lectured responded instinctively. Okay. Upon hearing the reply, Uchirizumi's pupils flashed with an unfriendly light. What did I just say? It is good. Huang immediately changed his tune. Even if it's good, not even a single word is acceptable. Two tomo gradually appeared in Uchirizumi's eyes. It seemed that directly altering will was still the most convenient approach. The main city of Konoha was bustling with activity, as merchants from all over the world flocked there. Their cries echoed from one end of the street to the other, all eager to make a fortune in the most powerful ninja village. Fortunately, Izumi was very restrained. Even though she was very interested in the hair clips, cosmetics, and clothes on the stall, she was still concerned about Huang's feelings. We agreed it was just a meal, so it can only be. What gift would you like, Sister Quan? Just then, a question suddenly came to the girl's ear. When she came to her senses, Huang was already standing next to the jewelry store, looking at it seriously. The Ucha clan is not short of money. Unlike the Hyuga clan, this clan is not rigid and does not have a clear distinction between the main family and branch families. However, any clan member who awakens the Sharingan will receive preferential treatment in terms of resources. Money, however, is considered the least desirable resource in the Ucha clan, where strength is paramount. As a user of two bloodline limits, the resources that Ucha Ara could obtain were even more abundant. Among the younger generation, perhaps only Itachi, the son of the clan leader, could compare to him. How about this? Huang Anjing glanced around and then picked up a four-leaf clover-shaped hair clip. It was simple and ordinary. The reason for choosing it is as simple as its shape. The four-leaf clover symbolizes good luck. However, Izumi treasured this ordinary hair clip and couldn't wait to pin it to her hair as soon as she received it. Does it look good? She gently adjusted her hair in front of the mirror on the stall, her beautiful eyes almost curving into crescent shapes. This was the first gift she received. Ah. Nice. This time, Huang learned his lesson and added a comment while affirming the statement. Great, you've improved. Keep it up. Turning around, Izumi reached out her hand, instinctively wanting to pat Ara's shoulder as usual to show encouragement. However, she suddenly realized that the little guy who was once shorter than her had quietly surpassed her in less than 2 years, and even graduated from the Ninja Academy with her, skipping 3 grades. Ara, you've grown up. A strange sense of relief spread through the girl's heart. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,409 words. Come on, let me treat you to barbecue. Because of the gift, she abandoned her plan to spread the message of the 3-colored chibi Maruko-chan and began to cut back on her personal savings. However, at this moment, Huang's attention was drawn to another small figure, and he did not respond to Quan's suggestion. That guy seems to be. The villagers say he is the incarnation of a 9-tailed fox. Following Ara's gaze, Izumi also saw the tiny creature that looked like a rat crossing the street, accompanied by shouts of shooing and slander. It's no wonder people treat him this way. After all, the natural disaster 5 years ago left indelible scars on many residents of Konoha. Both himself and the wilderness are included. No. I am not a fox spirit, I am not a 9-tailed fox spirit at all. I am Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. The little girl covered her ears tightly, shouting herself hoarse as she tried to defend herself against the clearly divided group of people who disliked her. However, such explanations were completely useless, and those hateful gazes did not melt away in the slightest. Let's go, Sister Quan. Huang didn't want to watch anymore. Naruto's tragedy and the current state of the Uchiha clan share similarities. With their current strength and status, they are powerless to change anything. All we can do is refrain from imposing it. Ah. Izumi didn't say much. After glancing at the tiny figure that was about to be swallowed up by the rumors, she and Ara walked toward another street. The Uchiha clan's awkward position within the village restrained them from meddling in other people's business. Those who successfully graduated from the Ninja Academy should understand this. But Konoha's commercial district is ultimately only so big. Chapter 7 Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at the tiny creature that had stopped in front of Ichirakura, Ara felt that it would be wrong of him to continue ignoring it. Quanjia, how about we try this ramen? He stopped and made a suggestion. He wasn't too particular about food shortages, and when he was young, he would eat soldier rations to quickly replenish his chakra during training. Those pills that only focus on restorative effects put the taste at the very end. It is good. Izumi saw through the boy's thoughts and did not refuse. Because, the little one in front of them, who is called the 9-tailed fox, is an orphan, just like Ara. Before they could even get close, Naruto immediately became wary, his previously longing and yearning gaze turning icy cold. God knows what kind of exclusion he suffered during those not-so-short years. Clearly, she and Sister Quan were of the same generation. Want to eat together? Huang is truly a social failure. He completely ignored the hostile expression on little Ninetail's face and got straight to the point. Ah. Upon hearing this, Naruto Uzumaki did not reply. Instead, he gave a disdainful chuckle and moved his body back slightly. He will absolutely, positively never fall for such a childish trap again. Moreover, he recognized the fan-shaped clan crest. Although those guys who patrolled around all day wouldn't mock him like normal people, the way they looked at him was no different from anyone else's. We meant no harm. Izumi subtly tugged at the boy beside her. With her always cold and aloof demeanor, it would be strange if she could win the other's trust. However, Naruto still resisted the invitation from the beautiful woman and tried to turn around and run away. In this world, the only person who truly cares for you is that white-haired old man. Everyone else is the same. Seeing Xiao Xiao's movements, Quan immediately wanted to say something more, but Huang was even faster. Boss, 3 bowls of tonkotsu chashu ramen. Actions speak louder than words. Moreover, he has no obligation to Izumi, nor can he deliberately try to get close to the 9-tails Jinchuriki. Apart from the areas inhabited by various clans, the entire Hidden Leaf village was under surveillance by the Anbu and Root. Allowing the Ucha clan, who possesses the Sharingan, to contact the Ninetales would be tantamount to touching the sore spot of Konoha's higher-ups. Okay. The hand-beating uncle inside the ramen stall immediately responded. He also paid close attention to the little blonde guy in his line of sight, but whenever he called him over to have a bowl of ramen, the little guy would always run away in a flash. It's rare to find kind-hearted people these days. After glancing at the two Ucha kids again, he turned around and got busy. People from this clan rarely come to his noodle stall. Let's go ahead, Kwanjia. After saying that, Huang took the lead and walked towards the noodle stall. As you get closer, the aroma of the soup inevitably wafts over. No wonder the little nine-tailed fox always stops here. This kind of taste is deadly for children. Seeing Huang's actions, Quan's eyes also showed a more complex expression. She seemed to underestimate her younger brother from the same clan. Although he lacked a proper attitude towards people and things, he always seemed to be able to see the crux of the problem. Ara is looking more and more like Itachi. But is this really a good idea? Looking at Ara's back, Izumi seemed to see Itachi's figure, but the two separated immediately after a brief overlap. They are the same, yet different. Well, I'm the older sister. If I can't control Itachi, can't I control you? The girl clenched her little fist, and a smile returned to her face. Even though the two unfamiliar older brothers and sisters repeatedly showed their goodwill, Naruto Uzumaki still did not follow them. He really wants to eat Ichiraku ramen. Although I only tasted it once, that tempting flavor is impossible to erase from my memory. Want to eat? I want to eat. Naruto stared blankly at the ramen stall, his stomach rumbling, but he didn't move an inch. He was used to being driven away, rejected, and deceived, and he was not yet able to adapt to the kindness of others. Especially this kind of goodwill that is difficult to discern. Just as Naruto was about to leave, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of the strange older brother's actions. He pushed the first bowl of ramen to the far left, 2 or 3 seats away. Is this an attempt to create a safe space for oneself? Little nine-tailed fox hesitated. The mild bone broth slowly flows down the esophagus into the stomach, a perfect match for this season of fluctuating temperatures. In that instant, Huang decided to sell all the military rations he had stockpiled at home at a bargain price. The two taste like heaven and earth. However, this thought only lasted for a short while. The effects of soldier rations are unmatched by ordinary food. In addition to filling the stomach, they can also restore a certain amount of chakra. A delicious meal like Ichiraku ramen is best enjoyed once. Constantly thinking about it will affect your training. Shortly after Huang and Quan began eating, the chair on the far left of the table suddenly moved. The standard chair seemed to pose a slight challenge for the newcomer, and he struggled to climb up. Then came the sounds of him eagerly slurping noodles, and coughing as he choked because he was eating too fast. The scene is frozen. 3 teenagers of similar age quietly ate their ramen bowls without exchanging a word. Quiet and peaceful. Other diners also came in during this time, but after seeing the only remaining seats and the little nine-tailed fox wolfing down its food, they cursed their bad luck and turned to leave. This time, however, Naruto did not argue back like a cat with its fur standing on end. He only paused for a moment before continuing to pick at the ramen in his bowl. But boss, this soup is a bit too salty. Give. After putting down his chopsticks, Huang pulled out a banknote with a face value of 10,000 yuan from his pocket. He usually only uses the money his uncle gives him to buy military rations, so he has a lot of savings left. Hey sir, do you have any loose change? The middle-aged man who took the banknotes was stunned for a moment. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1893 words. He knew the Ucha were rich, but it was just a bowl of ramen. They didn't need to casually spend tens of thousands of yen in banknotes, right? This was going to empty his pockets. Keep the change. Next time we come, we can just deduct it from inside. Huang deliberately emphasized the word we when he stood up, and the emotional intelligence of the middle-aged man who was hitting him with his hand should be able to understand. That's all he could do for the 9 tails. If the contact becomes too excessive, those lurking in the shadows on the street corners might really lose their temper. I see. Teji nodded slightly. The Ucha clan had their own shopping street, so they rarely ate noodles here. The remaining money for the noodles was naturally left for Naruto. Thank you for your patronage. Without greeting little nine-tailed fox, Ara and Izumi lifted the curtain of their noodle stall and headed towards their clan's territory. But just then. Hey, name, your name. Naruto, who had been wolfing down his food, had somehow stood up, soup stain still on the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were still red. Upon hearing this, Ucha Ara stopped in his tracks, his expression as indifferent as ever. Shouldn't you state your own name first when asking someone else's name? The little nine-tailed fox was stunned for a moment before it came to its senses. It then raised its sleeve and vigorously wiped its eyes before loudly responding. My name is Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 8 I am Ucha Ara. Added at the beginning, the author is going to be bombarded with criticism. If there are any further discussions like this, please reply here. Thank you. September 7th update. Why is the protagonist so obsessive and fixated on Itachi? Has he considered the consequences of his extreme actions? 1. The protagonist's character design. In his previous life, he had no ties or concerns whatsoever. After reincarnation, Izumi took the initiative to talk to him, Yatsushiro taught him knowledge, and ordinary people from nearby clansmen helped him. Even a stone was warmed by their kindness. The extreme reaction to Itachi stems from his fear of losing what he has finally obtained. Even if he is misunderstood, it's only because others don't have his God's eye view, don't know what happened next, and therefore won't hate him too much. 2. Extreme consequences for Itachi refer to Huang Mao in the Dying to Survive. Even after he knew the police were coming, he still took the blame and ran away without hesitation. He had only known Chen Yong for a few years and had a lot of disagreements during that time. 3. Fits the Ucha personality. 4. In order to meet very important people later. 5. Don't think of the protagonist as some great person who just wants to stop the deaths of those who are good to him. The idea that changing F could change the fate of extermination was not something he could consider. After all, Shisui and Fugaku had both tried and compromised, but they both failed. How could the protagonist, with his power, experience, and status, possibly achieve the same result? Why kill Itachi? It's simple. He was the one who carried out the massacre of the clan. His existence caused the cowardly Fugaku to stand still like a Dharma doll, failing to fulfill his duties as the clan leader. Would killing Itachi avert the Ucha massacre? Unknown. However, if Konoha were to eliminate the Ucha clan, they would have to consider Shisui and Fugaku, both with Manjikyu Sharingan. The biggest reason Fugaku remained unmoved after the massacre was because he had targeted his most prized son. Furthermore, the Manjikyu Sharingan could control the Nine Tails. If Konoha were to wage war, they would face a group of Sharingan users, 2 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan, and the Nine Tails. Would the third Hokage and Danzo dare to bear such a price? Would they continue using the Reaper Death Seal? Obito's help. If the third Hokage and Danzo knew that Obito existed, do you think they would prioritize destroying the Ucha clan or killing Obito first? No need for strategy, this author can't write, and there's no tag indicating that they're intelligent. Let others handle things like outsmarting the F4, and I don't think a time traveler could easily outmaneuver them. This is an overly extreme and mindless generalization. The protagonist is a reincarnated person who knows the fate of the Ucha clan. Fugaku made concessions and backed down, but what happened? He was still banished to the margins. Shisui was so peace-loving, yet he was still not trusted by Danzo. Combat strength when sparring with Itachi. First, in the timeline, 11-year-old Itachi had already joined the Anbu, and he had been on the battlefield and killed people when he was 4 years old, adhering to the ideals of the ninja world. Second, the protagonist is a reincarnated person, 3 years younger than Itachi, adhering to modern ideals, and has no practical combat experience on the battlefield. The protagonist fawns over the Ucha. This is the funniest thing. Please, if I wanted to fawn over the Ucha, why didn't I just go down the route of being close to Fugaku and Itachi? Standing on the Ucha's side is a matter of stance, okay? There are people in this clan who are good to the protagonist. Please understand the protagonist's past and present life settings. That's all for now. Sorry to disturb the reading experience of new readers. This book is not an Itachi fanfic, nor does it whitewash Itachi. Itachi is destined to die, so those who like Itachi may be disappointed. By the way, this is not a mindless wish fulfillment novel. Sorry, thank you. Written on August 15th, 8 minutes and 17.13 seconds. Summoning quest triggered, refined gentleman, fox spirit. The yokai is described as follows: a man wearing a fox mask, holding a folding fan, with an elegant demeanor, knowledgeable in many anecdotes, and quite talkative. However, few have seen the face beneath the mask, or perhaps, those who have seen it, both humans and yokai, have already ceased to exist. Level, Nightmare. Summoning materials, Naruto Uzumaki's blood, 1 intermediate summoning talisman. A demon skilled in taming winds is quite compatible with fire-style ninjutsu. Upon seeing the newly appeared summoning quest, Ara's heart stirred slightly. Aside from the Sharingan's unique bloodline limit, Fire Release is also considered a signature ability of the Ucha clan. Although Ara wasn't as adept as the other members of his clan, he still had no problem using C-rank Fire Release, Great Fireball technique and Phoenix Flower technique. Wind can fan the flames. The combination of the two will definitely enhance the power of ninjutsu to a new level. Alright, I'll let you go back now. Glancing at the absent-minded boy behind him, Quan quietly stopped in his tracks. She had originally planned to take her cousin out for a walk, to let him see the bustling main city of Konoha and relieve him of his almost manic training. However, after encountering the tiny Naruto, Ara's mind became even more scattered. Although the person followed him, his gaze did not linger on the surrounding stalls for even a moment. Okay? I'm sorry, Sister Quan. Awakened, Ucha Ara looked at the helpless girl in front of him and felt a pang of guilt. Having lived 2 lives, how could he not sense her worry? The night of the annihilation of his clan felt like a mountain pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Day and night, he pondered how to quickly increase his strength so that he could have the power to protect those around him. Even more so, to break away from Konoha? Enanan. The girl shook her head, pretending not to care. She had practically forced the other person to come here by threatening them. Moreover, she received a gift, so she should be happy. I know the relationship between the clan and the village isn't good right now, and I know Uncle Yashiro has a lot of expectations for you, but if you encounter any problems that are difficult to solve, you can talk to your older sister Tilda. Ucha Izumi said this in a seemingly casual manner. Although she didn't expect that the little guy in front of her, who looked so much like Itachi, would actually open up to her about his problems. I want to know how Quan Jia's Sharingan evolved. However, this time Huang did not hide it anymore. He looked into the girl's eyes and asked in a low voice. The 2 instigators of the massacre, Obito and Itachi, were both powerful beings who had awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. Kamu, Amaterasu, and Tsukuyomi, these top-tier eye techniques undoubtedly crushed ordinary Sharingan users. With Fugaku abandoning his resistance and doing nothing, no one in the clan could stop their one-sided slaughter. Over the years, Ara has not been without the desire to improve his Sharingan. If he could also awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan, then all his problems would be solved. In a one-on-one fight, with the help of a monster, he was confident he wouldn't lose to anyone. However, it seems that Ara doesn't really have any special talent in eye techniques and fire release. 5 years after opening his eyes, all he can feel is an increase in eye power. My eyes. Ucha Izumi murmured the boy's question, her bright face showing a slight dimming. This issue has touched upon the girl's unspeakable private secrets. Huang noticed the anomaly immediately and tried to skip the topic, but Quan Jia's calm voice had already reached his ears. The change occurred on the anniversary of my father's death. Seeing the dejected Izumi, Ucha Ara's heart clenched slightly. I've heard that to evolve the Sharingan, one must lose what one loves, based on an understanding of love. Now he truly understands, but he can't empathize with it. Sister Quan, let's shop around a little longer. I want to eat 3-colored glutinous rice balls. On this day, Ara abandoned his daily training plan and wandered aimlessly around Konoha village with Izumi until dusk before heading towards the clan's territory. Who? With a fierce shout, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared menacingly in the dimly lit room, and the 3 black tomo lines on them exuded an invisible pressure. Sharingan. The signature ability of the Ucha clan. It's me, Uncle Yashiro. Huang slowly emerged from outside the door, and the aura he had gathered dissipated with a single word. The secret technique, Still Water and Clear Mirror, allows one to conceal their form to a certain extent and inflict the most genuine sense of pressure on the enemy they face. However, its effectiveness decreases when facing opponents who are significantly stronger than oneself, or those with sensory bloodline limits such as the Sharingan or Byakugan. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ucha Hachiho's pupils constricted slightly. Although he had already guessed the identity of the newcomer from the faint chakra aura, the shock in his heart still reverberated when the other party actually appeared in his sight. The little guy in front of me has become even stronger in terms of movement techniques. If it weren't for the extremely close distance, even he would have had difficulty perceiving it. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,620 words. It should be noted that the 8th Hokage of Ucha was a veteran who participated in the 3rd Shinobi World War. Even though he was no longer at his peak, his vigilance had not diminished in the slightest, especially now that the clan was attempting to launch a coup. You've had contact with Kurama, the Ninetales, with Izumi. After a brief examination, he slowly began to speak. This is also the main reason why the 8th generation sent someone to notify Huang. In the afternoon, an ANBU member delivered a letter to the Konoha Police Department from the 3rd Hokage. The letter stated that ARA and Izumi had come into contact with the Ninetales Jinchuriki, and also subtly expressed the hope that Chief Fugaku could restrain his clansmen and not allow similar situations to occur again. This letter reignited the anger of the Ucha, who were already dissatisfied with the village. Even though the clan's land was redrawn and they were driven to the edge of the village, even though the clan members were under constant surveillance by the secret police, even though they diligently performed their duties and maintained the safety of the village. But those old fogies who are high and mighty still refuse to trust them. Historically, this village was inhabited by the Senju and Ucha clans. Yes, I met him by chance, and I heard that he was also an orphan. Huang's answer was simple, without any explanation. Don't have any contact with him again. Ucha Yashiro said. This is the request of the 3rd generation. After a brief pause, he added further. Although the clan's leaders were furious when they saw the gift, clamoring that rather than being monitored, ostracized, and suspected forever, they should overthrow everything. Let the will of the Ucha reappear in Konoha. However, this was an action that would have far-reaching consequences, and most importantly, clan leader Fugaku Ucha still could not make up his mind. He was still hesitating. They even wanted to pin their hopes on Itachi, who had joined the Anbu. What do you think about this matter? This was the first time that the 8th generation had inquired about the village's decision-making process. Perhaps it was because they believed the latter had already graduated from the ninja academy and possessed a certain level of discernment. I am ARA of the Ucha clan. However, Huang gave an irrelevant answer. Chapter 9 Invitation to Battle. Huang's voice wasn't loud, nor did it carry the certainty of an angry young man, he simply spoke quietly and naturally. But this simple sentence left the 8th Hokage Ucha speechless for a long time. Ucha ARA. He only wanted to use the Ninetales incident to test the boy's attitude towards the village, but he never expected to receive such an answer. An answer that even Itachi never gave. Go home and get some rest. Report to the police department tomorrow. A short while later, the 8th generation finally uttered this sentence. He was experiencing a surge of emotions, but his face showed no particular reaction. The Konoha Police Department is a law enforcement agency established by the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju. All its members are from the Ucha clan, and to join, one needs not only strong individual strength but, more importantly, loyalty to the clan. It's really too early to let an 8-year-old who has just graduated enter the workforce, and there's no precedent for it, so it's hard to convince people. However, this also shows that the 8th Hokage truly valued ARA and was grooming him to be a future high-ranking member of the Ucha clan. However, Huang already had his own ideas before he came. Uncle Yashiro, I want to join the Anbu. This was the first time Ucha ARA had directly refused the arrangements made by the clan elders in front of him. In the past, he had always been quiet and obedient. Anbu. Upon hearing this answer, Ucha Hachimoku's voice suddenly rose a notch, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He truly hadn't expected that the little guy who had just brought him comfort would now bring him another fright here. The Anbu, also established during the 2nd Hokage's era, is a special department directly under the Hokage, responsible for reconnaissance, assassinations, and many other covert operations. Those who can enter must either possess exceptional talent or be exceptionally strong individually. Did Itachi say something to you? After suppressing his inner turmoil, Ucha Yatsuho said coldly. Currently, only Shisui and Itachi have joined the Anbu within the clan, and the former has just returned victorious from the battle against the Kirigakure ninjas and has no opportunity to come into contact with ARA. As for the latter, the thought of that guy ignited an invisible fire of anger within Yashiro. Having only been in the Dark Division for a few months, he began to act independently, even skipping clan gatherings. If it weren't for Chief Fugaku's continued protection, he would have really wanted to recall him. Now that ARA is also becoming interested in the Anbu, the most likely explanation is that Itachi secretly transmitted something to him. No. Uncle Yashiro once said that Itachi is no longer suitable to stay in the Anbu. And I would be a better fit than him. Ucha Ara calmly met the gaze of the clan elder. He could sense the other person's restlessness and fully understand their feelings. The Ucha clan has fallen into its current predicament partly because the clan leader was not decisive enough and lacked the necessary strength. The other part is due to the increasingly excessive underhanded tactics of the Konoha leadership. The Anbu are directly under the Hokage and are the Hokage's private army. If I openly say I want to join, I'm bound to be misunderstood. However, Ara didn't care. If he could join them, it would mean that he had seized the opportunity to get close to Itachi, the two advisors, and even Shimura Danzo. Both Shisui and Itachi wanted to resolve the conflict within the clan and change the clan's will. However, he started with the village, aiming to eliminate the source of danger directly. Learning New Orion's abilities first was part of this strategy. A subtle killing intent emanated from the boy. This murderous intent even made the 8th Hokage of Ucha, who had participated in the Third Shinobi World War, feel a slight unease. At that moment, he finally understood what the boy in front of him was thinking. That phrase, Ucha's desolation, is the best explanation for this matter. It's not so easy to get into the Anbu. Even if you do get in, don't take those high-ranking people for fools. They've managed to control Konoha for so long, and there are countless hidden methods they've employed. Minato Namikaze and Sakumo Hatake, who wasn't a powerful figure who suppressed an era. But in the end, they still didn't live as long as those 4 old guys. Besides, the Anbu don't stay in Konoha every day. The 8th Hokage of Ucha did not reveal everything, but this information alone was enough to make Ara wary. He had underestimated the situation. Entering the Anbu theoretically brought him close to the Konoha leadership, but a single transfer order could send him to infiltrate another force, never to return. If it really comes to that, then we'll be at our wits' end and have no other options. Compared to my own petty thoughts, those old foxes must see things much more clearly and further ahead. However, although the plan was rejected, it did not disappoint Huang too much. Since assassination won't work, let's deal with it head-on. Uncle Yashiro, everyone in the clan says I'm the second Itachi. I'm not satisfied. I want to have a match with him. The young man stared intently at the elder before him, his words resolute, his hidden meaning clear. No matter what method he used, he would push this matter forward. This was his plan B, which he had been thinking about all afternoon. Kaleidoscope is out of the question for me, I can't activate it, and I don't want to. Therefore, on the night of the massacre, it would have been a pipe dream to fight against Obito and Itachi all by himself. Therefore, the only way to break the deadlock is now. Before Itachi and Obito unite, and before that ingrate awakens his Manjikyu Sharingan, let's use this competition to kill him. That way, nothing else will happen. The Itachi's blood will surely bring the hesitant Fugaku clan leader to his senses. You are no match for him, there's no need for such a contest. Ucha Hachimoku refused decisively. Although Ara is quite good now, he can crush the young people of his generation, and I even heard that he beat up the senior students Ino Shikajo today. But that's far from enough. Itachi went to the battlefield at the age of 4, graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 7, passed the Chunin exams at the age of 10 with the highest score, and after joining the Anbu, he experienced countless battles, both large and small. Such a resume is something that a genius who has just graduated from the Ninja Academy cannot compare to. Even having 2 bloodline limits won't work. The 3-Tomo Sharingan has an absolute advantage over the single-Tomo Sharingan, making this a contest with no suspense. Moreover, he feared that if Huang suffered a failure, it would leave an insurmountable shackle in his heart. Please, Uncle Yashiro. I don't want to live in the shadow of someone else's name. Ucha Ara bowed deeply, his words earnest. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,445 words. He knew perfectly well that if he went to deliver the challenge himself, Itachi would definitely ignore him. The only force we can rely on now is the discontent of the clan elders. They exerted pressure on Itachi out of dissatisfaction. Let me try. In the end, looking at the boy in his field of vision, Ucha Hachimoku softened. He grew up watching The Wilderness. His mastery of fire-style ninjutsu and shuriken techniques originated from himself, demonstrating a strong bond between master and disciple. Just as Fugaku would defend Itachi, Yashiro at this moment only wanted to fulfill his disciple's wish. However, these 8 generations failed to see through Ara's true intentions. The Wilderness is hidden too well. They are already aware of the potential consequences. Chapter 10 The first words after the first meeting. Night falls. Huang walked alone on the streets of the clan's territory, surrounded by bright lights and the aroma of food filling the air. Training all this time? You need to remember to balance work and rest, you idiot. Hang, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come to your aunt's house for a bite to eat. Look at you, if only you had half the effort of others, that would be so great. I could hear friendly calls from time to time. The same warmth that has lasted for 5 years. Okay, I'll be careful. No, Sister Kwan said she would wait for me. Ching is still young, she'll understand. Huang responded one by one, a faint smile on his face. His healthy growth to this day is inseparable from the efforts of every family in the clan. After all, it's one thing for the 8th elder to teach ninjutsu, but taking care of a child is a very difficult task. Uwa, hurry up, I'm starving. Achirizumi, standing in front of the door, waved and called out from afar. The Konoha headband that was tied around her forehead had been removed, but the simple 4-leaf clover hair clip was still pinned to her long hair. She seemed to have been waiting for a long time. It is good. After responding, Ara immediately started jogging, with the lights of the Uchiha clan behind him, lights he wanted to protect. Itachi wants to destroy it. We must first step over his corpse. After finishing dinner and helping Aunt Hazuki clear the dishes, Ara returned to his own little home. The family provided him with a place to live next to Sister Kwan's house. It was a small, single-room apartment with all the necessary living amenities and a small courtyard, which was just right for him. After locking the doors and windows, Huang began to pack up the items he had bought that afternoon. The tricolor glutinous rice balls wrapped in candy wrapper showed signs of melting, but overall there was no major problem. The bright red apples exuded a unique fragrance, and the palm-sized watermelon seemed to be prematurely ripe. In addition, there was a light gift bag on the table. When Huang glanced at it, he hesitated for once, as if considering whether to put it there as well. However, it was ultimately left behind. My guardian spirit, appear before me. Your name is Snow Maiden. After tidying up his belongings, Huang softly chanted, and the 100 Ghosts diagram within his sea of consciousness immediately unfolded. As the surrounding air suddenly cooled down, a silver-haired girl quietly appeared in the room. They looked at each other, but remained silent. Over the course of 3 years, Ara was unable to close the distance between himself and Yuki Onna, and on ordinary days he could only forcibly borrow her power by using Oni binding. This is also the main reason why he hasn't summoned a new Shikigami yet. He doesn't know how to deal with yokai. Perhaps, this problem will be solved once he becomes stronger. The table is filled with candy from the human world. If there's anything else that interests you, let me know and I'll try my best to prepare. After a brief pause, Huang broke the silence, but was met with silence in return. In my memory, the monster girl in front of me only said human to me when she descended, and then we never interacted again. Huang got used to it. He then stood up and moved to a spot near the wall, a little further away from the Snow Woman. Meditation is a daily ritual for him, and it is also the most direct and simplest way to obtain skill point fragments. However, before that, task panel. He muttered to himself. As evening approached, during a conversation with Uncle Yashiro, a new mission was announced. Real-time missions, breaking free from limitations. Mission description: whether you are a ninja, a samurai, or an onmyoji, only in adversity can you unleash your potential and break free from the shackles that bind you. Condition for achievement: defeat Uchiha Itachi. Quest rewards: 1 advanced contract charm, 3 random skills. Task status: incomplete. Remaining time: 9 days 20 hours. An incredibly tempting reward. Advanced contract talisman, which means it's possible to form a contract with a yokai even more powerful than the Yuki Onna. An ice release Kikei Genkai can shock the entire clan. If another powerful demon with a mental ability were to appear, would they be able to contend with the Manjikyu Sharingan? Random skills are undoubtedly the strongest boost to one's strength at this stage. It's important to know that it took Ara 5 years to learn only 3 skills from the yin-yang record. And the abilities recorded there all came from powerful yin-yang masters or peerless yokai. There were no useless skills among them. Thinking of this, his mind began to waver, and he unconsciously licked his dry lips. However, Huang also knew that such high rewards meant high difficulty and high risk. Such mission rewards seemed to be telling him that his chances of success were less than 1 in 10. After a short while, he suppressed his agitation and then moved his gaze down from the mission rewards. Stage quest: Sword Mastery. Mission description: learn the sword techniques of 100 schools and become the strongest blade. Requirements: master 2 different sword styles. Quest reward: random sword skill *1. Mission status: Uchiha-style swordsmanship, mastered. Fire release ninjutsu and the Sharingan, 2 abilities that should have been the signature of the Uchiha clan, were not mastered very well by Ara. The former is because his compatibility with fire-style chakra is average, while the latter is because he is unable to deeply experience the grief of losing a loved one, causing his Sharingan to remain at the one-tomo stage for so long. However, what is lost on one front is gained on another. Huang possesses considerable talent in swordsmanship. He treasured the Uchiha-style swordsmanship, which had been abandoned by his clan and relegated to the lowest level of training, and practiced it every day without interruption. He mastered several powerful sword techniques early on, including Sword Leap of Flame, Whirlwind Sword, and Sun Halo Dance. At present, Shisui is probably the only one in the clan who can guide him in swordsmanship. So when the 8th Hokage asked what he wanted as a graduation gift, Ara pondered for a moment and then chose the Konoharayu swordsmanship. The eerie crescent moon dance combined with the new Orion's agility will undoubtedly increase the chances of a successful assassination. Although Lord Yashiro had rejected his previous assassination plan, Ara did not abandon it entirely. Danzo Shimura, one of the designated targets, is most fond of and skilled at assassination and framing. Therefore, whether you choose assassination or defense against the root, you must be stronger than your opponent. Ucha Hachimoku felt that the gift Ara chose was somewhat useless. After all, for the Ucha with the Sharingan, the flashy Konoha-style swordsmanship was full of flaws. Because no one, and no ninjutsu, can deceive their eyes. But he eventually agreed, knowing that his apprentice loved swordsmanship. This inadvertently triggered this phase of the task. What is this? Just as Huang was reviewing the new mission, a clear, cold voice suddenly rang out from inside the room. The sudden sound made him immediately on guard. He had long been used to quiet. However, Huang immediately thought of something, and his heart started beating a little faster. Following the sound, a demon girl from the snowy region was holding a snowflake-shaped object in her hands, her eyes full of doubt. This is a hair clip, used to hold hair up. Huang tried his best to suppress his excited emotions and responded calmly. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1474 words. Chapter 11 Konoha Style Teacher, Hey Gecko. The next day. Before dawn, Ucha Ara opened his eyes. The clock on the wall is stopped at 5:30, not a minute more, not a minute less. This is a biological clock ingrained in my bones, unchanged for years. After getting dressed, washing up, and swallowing a soldier's ration pill instead of breakfast, he sat down in front of the hall and began to tie his weights. The whole set of movements was mechanical and rigid, without the slightest pause. However, as his hand landed on the doorknob, preparing to leave, his movement slowed down unusually, and his gaze involuntarily turned back to the living room, which was clearly visible at a glance. The table had already been cleared away, leaving only a few bright red apples sitting quietly. But Huang's eyes presented a different scene. What is this? The girl held the snowflake-shaped hair clip, her eyes full of confusion. So sweet. She frowned slightly as she looked at the 3-colored glutinous rice balls in her hand. After putting them down several times, she finally finished them in small bites. It seems that girls always find it hard to resist the temptation of sweets. However, that's all. The snow woman uttered only these 2 sentences throughout the entire night, after which the room fell silent again. But this was enough to make Huang happy. Perhaps everything will gradually get better, just as Sister Kwan said. For Ara, a 10-kilometer weighted run is the easiest part of his daily routine. He simply runs a lap around the outer perimeter of the Ucha clan's territory. He had already finished it by the time dawn broke. By this time, early-rising elderly people were already out on the streets. They would often pass by and offer a few words of praise, saying that there weren't many young people like him left in the tribe, and how wonderful it would be if their own children could be like him. Huang would habitually respond politely, and sometimes lend a hand or carry things when the other party needed it. After that, they went to the clan's exclusive training ground for swordsmanship training. This is the most grueling daily routine. Compared to the tranquility of meditation, the goal-oriented nature of weighted running, and the tediousness of repeatedly swinging a sword. Fortunately, Ara was able to completely endure the monotony and even enjoy the feeling of each sword swing and the sensation of increasing power. 345. 346. 300. Huang, who was training like a machine, suddenly stopped, and his gaze fell behind a giant tree. Someone is coming. Although the view was still quiet and there was nothing special about it, he was very confident. The newcomer possesses remarkable skills in concealment. However, he was no pushover when it came to movement techniques. 2 shuriken slid silently into his left hand. Including the wakizashi and katana, these ninja tools were all provided by Uncle Yashiro and were all custom-made according to Ara's condition. He didn't make a move immediately. After all, this was Ucha clan territory, and not many people could sneak in unnoticed by the guards. Perhaps it was just a joke played on him by one of his tribesmen. But are there any beings within the clan capable of completely concealing their physical form? No. Wrong. Have. Achiro Baito. Was it him? Did Itachi let him in? Ara's nerves tensed up suddenly, and his single-tomo Sharingan appeared. You should know that he just asked Uncle Yashiro for help yesterday, wanting to have a match with that guy. If he were to face Itachi now, he might have a slight chance of winning or even killing him, but if Obito were to come, he would have no chance of winning. The kaleidoscope symbolizes a gap in strength that is simply insurmountable. Most importantly, you're often the only one on the training field in the early morning. Cough cough. However, just as he was frantically trying to figure out how to escape, a soft cough broke the silence of the training ground. At the same time, a weak question came through, ARA. A ripple appeared in the space near the sound source, or more accurately, ripples were created by the interplay of light and shadow, and a slender figure appeared in the field of vision. The newcomer wore dark green ninja armor, symbolizing a jonin, and a ninja hat. His long brown hair was pressed down under the hat, and he wore a headband that pointed towards the Konoha ninjas. But what's most striking is his face. Despite looking very young, it's as pale as paper, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, making him appear very weak. Moonlight and Gale. Huang immediately recognized the other party's identity. A special jonin of Konoha, belonging to the Anbu, and especially skilled in Konoha-style swordsmanship. The concealment technique he used earlier should be his exclusive ability, Transparent Escape. The Sharingan was unable to copy it, perhaps because his own eye power was insufficient, or perhaps it is also one of the bloodline limits. Yes. Huang responded neither humbly nor arrogantly, his tense nerves slightly relaxed, and the shuriken in his left hand disappeared, only his Sharingan was still in operation. The other party must be the teacher that Uncle Yashiro found for him, but he didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. You still can't learn my swordsmanship. Give up, cough cough. Moonlight Gale had arrived long ago and had been observing from a distance for a while. The fact that they arrived at the training ground before dawn shows their diligence. But diligence alone is not enough. You should learn the right things at the right age. If you want to skip levels, you also need to have a solid foundation. As for his figure being seen through, he only attributed it to the Sharingan, and besides, he hadn't really tried to hide it. This time, Huang did not answer. If the opponent's swordsmanship is related to the ability to penetrate defenses, then it is indeed difficult for one to learn it. However, in my memory, it seems that Uzuki Yugo also knows the Crescent Moon dance of Konoha-ryu swordsmanship. Shadow Clone is a prerequisite, and it is completely different from the clone technique you will be tested on for graduation. Looking at the silent little guy, Moonlight Gale spoke again. Shadow Clone technique is a B-rank ninjutsu, which can only be mastered by ninjas at least at the Chunin level. For a fresh graduate, it's already quite impressive if they know 1 or 2 C-rank ninjutsu. Shadow Clone. Not a teleportation technique. The desolation in my heart eased. Just as the other person was about to turn and leave, he moved, his index and middle fingers interlaced, and he softly uttered a single word, Ren. Bang, bang. As the smoke rose, 2 identical figures stood on either side. Moonlight Gale is right. Shadow Clone technique and clone technique are 2 completely different concepts. The former is B rank, while the latter is only an entry-level E rank. During graduation assessments, he could conjure dozens of clones at will, but he could only maintain 2 shadow clones. After all, not everyone possesses the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, and only one Ninetales is capable of paying rent. Are 2 enough? Huang looked up and asked. Moonlight, Gale, silence. He froze halfway through his turn. When did I learn the Shadow Clone technique? He had forgotten something. Even if he mastered the Shadow Clone technique, it didn't mean that the little guy in front of him could learn his swordsmanship. It should be noted that even within the Anbu, few can match his mastery of Konoha-ryu's Crescent Moon dance and Moon Shadow techniques. This requires exceptional talent. However, when Moonlight Gale met those scarlet eyes, he fell silent once more. I have copying. It can be said that 1/3 of the ninjutsu collected by Konoha were copied by the Uchiha clan on the battlefield. Let's start. The sound of moonlight and wind carried a hint of bitterness. Chapter 12. A family completely desperate. The Konoha-ryu swordsmanship and the Uchiha-ryu swordsmanship are fundamentally different. The former emphasizes technique, using shadow clones in conjunction with swordsmanship to attack the enemy from 3 directions, making it impossible for the opponent to distinguish where the real body is, thereby creating an opportunity to kill in one blow. The latter's style is relatively more brutal, not only in terms of the wide and sweeping moves, but also in the fact that chakra is channeled into the battle blade in order to maximize its power. The Moonlight Gale was only used once, but Ara used his Sharingan to replicate it. However, it was limited to imitation. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,594 words. The crescent moon dance he displayed not only had many flaws, but the coordination between the main body and the two shadow clones was like that of a toddler learning to speak, without any rules or method. It even interfered with each other's attack routes, completely failing to showcase the strange and agile advantages of this sword technique. After all, copying ninjutsu is fundamentally different from swordsmanship and taijutsu. The former only requires the matching attribute chakra, while the latter also requires the individual's physique and talent to keep up. The current state of Ara is that his brain has given the instructions, but he is still 2 or 3 beats behind in action, let alone coordinating with his shadow clones. Seeing this, Moonlight Gale's expression finally softened somewhat. If the Sharingan could truly copy his prized swordsmanship and make it his own, he might as well just kill himself. To know that he had been practicing the Konoha style, Crescent Moon dance, it took him 3 months just to get started, and 3 years to hone his skills to reach his current level. No one knows how he got through those 3 years. My classmates who graduated at the same time all learned cool ninjutsu, like the Great Fireball technique, the hidden shadow snake hands, and even the summoning of a lucky cat-shaped torture chamber. He was the only one who diligently practiced the tedious swordsmanship. At this moment, this young man from the Uchiha clan has overcome the difficulties of the previous 3 months simply by relying on his bloodline limit. Such a disparity is hard for anyone to accept. Fortunately, the Sharingan alone is far from enough to truly master the Konoha-style swordsmanship. Moreover, given the vast collection of ninjutsu in the Uchiha clan, could this little guy really persevere for 3 years to hone his skills? Difficult. The sun sets. Moonlight Gale had already left. As an Anbu member of Konoha and the 3rd Hokage's private soldier, he didn't have much time to stay here and watch a little guy practice wielding a sword. Yes. It was still the same mechanical way of wielding the blade. Because Ara's chakra had been completely depleted during his morning practice of the Crescent Moon dance, and even after taking 2 soldier pills for lunch, he still hadn't recovered much chakra. However, by a twist of fate, the never-ending ninja technique daily mission was successfully completed. In the past, the control of ninjutsu and ninja tools were the 2 things he trained the least. 9,998. 9,999. 10,000 times. With the blade lowered, Huang, who had been working tirelessly like a machine all day, finally had time to rest. After taking a few deep breaths, he sat down on the spot, placed his katana aside, and slowly reached his trembling right hand into his pocket. It was time to enjoy what he had gained today. When the right hand was extended again, there were 3 pills in the palm that were similar in shape to soldiers' rations. However, their purpose was not to fill the stomach, but to increase the quantity of this body. The emerald green pills are low-level speed pills obtained from weighted running. After swallowing them, you feel lightheaded all over, and the fatigue from a day's training is also somewhat relieved. Although the low-level pills provided almost no noticeable increase in speed, their effective clearing away fatigue was still very useful. Most importantly, weighted running is the daily routine he sticks to the most besides meditation. In a few more days, he will be able to achieve the 1000-day achievement and obtain the intermediate speed pill. That will be the time of qualitative change. The constitution-enhancing pills given by the blade are red, which is why he, with a bone age of 8, dared to exchange punches with Akimichi Rin. After swallowing it, a warm feeling arises in the body, as if the power hidden deep within the body is surging out, which also further reduces physical fatigue. Without the support of these 2 pills, his body might not have been able to withstand such intense training for even a week. The last one is a blue chakra pill, which gives people a deep and peaceful feeling. After swallowing it, the whole person feels as if they are lying in a shallow stream, letting the gentle energy wander through their body and finally penetrate into every cell. It brings not only a little chakra energy, but also a tiny amount of the upper limit of chakra. Logically speaking, as long as one persists in accumulating knowledge, one day Huang will also be able to be called the tailless beast by others. However, although he had completed 3 daily tasks today, he still felt regretful. The stage quest Sword Mastery has not been completed. Regarding the mission progress, it shows that the swordsmanship mastered so far is still only the Uchiha style. Copying with the Sharingan alone isn't enough. After letting out a soft sigh, Ara gripped the blade beside him once more. With the little chakra he had just recovered, he wanted to practice one more time. The 9th of the 10 heavenly stems. As he muttered to himself, 2 shadow clones suddenly appeared. At the same time, in the heart of the Uchiha clan, inside the mansion where clan leader Uchiha Fugaku resides. Itachi! A deep, resonant voice echoed through the brightly lit hall. As he watched the boy who had walked silently through the hallway, a hint of anger crept into Fugaku Uchiha's eyes. His son, who entered the Dark Division at the age of 11 through his own strength, should have been a source of immense pride for him. But now he's becoming increasingly willful and self-willed. The clan elders have been dissatisfied with this for far too long. After a slight hesitation, Itachi Ucha, who had stopped in front of the corridor, turned around and softly responded to the man sitting in the hall. "Father." But it was just a simple address, with no other words or phrases. "Why were you absent from the last gathering again?" Suppressing his anger, Fugaku Ucha asked in a deep voice. "I have already explained this matter, father," Itachi said calmly. "The Secret Service has a mission, and I have to go." As if afraid the man in his field of vision might not remember, he added, "Stop using the Anbu as an excuse. Remember your identity, you are Itachi of the Ucha clan." Fugaku Ucha practically roared as he spoke. Even the orphans in the clan can recognize their own identity and call themselves ARA of the Ucha clan. Why does his own son disappoint him time and time again, unable to see who he belongs to? However, when he heard these words, Itachi was not moved at all. Instead, a hint of disgust was hidden in his eyes. Ucha, Ucha. He's had enough of this family. No. Perhaps, this family is completely beyond saving. Chapter 13 Qualifications for Entering the Dark Division. This family is completely beyond saving. Itachi's eyes were filled with indifference. The last vestige of belonging was shattered by her father's words, which were bound by family tradition. Ucha. Ucha. He talks about Ucha all the time. To be so fixated on one's clan, valuing the reputation of the most powerful family more than the village, that's foolish, a sign of narrow-mindedness. Born into Konoha, one should prioritize the greater good of Konoha? Of course, he couldn't say such things aloud now, but the seed of rebellion deep within him had already sprouted. Given the right opportunity, it would bloom into a blood-red flower. Gazing at his silent son and sensing his resistance, Fugaku Ucha's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was clenching. This was his eldest son, whom he was once incredibly proud of. He witnessed the ninja war at the age of 4, graduated from the ninja academy at the age of 7, and was promoted to Chunin as the number 1 at the age of 10. But now... Fugaku Ucha stared at Itachi. Although there was only a door frame between them, the real distance between them felt like that between mountains and seas. "I want to have a match with you, Huang." After a short while, he spoke again, having made up his mind. Upon hearing this, Itachi lowered his eyelids slightly and blurted out the excuse he had been using for almost half a year. "I've been busy with many missions for the Anbu lately, so I don't have time." "Then let's make time." Ucha Fugaku roared. His patience was nearing its limit, and discontent within the clan was growing. As the clan leader, he had to respond. Continuing to protect the willful Itachi will only chill the hearts of the clan. Only those who win are qualified to remain in the Dark Division. This is a unanimous decision by the elders. If you're going to avoid a fight, then let's just withdraw. I'll talk to the third Hokage about this. After saying that, Fugaku Ucha closed his eyes, regardless of Itachi's attitude, as if he wanted to rest. In contrast, Itachi, who was standing outside the courtyard, had clenched his fists at some point, and his calm face had become somewhat ferocious. First, he sent his close friend Shisui to monitor him, and now he wants to replace him in the Dark Division. What a laughable family. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,743 words. Listen. Just then, a childish voice reached Itachi's ears. That familiar voice instantly suppressed the rage in his heart, and the ferocity on his face vanished without a trace. "Listen, welcome home." The person who spoke called out again, and the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. As Itachi turned his gaze, he saw tiny Sasuke running towards him. "Well, I'm back." His face was adorned with a gentle smile. Itachi accepted the challenge. Just 7 days later, during the next rest period for the Dark Division, only the winners will be eligible to enter or remain. When Uncle Yashiro brought the news, ARA fell silent. He then packed a few things, carried his custom-made sword, and headed to the training ground, no matter how much Uncle Yashiro tried to persuade him, even though the moon was already high in the sky. Because this is the turning point where he has the best chance of changing the trajectory of his clan's extinction. None of them. Currently, there are 3 ways to provide him with combat power in a short period of time. First, achieve sword mastery. Whether he studies Konoha-style swordsmanship or the swordsmanship given as a reward, it can become a good trump card. Second, achieve the 1,000-day achievement of running with weights. This is the easiest one to achieve, and he is determined to get it. Third, summon a new yokai Shikigami and forcibly borrow its power through Oni binding. The ninth of the 10 heavenly stems. Upon arriving at the training ground, Ara immediately summoned 2 shadow clones to begin training for the Crescent Moon dance. 7 days is neither a short nor a long time, but to master this sword technique, one must fight with all one's might. Fortunately, the daily rewards gave him the confidence to continue high-intensity training. As for summoning new yokai Shikigami, Huang had already considered this point. Currently, the talismans he possesses are all low-level, and he cannot summon the Nightmare-level Fox Demon or the Lord-level 100-Eyed Demon. However, the 4 evil spirits, who are at the level of minor demons, are too weak to be of much use in borrowing their strength. The remaining items are the rosary beads and the warriors, both of which are considered supernatural. The former does have the ability to dispel abnormal statuses and might be useful against the Sharingan's genjutsu, but the summoning materials require the rosary beads to be consecrated by a high-ranking monk. There is a relatively famous fire temple in the Land of Fire, but it's obviously too late to seek Buddhist treasures there now. The latter leans towards physical defense, which doesn't quite fit his fighting style. Furthermore, it's not very useful against Itachi, who excels in fire release and genjutsu. As for directly performing random summons, Huang once held 7 contract talismans, attempting to communicate with spirits, but ultimately chose to give up. At this stage, having the Snow Woman's help is enough. Too many strange and unusual abilities would only attract the attention of others, especially Danzo. The ending of Jishie serves as the best warning. The next day, the entire Ucha clan territory was in an uproar. Perhaps the clan leader spread the news that Ara was going to challenge Itachi in order to force Itachi to take the matter seriously. Now the whole clan knows about it and is looking forward to the day of the duel. After all, they were the 2 most outstanding young members of their clan. Either of them could overshadow the ninjas of other clans of the same generation. They are the pride of the Ucha. Of course, this pride also belongs to another person. That is Shisui, who single-handedly intimidated the Hidden Mist ninjas so much that they dared not advance rashly. Shortage. Are you back? That night, Quan, who was guarding the small courtyard, gently knocked on Huang's door. She had been waiting for a long time, and judging from the other party's strict schedule, it was well past the time he would go home. But after knocking on the door several times, there was still no response. My mother and the old lady next door said they didn't see Huang go out this morning. Normally, he would definitely go out for a morning run, rain or shine. Why? Why did this happen? Achirizumi murmured to himself. She had just gone on her first genin mission with her newly formed group of comrades, and when she returned, she heard her clansmen talking about it. Ara wants to challenge Itachi. The former was someone she treated like a younger brother. Although they were not related by blood, the bond they had built over 5 years could never be broken. The latter had saved her life during the Nine-Tailed Fox's rampage and had once become someone she admired. It can be said that they are the 2 most important peers to him. But now they are challenging each other to a duel. Unlike other members of the tribe, Quan did not regard it as a lively event or a frivolous whim of the younger generation. Because Huang has never argued with anyone, let alone deliberately caused trouble. There must be more complex reasons behind this competition. Thinking of this, Quan couldn't help but look towards the training ground. If Huang wasn't home, he would only be in that place. However, as she took her first steps toward the training field, she suddenly stopped. Anbu! A spot to join the Dark Division. Quan suddenly remembered the prize that had been forgotten by most of his clansmen, which was the prize for this competition. We've rarely seen Itachi since he joined the Anbu. The girl's voice sounded somewhat melancholy. The dark side. The boy's voice was weak, perhaps he was just repeating what he had just said. Images hidden deep in his memory began to materialize, and Ara had long harbored some kind of plan. Chapter 14 Swordsmanship Mastery, Achieved. When Gecko Height saw Ara again, he fell silent. The faint dark circles under his eyes and the flattened grass beneath his feet told one thing: this kid had been training here since day 1, and even when he was resting, he probably only took a short nap in the same spot. What kind of insane behavior is this? It should be noted that he was already considered hardworking among his peers, but he only trained for half a day each day before he couldn't resist meeting up with his friends at a meatball shop in the snack street to treat themselves to meatballs instead of alcohol. If you encounter snowy or windy weather, then it's only natural to take a short break. But now, under such a stark contrast, Gecko Height suddenly felt that his past hard work was merely self-affirmation. At the same time, a strange conclusion was also resounding in his mind. This boy named Ara will definitely master the crescent moon dance before I do. In fact, he will surpass my achievements. After just 1 day apart, Moonlight Gale's thoughts underwent a complete transformation. When they first met, he coldly remarked, "You can't learn my swordsmanship yet. Teacher Hayate." Upon noticing the newcomer, Ara stopped his usual sword-wielding and greeted him. Even if the other person looks only 7 or 8 years older than him, he will respectfully call anyone who can teach him ninjutsu, taijutsu, or other knowledge teacher. And as the other party could see, Ara hadn't been home for 2 nights, devoting himself entirely to training in the Konoha-ryu swordsmanship. When they get tired of swinging their swords, they practice ninjutsu. When their chakra is depleted, they meditate. After meditation, they start training again in a cycle of weighted running. During that time, both Uncle Yashiro and Sister Izumi visited. However, none of them disturbed Huang's practice. After quietly leaving the supplies, they left in silence. In Acha Hachimoku's view, Ara's desire to surpass Itachi and shed the title of Itachi's successor was completely understandable. Although he felt sorry for the 8-year-old boy torturing himself so obsessively, since the choice had been made, he would go for it. And Quan has already touched upon a deeper reason. Her team leader had casually mentioned in the past 2 days that Itachi's willful behavior had already caused dissatisfaction within the clan, and that it would be good to have Ara take over his position in the Anbu. Cough, remember to balance work and rest. After a brief moment of eye contact, Moonlight Gale coughed lightly in response. Because of the change in his perspective, for a moment he really didn't know how to face the little guy in front of him. However, Ara didn't care about these details and immediately asked, "Teacher, when using the crescent moon dance to fight an enemy, should I completely relinquish control to the clone? Even to say, have the main body cooperate with the clone? This is his biggest problem right now. Through the Sharingan, he has replicated the swordsmanship, and after 2 days of training, he has made some progress. At least the situation where the main body and the clone interfere with or block each other will no longer occur." But this is far from what Ara wanted, and it doesn't fully bring out the agile and unpredictable characteristics of Konoha-ryu swordsmanship. During his meditation and rest, he constantly reviewed and examined the situation in his mind, and the only flaw he could find was the forced relationship between primary and secondary elements. The biggest difference between the B-rank ninjutsu shadow clone technique and the E-rank clone technique is that the former can think and fight independently, and even has a certain degree of resilience. However, the power of a clone is naturally incomparable to that of the original. Therefore, Ara subconsciously believed that the essence of the crescent moon dance was to confuse the opponent by creating clones, thereby giving the main body an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. This resulted in an overly distinct primary and secondary position during attacks, lacking any sense of fluidity. Ara originally wanted to try out a free-for-all attack method, but since his chakra was depleted, he could only practice his daily sword swings for now. This guy. Listening to Ara's questions and the solutions he offered, a hint of shock was hidden in Gecko Hayate's eyes. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,291 words. I only used the crescent moon dance once. The little guy in front of him was able to master the basics in just 2 days and find the biggest difficulty in this sword technique. With his diligence and remarkable talent, he finally understood why the third Hokage, after entrusting him with this task, also asked him to objectively observe the other party's performance. What happens after I cooperate? What happens after the clone successfully gets close to the enemy? In response to the question about the desolation, Moonlight Gale slowly asked in return. He had also fallen into this misconception and had such doubts, but after continuous practice and reflection, he stepped outside the circle to examine the issue. There is nothing inherently wrong with centering on the original deity. After all, a clone is just a clone, without the power to break through, it's all for naught. However, even if one deliberately focuses on the real person, it is impossible to achieve perfect deception. Therefore, the real key is balance. This is why he honed this swordsmanship for 3 years. Abandon all preconceived notions of prioritizing the original self, while using clones for cover, and find a balance between the two. This is the lesson you need to learn. Seeing Ara lost in thought, Gecko Hayate added. He didn't know why he so easily shared his insights with the other person. Perhaps it's because of this little guy's almost obsessive way of cultivating? Perhaps it's because the other party has already found a clue, and it's only a matter of time before they fully understand. Or perhaps it's because of that one phrase, Teacher Hayate. I understand. Moonlight Gale's last words were like a lamp shining brightly on a dark road, completely dispelling the doubts in his heart. After 2 days of training, Huang figured out the first problem on his own. Now, Hayate-sensei has pushed the existing problems to the final episode, saving a lot of time on correcting errors. Can I use the Sharingan now? I'll do it one more time, get ready. After clearing his throat, Moonlight Gale picked up a wooden branch from the ground that was about the same length as a samurai sword. At the same time, a pair of single tomo appeared on Ara's pupils. Thank you for your help, Hayate-sensei. This form of address is even more genuine. 5th day. When Moonlight Gale returned to the training ground, the shock hidden beneath his eyes was no longer concealed, or rather, he had become numb. Suddenly, 3 identical figures nimbly darted among the giant trees. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, one of the figures appeared eerily at the forefront and decisively drew his sword for a horizontal slash. Crack! The wooden stake used for practice snapped with a crack, and as wood chips flew everywhere, the boy in blue silently sheathed his sword. On the panel. Stage quest, Sword Mastery. Mission status, Uchiha-ryu Swordsmanship, Mastered, Konoha-ryu Swordsmanship, Mastered, Mission accomplished. That's a level he spent almost half a year reaching. Looking at the boy whose dark circles had become even more pronounced, Gecko Hayate's heart clenched slightly. Chapter 15 Don't hold a grudge against Danzo. On the 6th night, Hwang returned from the training ground under the moonlight. The day after tomorrow is the day of the decisive battle. He needs to spend a day adjusting his state, at least to lie in bed and get a proper sleep, instead of simply using meditation to get through it. Besides, Coach Hayate has already gone back, and there's not much point in continuing to train without anyone to teach or guide us. Wilderness Tilda? Just as he was about to open the door, a familiar voice called out to him. That's Quan Jia's voice. In fact, Uchiha Ara had sensed the girl's presence as soon as he passed by her house. However, he resisted the urge to greet them as he always had and chose to walk past them without paying attention. Given the current situation, Hwang doesn't know how to face Quan Jia. He originally thought that deliberately ignoring it would allow him to temporarily bypass this entanglement, but he never expected that the person closest to him in this life would still follow him. Sister Quan. The boy turned around and responded calmly. He could guess the other party's intentions and wasn't very good at hiding his own thoughts. The challenge from life after is truly his, and the Uchiha clan's best opportunity. To ensure that Uncle Yashiro, Granny Kyo, Grandpa Taeyaki, Aunt Hazuki, and Izumi could live, he was willing to risk his life and the infamy of betraying his clan to kill that ingrate. Is it absolutely necessary to get this done? After much hesitation, Uchiha Izumi finally couldn't help but ask, even though she already knew the answer in her heart. Hwang remained silent. This was the first time he had responded with silence. Time flows by in silence. Uchiha Izumi's 10 fingers shifted several times from being extended to being curled up, and an unusual sadness appeared on her gentle face. I see. Get some rest, Hwang. A long time. As the moon disappeared behind the clouds, Quan forced a smile and said in a seemingly relaxed manner. As for refueling, she neither knows nor can she offer encouragement to any one party individually. Feel sorry. Looking at the girl's retreating figure, Hwang finally spoke. But it was completely meaningless. 3rd Hokage, that is my assessment. Cough, cough. If we can recruit Ara into the Anbu and train him properly, he will surely become a powerful ninja like Shisui, capable of intimidating an entire force in the future. Kneeling on the ground, Moonlight Gale's tone was slightly agitated compared to the past. Witnessing the growth of a genius and becoming their teacher is a rare experience. This time, he was finally able to personally experience how those teachers at the Ninja Academy felt when facing Kakashi Hatake. Yes, you did a good job. I will consider your suggestion, but regarding joining the Anbu, we still need the consent of that kid himself and the Uchiha clan. After all, he's only 8 years old, still too young. You've worked hard these past few days, go back and get some rest. Sitting behind the desk, Hiruzen Sarutobi had a gentle face and spoke softly, just like a kind old grandfather next door, without any of the domineering and imposing manner of the shadow of the village. Yes. Subordinates retire. Moonlight Gale responded with a sound of agreement and immediately stood up, but before leaving, he glanced subtly at the door. With his ability to see through obstacles, he excels at reconnaissance. However, he did not say anything. He believed that what he could perceive, the 3rd Hokage, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, could also perceive. The Hokage's office fell into a brief silence after Hayate Gecko left. However, this silence was soon broken by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Come in. Whether it was a misperception or something else, the white-haired old man seemed to have lost his previous amiable attitude, and his voice had become slightly colder. Ah! A cold snort rang out. A wooden cane was the first to squeeze through the narrow crack in the door. This is the result you said you were waiting for. The Archer, that evil clan, is about to produce a third Shui. The visitor must be angry. Every word and every sentence was emphasized, and no one cared who they were talking to. Shui deterred the restless Kirigakure, and Itachi perfectly completed every assassination mission, clearing out many potential enemies for Konoha. In any case, he deserves credit, right? I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,692 words. Hiruzen Sarutobi lit his pipe and looked at his old friend in his field of vision, slowly asking in return. But the Archer are still the Archer. Shui and Itachi have both reported on the recent unusual activities of their clans. Can you really guarantee that those evil guys won't rebel? Can you really guarantee that Shui and Itachi will betray their clans and stand on the side of Konoha? Don't forget the Ninetales incident 5 years ago. Only the Archer clan could forcibly control the tailed beasts. Danzo Shimura slammed his cane hard against the floor. The ear-piercing crash was a symbol of his anger. The rise of Huang is not the main point. The key issue is Hiruzen's attitude towards the Archer clan. If he doesn't suppress them soon, one day those guys will break free of control and become the root cause of the village's destruction. Shui will not attack the village, and Itachi will definitely stand on the village's side. I believe they are all ninjas who have inherited the will of fire. Faced with his old friend's questioning, the third Hokage replied resolutely. That's his conviction. If he can't even be sure of this, then he has wasted the past 60 years. However, such words were clearly not enough to convince the leader of the Root clan. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, wanting to use examples to prove that the clan was evil and untrustworthy. But before he could utter a word, a warning that was clearly intended to sever his voice abruptly cut him off. Find out his identity, Danzo. I am the Hokage. These words completely silenced the one-eyed old man. The Hokage is the highest authority in a village, whose fate can be decided with a single word. You'll regret this eventually, Hiruzen. Staring at the high-ranking and powerful old man, Shimura Danzo coldly uttered a harsh word and turned to leave. The sound of him tapping his cane on the floor could be heard throughout the entire Hokage building. Don't hold a grudge against Danzo too much, he was doing it for the village. I will try my best to correct his thinking. After a long while, and taking several deep drags on his pipe, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally spoke, a hint of helplessness in his voice. No, the third Hokage was more lenient with the Archer than they were, they valued the clan's reputation and honor too much. A response rang out from the quiet Hokage's office, and a figure knelt on the floor. His attire differed somewhat from Heiei Gecko's, and he wore a white mask. Yes, the relationship between the village and the Archer clan still needs time to be reconciled. I'll leave this matter to you and Shui. The competition is in 2 days, so let's stop tomorrow's tasks and get some rest. Looking at the Anbu members in his field of vision, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke gently. Yes, Lord Hokage, I will never lose. I will take my leave now. After uttering those words, Itachi vanished from the spot. Only then did the white-haired old man who was in charge of Konoha breathe a slight sigh of relief. As for that boy named Archer Ara, he naturally couldn't easily trust him, Itachi was much more convenient to use. Chapter 16 Water Breathing, Third Form, Flowing Dance. On the day of the competition, the sky was overcast, with signs of a downpour. However, this did not cool down the burning passion of the Archer clan. Clan ninjas continued to gather at the edge of the training ground, their expressions excited, their eyes bright, and their conversation filled with pride. I've heard that Itachi has never failed a mission in the Anbu. Even the third Hokage has a very high opinion of him. I heard that Ara alone beat up the younger generation of the Ino Shikacho's trio, and when he defeated the Akimichi clan, he even used their most powerful techniques to clash with them. News of events concerning today's protagonist began to circulate. Both Itachi and Ara were figures who suppressed Konoha for a generation. How could they not be proud? Not arrogant? Even the bad mood of being ostracized by the village for years was temporarily alleviated by the deeds of these two outstanding individuals. However, although Ara is quite good, even able to suppress opponents of higher levels like the Ino Shikacho's combination, he is still young and hasn't experienced the true baptism of fire yet, so he probably lacks a lot of combat experience. Hopefully, this failure will smooth out some of his rough edges. Finally, a member of the tribe steered the conversation back to the upcoming battle. They looked at the young man with the blade on his back, who stood quietly on the lake, and their words were tinged with worry. While both are exceptional geniuses, ARA ultimately lacks the necessary foundation and experience. In contrast, Itachi, as the son of the clan leader, receives resources that are not only among the Uchiha but also among the best in the entire Hidden Leaf village. The implicit differences between them are self-evident. But Huang does possess 2 bloodline limits, and everyone has witnessed his daily training, rain or shine. Perhaps he can create a miracle. There were also members of the Uchiha clan who were optimistic about ARA Uchiha. Even though the compatibility between Ice Release and Sharingan isn't high, and it can't become a Keke Tota like Onoki's next door, it's still shocking enough. Moreover, ARA is not without fire-style chakra, and it remains to be seen how far he will go in the future. Listening to the discussions of the surrounding tribesmen, Quan clasped his hands together in front of his chest, his thin lips slightly pursed, and his eyelids lowered, as if he were praying silently. After an unknown amount of time, a slender figure stood on the still lake surface as a ripple quietly appeared. The ferret arrived before the raindrops fell from the sky. Today, he wasn't wearing the standard ANBU uniform, but simply a clan ninja outfit, making him indistinguishable from the other clan members around him. But for some reason, Huang always felt a bit irritated when he saw the fan-shaped tribal pattern embroidered on his clothes. Okay. If it is washed clean with its owner's blood, it should be fine. Why me? Uchiha Itachi, who had landed on the lake, asked a question. A hint of doubt lingered in his eyes. He didn't believe the reasons for the challenge circulating within his clan at all. Because the other party is definitely not the kind of person who would waste time challenging others for a little fame. The only 2 private fights in the academy were because the Sarutobi brothers and the Ino Shikacho trio provoked them first. However, ARA had no desire to talk to him. With a clang, the sword on his back was drawn from its sheath, and when he looked again, he was already half a foot away from Uchiha Itachi. Watch out, Nissan! A child's innocent shouts rang out from the shore. Tiny Sasuke clenched his little fists tightly, his eyes filled with anger. That bastard ARA, he actually attacked his brother. Itachi Uchiha clearly hadn't expected ARA to be so direct. It was supposed to be a spar between members of the same clan, yet there wasn't even an opening remark. Moreover, seeing the other party's close proximity, even someone as calm as him couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Aside from Uchiha Ara's explosive power beyond his years, there was another point that made him even more puzzled, the killing intent that, though restrained, could still be glimpsed. The eyes are the windows of the soul. During the Third Shinobi World War and Anbu missions, Itachi Uchiha had seen countless pairs of eyes, filled with hatred, pity, cunning, and murderous intent. He could discern the emotions hidden within them at a glance. Just like the teammates Danzo planted by his side, he could detect clues on the very first day of contact, which were undoubtedly signs of surveillance and distrust. The same applies now. With just one glance, he could see the killing intent hidden in Huang's eyes. You want to use this sparring match to kill me? Whose orders were given? The Council of Elders? No, they wouldn't go so far as to want to eliminate themselves. In the blink of an eye, Itachi Uchiha had already thought of many things. He knew that his recent behavior had drawn criticism from the clan, and even his father had begun to show his dissatisfaction. However, he was also very clear that the elders would not harm him. And who could it be? That mysterious masked man. Just as my thoughts settled, the opponent's attack arrived. The sharp blade easily tore Itachi's body apart, but there was no joy on Ara's face. Quack quack quack. The cawing of crows hovered around him, as if mocking his incompetence. Illusion. When? Huang was slightly downcast, but quickly recovered. How could something that even the forbidden technique impure world reincarnation couldn't control easily fall to your surprise attack? Itachi, who had shifted his position, did not give Ara any time to think. With a flick of his wrists, several shurikens slid between his fingers. Although he had many questions in his mind, now was clearly not the time to find the answers. At the same time, the opponent's decisive offensive and explosive power beyond his years also posed a certain threat. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Strange sounds rippled through space as they rapidly approached. Everyone knows that the Uchiha clan's fire release and bloodline limit are unparalleled, but they overlook the fact that mastering shuriken is also a required course for this clan. Ara did not use his Sharingan to discern the trajectory of the shuriken. He wanted to use his eye power to counter Itachi's three-tomo technique. Even though he would definitely be at a disadvantage, it was better than nothing. Moreover, it only has a mere four-bladed shuriken. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,286 words. Call. After letting out a soft breath, Ara placed his sword horizontally in front of his chest and quickly parried the ninja tool just as it was about to hit him. Clang, 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 clang. The metallic clanging sound was exactly 4 times, no more, no less. The initial attempts were easily thwarted. But Huang's eyes showed a hint of seriousness, because there were 2 more figures in his field of vision that looked exactly like him. No, that's not right. He glanced back slightly out of the corner of his eye. There are 3. These 3 shadow clones surrounded the original body from all 4 sides. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before Huang could continue to think and discern, the swift shuriken came from all directions, blocking all possible paths for him to maneuver. Standing in the center, he was like a trapped beast. What's going on? Is Ara giving up? Suddenly, gasps of surprise rang out from the shore. The besieged youth slowly lowered his sword, as if he were about to give up the fight. However, given the overwhelming barrage of shurikens, giving up seems like the only logical course of action. Is this really the case? Is this really the end? Having steadied his breathing, Ucha Ara suddenly swung his blade, his eyes blazing with intense fighting spirit, water breathing, third form, flowing dance. Chapter 17 Blood, Staining the Ice Blade. With a low roar from Ucha Ara, a torrent of water immediately wrapped around the horizontal sword, as if it were some kind of pattern protecting the blade. However, that's all, he himself has not yet made a move. At this moment, countless shuriken approached from all directions, truly like a locust swarm sweeping across the land, covering everything. How is it possible? Some of the tribesmen who were unaware of what was happening cried out in alarm. Even with the assistance of 3 shadow clones, it would be impossible to project so many shurikens in an instant. This is simply beyond human capability. It's the shadow clone technique, the shuriken shadow clone technique. The 8th Hokage of Ucha, standing at the center of the clan, began to explain, and 3 black tomo appeared in his eyes at some point. The Sharingan can see through all illusions. It seems Itachi is highly regarded by the 3rd Hokage. The young man standing next to Yashiro echoed this, though his tone was clearly sarcastic and unfriendly. Ucha Inahisa. He is an exceptionally talented ninja among the younger generation of his clan, having awakened the 3 tomo Sharingan, and holds an important position in the Konoha police department. Rice fire! The 8th generation shouted sharply, while subtly glancing at the clan leader who stood in front of everyone. It is a pity. The other party's expression remained calm and composed, revealing no flaw whatsoever. Humph! Upon hearing the reprimand, Ucha Inahisa restrained her attitude, but still vented her dissatisfaction with a cold snort. He was a radical within the clan, and being still young, he could no longer tolerate the village's distinctly special treatment. And it was at this moment that the wilderness stirred. Although shadow clones and the original are fundamentally different, they are virtually indistinguishable in appearance. Especially for beings like Itachi, who have absolute control and restraint over the personality and behavior of his clones. Therefore, apart from using the Sharingan, the only way to distinguish them is through one's own eyesight. After all, the power of a clone is far less than that of the original, and the same goes for the ninja tools it throws. The reward for Ara's least practiced daily routine, the endless manipulation of ninja tools, is a basic eye power pill. It has the effect of improving eyesight. It's on the left. The boy swung his sword, and the water flowing over it was like a dragon and a snake. In an instant, both the shuriken and the shadow clones disintegrated upon contact. Nearly 100 ninja tools, yet not a single blade could even touch the hem of his clothes. Sword Leap Flame. No, Sword Leap Flame is Fire Attribute Chakra. Hara created a new ninjutsu. Exclamations of surprise echoed throughout the tribe. How old is he? 8 years old. He was already able to modify the sword techniques passed down in his family, and even had considerable combat ability. With such talent, is it enough? Even the usually calm and collected clan leader, Fugaku, had a strange look in his eyes at this moment. That's right. This is the reward for achieving sword mastery, water breathing, third form, flowing dance. Of course, this is the only one. The remaining 10 techniques require skill points to exchange for. For example, the ultimate technique, the Fire God Kagura, requires as many as 6 skill points to exchange for. However, although the exchange cost is extremely high, one can immediately comprehend it upon obtaining it. Of course, in order to make judgments and use it in the appropriate situation and at the appropriate time, the caster still needs to practice continuously. Judging from the current situation, this counterattack was undoubtedly perfect. Itachi stared indifferently at the challenger charging towards him. Indeed, both his meticulous observation and superb swordsmanship were enough to impress him. However, practical experience was ultimately too weak. Using high-intensity swordsmanship to deflect your own shuriken? Do you really think your stamina and chakra are limitless? There is a 3-year gap between them. The 3 hidden clones quietly moved in front of the main body and had already completed the hand seals. Then, let's fight! At this moment, a hint of seriousness finally appeared in Itachi Uchi's eyes. Art fire escape ho fireball. In an instant, the entire lake surface turned into a sea of fire. If the Uchi clan's fire-style techniques were unparalleled in the ninja world, then Itachi's fire-style techniques were what suppressed the clan for a period of time. The tribespeople on the shore retreated one after another. The raging sea of fire, even when viewed from afar, already felt intensely hot. Uchi Ara's figure was instantly swallowed up. This is true ninjutsu. Someone was muttering to themselves. Nissen is the strongest. Sasuke proudly declared, his little face flushed red from the firelight. Still hasn't he used his Sharingan? Huang Yu, blocked by the flames, murmured to himself. Well, it's over, then. My guardian spirit, appear before me. Your name is Snow Maiden. Ghostly entanglement, red plum blossoms under snow. Pure white snowflakes drifted down, and inch by inch, crystal clear ice and snow climbed up the blade. Rings of cold, solid ice spread across the lake, and the raging, endless flames could not touch it at all. Not only that. Using the flames as cover, Wang slightly flipped his left hand, revealing a bright green pill in his palm. The intermediate speed pill, derived from 1,000 days of weighted running, he said, was something he was determined to achieve. After flicking the pill into his mouth, Ara did not swallow it immediately. This was reserved for the most crucial surprise attack. How's it going? Some uninformed members of the tribe anxiously inquired. If an ordinary ninja encountered this raging sea of fire, they would have perished or fled long ago. But the flames have not yet died down, and there is still no sign of Huang. Still in the middle of the fire. The Sharingan doesn't have the penetrating or reconnaissance abilities of the Byakugan. They can only pinpoint Uchi Ara's location through chakra. Are they already exhausted? Just as words of concern were being uttered, their perspective suddenly shifted. That is. A trembling sound was squeezed out from his Adam's apple. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,316 words. Snowflakes drifted eerily across the lake, and the raging inferno was frozen and suppressed. A young man in blue, holding an ice blade, slowly emerged from beneath the flames. It's Ice Release Kekkei Genkai. Finally, the suppressed voices erupted. Faced with the overwhelming visual impact, Itachi's expression finally changed, but his mind remained undisturbed. Neither the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique nor the Great Fireball technique consumed much of his chakra. But the exquisite ice technique before us is hard to say. Could it be that they want to use this competition to demonstrate their strength to the clan and gain more attention? No, that's not right. His eyes, the murderous intent in his eyes has intensified. Itachi instinctively retreated. This is the absolute consciousness he cultivated through countless bloody battles. In an instant, 2 figures identical to Huang emerged silently from the ice flames and easily shattered his 3 shadow clones. If he doesn't back down, he might also get hurt. But this is not over yet. The Itachi, barely managing to steady himself, felt a slight jolt. When he looked up again, 3 figures were already approaching, and in this tense, illusory situation, it was impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake. Konoha-style swordsmanship, dance of the crescent moon. He instantly realized this, and his Sharingan, which had been dormant for a long time, appeared at this moment, and a kunai fell into his palm. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Itachi instantly shattered one of his clones, slipped through the opening, and created a safe distance. The boy he was fighting was increasingly beyond his imagination, and he needed to stay steady and take him seriously. Upon witnessing this scene, Huang's face revealed a sinister smile. As the single tomo appeared, the speed pill he held between his teeth was instantly crushed. Secret sword, Moon Shadow. Even Itachi, who had activated his Sharingan, struggled to catch the speed that Ara Setsuna unleashed. More accurately, he could catch it but couldn't immediately transmit the information to his brain and make the right judgment. However, the safe distance it had defined for itself was crossed in an instant. It was too late to form hand seals or escape. Die, Uchi Itachi! Blood stained the ice blade as it slowly fell. Chapter 18 Awakening. Warm blood stained the crystalline ice blade. But this is not the result Huang wanted. At the critical moment, Itachi Uchiha used his left hand to firmly hold the blade, and despite the excruciating pain, he did not loosen it in the slightest. This attack confirmed one thing for him: the boy in front of him really wanted to kill him. That undisguised hatred was just as intense as his loathing for this corrupt family. Fortunately, his eyes saw through the blade's trajectory at the most crucial moment. Otherwise, Huang used all his strength to frantically push the blade in his hand, but his blood-stained palm was like a rough, hard boulder, firmly holding the blade in place, preventing it from advancing even an inch. The whole audience was silent. No one had ever imagined that such a sudden and dramatic change could occur in such a fleeting moment. Despite never having carried out a single mission, Ara managed to suppress Itachi to such an extent that he even managed to injure him. This situation was truly unexpected by everyone. It's important to know that Itachi was already quite cautious after opening the passage, leaving himself enough reaction distance. But who would have thought that Huang actually had some hidden talents? That ghostly speed combined with his uncanny swordsmanship was a nightmare for any opponent. It was fortunate that the challenger was Itachi, otherwise, this sparring match would have already ended. Did Ara win? After a short while, a murmured question was heard. Is he still a newly graduated genin? Such strength is worthy of being called a chunin, or even a special jonin. No wonder there were rumors that Lord Yashiro wanted to recommend him to the police department. They were initially unconvinced, thinking he was too young, but now it seems that his abilities are more than enough. It's too early to draw such a conclusion. After all, Itachi hasn't actually used his Sharingan yet. One of the clansmen responded calmly. Although it seems that Ara has the upper hand at the moment, the main reason is that Itachi underestimated his opponent. Aside from the initial shuriken shadow clones, which were not bad, he did not use any powerful ninjutsu, so he must have had some energy left. In contrast, Ara launched a strong offensive from the very beginning, without any sign of stopping. Moreover, both his swordsmanship and large-scale ice release techniques were extremely taxing on his stamina and chakra. The most direct proof is that the blade can no longer advance even an inch. Of course, the really important point is that they are from the Uchiha clan. As long as the Sharingan is there, there are endless possibilities for turning the tide. Do not. I absolutely, will kill you. Huang roared madly in his heart. He never treated this match as a mere exchange of skills. Even at the cost of a mental breakdown, he finally succeeded in replicating Heiei Gecko's other signature ability, Moon Shadow, on the 6th day, all in order to completely kill Itachi. This is because it's when Itachi is at his weakest, and it's also his only chance at this stage. Once missed, it's gone forever. Secret technique, the sound of wind and cranes. A low growl, filled with gnashing teeth, swept across the lake, and biting wind and snow surged in response. Sharp icicles pierced through the air from all sides, determined to pierce through anything in sight. This is the biggest difference between demonic arts and ninjutsu: no hand seals are needed. However, at this moment, Uchiha Itachi returned to his usual calm. Even with the ice shards approaching, his expression remained unchanged as he quietly watched the boy who refused to meet his gaze. Let me see. Who's behind this? The kunai in his right hand slipped silently to the ground. Since it shattered the shadow clones of the desolate land, it has accomplished nothing. Even during the stalemate, Itachi did not use this ninja tool to break the deadlock, and now it is just letting it fall. Crack! The clear, penetrating sound exploded in Huang's ears. A log was instantly torn apart by several icicles. Substitution jutsu. Just before the ice shards descended, Itachi Uchiha managed to form hand seals and escape. What kind of calm and collected mindset does this guy possess in the face of danger? Seeing the flying wood chips, Huang's eyes widened in fury. He looked up to find the other person's location, but a sudden, sharp pain made him bend over abruptly. This changed my perspective. The gloomy sky was distorted by blood, all sounds were completely blocked out, and stiff limbs could not muster any strength. This is magical shackles technique. When? Huang kept asking himself questions. He never made eye contact with Itachi when he activated his Sharingan, so how could he have fallen into a genjutsu? Could it be? Could it be? That's right, it's that kunai. The voice returned to his ears, but it was the voice of the person he hated most. Go ahead. Why do you want to kill me? Who instructed them? Itachi appeared silently in their field of vision, like a god in this blood-red world, capable of manifesting at any time and place. Huang, on the other hand, was pinned to a giant wedge, unable to exert any strength. It's a suppression at the Sharingan level. Ah. Huang sneered, offering no response, his eyes filled with undisguised hatred. It's okay, I have time to waste with you. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,369 words. You should know this ninjutsu very well. Itachi continued, conjuring a katana in his hand and plunging it into Ara's body without the slightest hesitation. In the past few months, he has learned more than just assassination, reconnaissance, concealment, and interrogation techniques in the shadows. He has also learned absolute indifference. Indifference towards anyone except Sasuke, Shisui, and his mother. Even now, Itachi Uchiha doesn't believe that Ara was the only one who wanted to kill him, since Ara was an orphan and not directly related to the interests of his clan. The most likely candidate is the masked man who suddenly appeared in the clan and also possesses the Sharingan. He bewitched Huang. Snapped. The water slapped hard against my face, and my consciousness began to return intermittently. How many times was Itachi stabbing me? Huang can't remember anymore. Even though he also possessed the Sharingan, the level of suppression only allowed him to withstand the effects for a longer period of time than ordinary people. He was simply unable to break free from that blood-red world. You can't fall down yet. As his power waned, the demon binding state had long since been forced to dissipate, and the blade he held tightly in his hand sank to the bottom of the lake. His remaining chakra was barely enough for him to stand up. Looking at the boy struggling to get up, Itachi was even more shocked. In the magical world constructed by the Sharingan, he stabbed his opponent 243 times in a row for an hour, until his own eye power was exhausted, and only then did the torture end. However, the kid remained silent, and apart from that initial mocking snort, all that was left was a murderous look in his eyes. We'll investigate the rest later. Now, it's time to end this farce. Glancing at Ara's left arm, which was numb from excessive blood loss, Itachi instantly appeared behind him and swept him several meters away with a basic kick, creating countless splashes of water. Ended. People from the tribe murmured on the shore. This battle made their hearts tremble. What is a genius? Itachi and Ara perfectly capture this essence. Insufficient foundation? A clear sense of regret was evident in the eyes of the 8th Hokage, even though he had long anticipated this outcome. Quan clenched her fists, her lips as pale as paper. She had no idea how much this defeat would affect Huang. As for the victor, Uchiha Itachi, he took another serious look at his nearly unconscious opponent before turning away. In this respect, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a Pyrrhic victory. With his left hand almost crippled and his chakra exhausted, if it weren't for the Sharingan's ability to suppress him, the outcome would have been uncertain. The tension in my nerves eased at that moment. But at this moment, something strange happened. On the shore, Fugaku Uchiha's expression changed drastically, and he seemed to be moving as if he wanted to rush over immediately. The surrounding clansmen also looked shocked, their mouths agape as if they wanted to shout something. The little Sasuke looked terrified and shouted, "Nisan, watch out!" What happened? Having relaxed his guard, Itachi slowly turned around and saw 3 kunai rushing towards him, with the explosive tags hanging below them hissing. As for the instigator, he was still lying paralyzed on the lake, but his eyes were filled with an inescapable killing intent. Chapter 19 The Despairing Susanoo. Fugaku Uchiha regretted it. In order to conform to the clan's will, he became increasingly dissatisfied with Itachi's behavior, and this dissatisfaction was the final push that led him to agree to this sparring match. Advanced detonation tag. Sensing the increasingly intense energy fluctuations, he instantly discerned the level of the explosive tags falling from the kunai. Even a jonin skilled in taijutsu wouldn't dare say he could emerge unscathed from the explosion of 3 high-level explosive tags, let alone Itachi, who had already exhausted his chakra. At this moment, how he wished he could take the hit in his son's place. Quan's face was pale. Her paper-thin lips were stained with a deep crimson. She never imagined that Ara would throw an explosive tag at Itachi, who was also out of fighting strength, at the last moment. This was practically an attempt to kill him. Suddenly, Quan recalled the night before last. Ara's "I'm sorry." It seemed there was a deeper meaning behind it, but she failed to realize it. All around, the angry shouts of the tribesmen were so loud they seemed to shake the sky, and some radicals were even rushing towards the place where the wasteland had collapsed. The Uchiha are a clan that believes in power. The previous direct confrontation had already earned Huang everyone's recognition. It's nothing short of a miracle that he could drive the clan leader's son, Itachi, to such a state at the tender age of 8. However, this last-ditch detonation tag aroused their public outrage. Even Inahisa and Tetsuka, who had always been at odds with Itachi, frowned and thought that Ara's behavior was too much. Competition within a clan should be fair and square. A win is a win, a loss is a loss. What does a sneak attack from behind count as? The only one who could vaguely guess the inside story was Uchiha Hachimoku. That day, the child said, "Itachi is no longer suitable to stay in the Anbu, and I am more suitable than him. I am ARA of the Uchiha clan." Original. It turns out that the claim that the name was associated with the weasel was a lie. ARA truly wanted to eliminate this destabilizing factor for his family, just like the murderous intent he displayed when he wanted to enter the Dark Division. Silly child. Uchiha Hachimoku stared blankly at the boy who had exhausted his last bit of strength, willing to tarnish his own reputation in order to eliminate the threat to his clan, feeling a pang of heartache. At this moment, Itachi is the most powerless. He truly underestimated ARA's determination to eliminate him. It should be noted that in the mental world he constructed, he stabbed him mercilessly with a samurai sword a total of 243 times, for a whole hour. Even a professionally trained ninja would suffer a nervous breakdown when faced with such torture. What kind of obsession could drive him to be so determined to kill him? What kind of will did that masked man instill in him? Otherwise, how could a mere 8-year-old boy have persisted until now? He didn't believe it. Even I, at the same time, couldn't have done that. Are you going to die? Watching the sparks fly as the explosive tags drew ever closer, Itachi felt a sense of peace. He was truly exhausted. He still had some chakra left, but his numb left arm was completely devoid of any sensation. It was truly unexpected that 8-year-old ARA would possess stamina and chakra comparable to his own. In these final moments, Itachi longed to see his younger brother one last time. "Sasuke, who keeps calling me a Nisant every day? I'm sorry, I've always used tasks as an excuse to turn down your requests. Feel sorry." But, just as Itachi calmly accepted his fate, a familiar presence suddenly descended upon him. At the same time, a strangely familiar whisper reached his ears. "Oh, giving up so quickly? This isn't the Itachi I know. The owner of that voice is..." Yes. Despair filled the desolate eyes. Utter despair. He gave up everything to drag that ingrate down with him, and he was only a hair's breadth away from success, but... Cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood. In the gradually blurring vision, a dark green giant stood in front of Itachi. The intense energy unleashed by the 3 detonating tags couldn't even budge it in the slightest. "Stay still." Shuei instantly. He had planned everything meticulously, but he overlooked this person who had just returned. Boom. A thunderclap boomed in the dim sky, and a torrential downpour began. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,547 words. What was supposed to be a grand event for the clan, a day to witness the rise of 2 geniuses, ended up resembling a farce. The clan leader's son, Itachi, was almost killed by a sneak attack. The clan's prodigy, ARA, was labeled as despicable, and all the previous praise and goodwill crumbled in an instant. "Chief, what should we do with him?" 2 police officers abandoned the unconscious man on the grass, their words laced with disdain. "So what if you have 2 bloodline limits? So what if you create your own swordsmanship?" To use such despicable means for the sake of their own reputation, the proud Uchiha clan has no need for clansmen who would resort to such sneak attacks from behind. "Yashiro, what do you think?" Seeing that his daughter was all right, Fugaku Uchiha felt a little relieved and immediately turned the question to the clan elder beside him. He was the one who taught ARA, and it was he who expressed ARA's desire to spar. As he stared at the smear of blood at the corner of ARA's mouth, Uchiha Hachidai's mood worsened. He wished he could immediately pick ARA up and take him to Konoha Hospital for treatment. However, given the current situation, he could only suppress his feelings. "Hwang is a student I taught. I am responsible for this situation, and I am willing to accept the punishment from the clan." The 8 generations of their words were firm. He was the only one in the entire family who could understand the boy's intentions. Although this approach is too radical, it directly shows that Hwang is doing it for the sake of the entire family. Fugaku Uchiha was not surprised by the 8th Hokage's answer, but he was not satisfied with it at all. His beloved son almost died. Now the other party is taking all the blame upon themselves, thinking that they can easily absolve themselves of their crimes. Every ninja village has 0 tolerance for the wanton killing of comrades. Not to mention families with stronger cohesion. But we don't know what Itachi did with his Sharingan during those 3 minutes. At that moment, the 8th Hokage of Uchiha changed the subject and directly shifted the blame to Itachi. He exhausted all his eye power in just 3 minutes. We have no idea what kind of hints Itachi gave Ara, or what kind of torture he inflicted. His voice grew louder and louder. The Sharingan is also known as the hypnotic eye, which can easily evoke the most desperate images in the recipient and can also inflict the most direct mental torture. I am not trying to defend Huang. He should bear all the responsibility for the crimes he has committed. But before that, we need to ask Itachi what he did to Ara during those 3 minutes before assigning blame. This was the first time the 8th Hokage of Ucha had confronted the clan head directly. In the past, he had been the other's right-hand man and his most steadfast supporter. Ara is an orphan of the Ucha clan. He is Ara of the Ucha clan. Gazing intently into Fugaku's eyes, Yatsushiro added, word by word. Chapter 20 Disqualification. 243 blades. Upon hearing this number, the 8th Hokage of Ucha suddenly let out a muffled groan of pain from his finger bones, and his eyes suddenly revealed eerie 3-tomo jade. But in the end, he managed to restrain himself. Now is the time for the clan to judge the fate of Ara. Hachidai knows clearly that he cannot do anything rash, or everything will be over. In fact, it wasn't just the 8th Hokage Ucha. Upon hearing this answer, all the clan elders and elites present, including Ucha Fugaku and Ucha Shisui, were shocked by the cruel scene. For a moment, the entire scene fell silent. Perhaps. It is understandable that Ucha Ara would do such a thing. Yashiro, who had taken a seat next to him, gently closed his eyes. He did not have the right to directly participate in the discussions this time, he only had the right to listen in. As for the wilderness, he was still lying in the Konoha hospital, unconscious, and was being guarded by 4 jonin from his clan who had awakened their Sharingan. These 4 experienced clansmen were obviously not there to prevent him from escaping. During this time, Shimura Danzo, a high-ranking official in Konoha, immediately tried to help with medical ninjas from route, but was ultimately stopped. Just as the village was wary of the Ucha clan making contact with the Ninetales, the Ucha were also wary that the Konoha leadership might have designs on their clansmen who had awakened their Sharingan. According to the attending physician, Huang's nerve suffered severe damage, and the relentless, grueling training he had undergone day and night had caused his physical functions to malfunction. It's rare to have such a rest time now, which is why I haven't woken up yet. Silly boy. When a series of messages came into his ears, Ucha Hachimoku could only repeat this one sentence. After enduring brutal torture, he still managed to muster the strength to throw a shuriken. His unwavering dedication to protecting his family was beyond words. The ambush by Huang must not be tolerated, especially at a time like this. Everyone has witnessed the village's rejection and suspicion of us. If such unnecessary infighting or even fratricide occurs again, then the end of the Ucha clan is not far away. What the clan needs now is unity, not a genius who simply pursues fame and fortune. After a brief silence, Fugaku Ucha broke the deadlock. His voice was powerful and resonant, carrying with it a rare air of authority befitting a clan leader. Even though Ara possesses the rare dual bloodline limits, he must be punished, or even killed, as a warning to others. After all, he almost lost his most beloved son yesterday. Does that mean Itachi is without fault? 243 blades, lasting for a full hour in the world of Jiahao, until the power of the eye was exhausted. Is this how you treat your own kind? Is this what the clan chief meant by unity? Ucha Inahi immediately spoke up. There was no room for compromise in his words, and his narrow eyes were filled with rage. He was already extremely dissatisfied with Itachi's recent performance. Last night, Yashiro knocked on the door of Tetsuka and repeated Ara's words of challenge without missing a single word or adding anything. When they learned of Huang's motives, they all fell silent. Although Inaheim and Tetsuka did not give Ucha Hachimo an answer immediately, after a night of deliberation and combining the search results within the clan regarding the house where Ara lived, they finally made a decision. That minimalist, almost empty room, that half-empty box of military rations. If one says that the madness is chasing fame and fortune, does such a living environment and lifestyle resemble that of someone who is after fame and fortune? Hear the words. A flash of anger appeared in Fugaku Ucha's eyes. His gaze bypassed Ucha Inahi's sharp questioning and landed on the 8th Hokage. The other party's tough stance is undoubtedly related to this. What are you trying to do? Is he plotting to seize the position of clan leader? Thinking of this, the gloom in Fugaku's eyes deepened. The fact that he almost lost his beloved son made his already suppressed emotions begin to spiral out of control. I think Huang is not the kind of person who covets fame and fortune. If he really wanted it, all of this would be within his grasp. At the stalemate, Ucha Shisui suddenly intervened. He had spoken with Itachi after the duel, trying to find out why Ara was so persistent, but the answer he received was that he didn't know. Even Itachi himself didn't know. The Sharingan's interrogation only elicited a disdainful snort. The masked man with the Sharingan might be the key, but that's just his guess. Besides, does he need to tell Shisui about the other party's existence? Itachi ultimately hesitated and did not reveal this message. Uchiha Shisui held considerable prestige within the clan, and his reputation for the body flicker technique was renowned throughout the ninja world. His words caused the elite members of the clan present to subconsciously begin to ponder. Indeed, given Ara's performance that day, coupled with his dual bloodline limits, he didn't need any more fame or fortune. Especially in swordsmanship and movement techniques, he has surpassed Itachi. Even in Itachi's specialty of ninjutsu, the power of ice release is evident to all. Whatever Huang wants, as long as it's not too outrageous, the clan will never refuse him. So, if we remove this preconceived reason, what other reason could make him so eager to kill Itachi? The answer is ready to come out. The hour-long torture was likely just one aspect of the 243-blade technique. Such speculation intensified because everyone present was a member of the Uchiha clan and was all too aware of the effects of the illusionary shackles technique. The wind direction began to change. A hint of hesitation appeared in Fugaku Uchiha's eyes. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,521 words. Like Shisui, he was a conservative within the clan and had been stationed outside for many years, so he didn't have much involvement with the factions within the clan. He often stands outside the circle, judging the right and wrong of events with an objective attitude. What's more, it was the other party who saved Itachi at the most crucial moment. However, at this time, as a father, Fugaku Uchiha still chose to stand on Itachi's side. So you think Itachi lied? His voice was much calmer than it had been initially. After all, the person he was talking to was Shisui, who also possessed the Manjikyu Sharingan. If the candidate for clan leader was determined by strength, then the other party would undoubtedly have the highest popularity among the younger generation. Do not. I believe Itachi-kun wouldn't lie to me. Uchiha Shisui responded immediately, his words decisive and firm. At the same time, he also took a serious look at Itachi, who had been silent for a long time. That was his best friend, and he was willing to believe it. However, there must be some misunderstanding or some other reason. Right now, Ara is in a coma, and we can't ask the Mountain Clan to pry into his memories. So, once he wakes up, I'll take care of everything. I will get the answer. Stillwater said slowly. No one objected to the proposal, even Fugaku nodded slightly. Because Shisui's illusion magic is unparalleled within the clan, it wouldn't be difficult to get any information out of him. Of course, the most important thing is its stance, it will not favor anyone. However, even so, Huang must be punished, otherwise he will not be able to win the hearts of the people. First, Ara is now a genin, so from now on he will be stripped of all clan resources and must fend for himself. Second, Huang will be barred from joining the police force for life. Thirdly, Huang is forbidden from participating in family gatherings for life. Fugaku Uchiha's voice was powerful and resonant, with a subtle yet imposing aura emanating from it. It should be noted that he is also a Kage-level powerhouse who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. Chapter 21 Demonization. The pungent smell of disinfectant rushed in, and the gradually clearing vision was a monotonous white. What am I doing? Huang tried to sit up, but found that he couldn't muster any strength. His weak body was as if he hadn't recovered from a serious illness. Go and report to the clan chief that the sinner Huang has awakened. The sound of teeth grinding echoed in my ears. It contained an undisguised disdain, just as he himself loathed Itachi. The annihilation plan failed. In that duel, he risked everything and revealed all his cards, but he still missed the outcome he wanted. When that dark green Susanoo stood before Itachi Uchiha, no one could comprehend the despair in Ara's heart. However, if he were given another chance, he would still make the same choice. Even knowing that failure is inevitable. But doing it or not doing it is the essential difference. Because this was the time when his strength was closest to Itachi's before the night of the massacre. However, since the clan did not kill him immediately, nor imprison him to fend for himself, and even admitted him to the hospital for treatment, it means that things have taken a turn for the better. Someone saved themselves. Is that Uncle Yashiro? It can only be Uncle Yashiro, right? Huang was resolute in his heart, and he forcibly suppressed his resentment. Since things had come to this, he could only look forward. Although we don't know what the price will be, as long as we are alive, there is hope. Task panel. While awaiting sentencing, Huang called out in silence. He had personally experienced Itachi Uchiha's genjutsu this time, and he knew that he couldn't resist it with just his single Tomo Sharingan. To break free from this constraint, one can only rely on the 100 Demons Night Parade or the Yin-Yang record. The yokai Suzuka that appeared in the summoning quest is a Shikigami with a dispelling effect, but he was unable to summon it because he did not obtain the summoning materials before the duel. However, just as Huang was reviewing the missions, an eye-catching message caught his eye. The instant mission has ended prematurely due to unforeseen circumstances, with 50% completion progress and a reduced reward. Rewards received: 1 intermediate summoning talisman, 1 skill that matches the host's performance in this battle. Skill Judgment, Demon Transformation. Is this an instant mission to break through the barriers? Huang was clearly stunned. In his mind, he should have been defeated, and the mission should have failed as well. However, that phrase, force majeure, led to an unexpected turn of events. Uncontrollable probably refers to Shisui, since the combination of body flicker and Susanoo is practically unbeatable. This compensation eased his depressed mood somewhat. Intermediate-level talismans could be used to summon nightmare-level fox spirits or lord-level Hyakume Oni, and either monster could bring him an increase in strength. As for demon transformation, it seems to be a power belonging to Nezuko Kamado. Demon transformation: by borrowing the power of evil spirits, the user can unleash all their potential, doubling their attack and speed. The duration depends on the user's constitution. When borrowing power, one has an absolute fear of the sun, while one's own emotions are diminished and one is filled with a desire for killing. After the spell ends, the user enters a weakened state, the duration of which depends on the caster's duration and physical condition. Please use this power with caution, Tanjiro Kamado. After reading the skill description, Huang's eyes twitched slightly, and his powerless hands clenched together at that moment. Powerful amplification skill. Although there are some limitations and side effects, they are all within an acceptable range. Moreover, as long as he can become stronger quickly, what side effects could he not bear? After a short wait, the door to Ara's private room was opened again. The person who came in was someone he recognized, the leader of the younger generation of the clan, the culprit who ruined his plans, and the genius known as the body flicker, Uchiha Shisui. Huang truly hadn't expected that it would be him sent by the clan. No. He should have thought of that. The other party is the strongest illusion master of the clan. It would be incredibly easy for them to interrogate or elicit information from him. Uchiha Ara, now read out the clan's punishment for you. First, you will be stripped of your right to receive clan resources in the future. Second, you will be banned from joining the police force for life. Third, you will be banned from participating in clan gatherings for life. Fourth, when you are able to move, come find me at Nunga Falls. The sound of still water was calm, unlike the hostility and disdain of the tribesmen guarding the area. After saying that, he looked at the indifferent boy lying on the hospital bed with a look of doubt in his eyes. He knew Itachi's talent and potential better than anyone else, but now he almost lost in front of a clansman who was 3 years younger than him. This result really surprised him. However, the mystery will eventually be solved by themselves. During this time, Huang did not answer a single word, but simply listened silently. Punishment within the tribe can be a huge blow to other members. Whether it's the depletion of resources, restrictions on daily gatherings, or being forced into the police force, it all signifies a loss of status and influence within the tribe. The fact that all 3 of these things were taken away proves that, apart from having the Uchiha surname, everything else was completely rejected by the clan. But Huang really didn't care about any of that. His savings were enough to cover his expenses, and after becoming a genin, he could take on bounty missions. All difficulties were no problem for him. The most important thing now is how to deal with Uchiha Shisui. Alright, you should get some rest now. Also, you'd better think about how to appease me these days, otherwise, you might implicate Uncle Yashiro, who looks quite aged lately. Seeing that Uchiha Ara showed no desire to communicate, Shizuka decisively ended the conversation, waved his hand, and walked out of the ward. He really wasn't in a hurry at all. And right after the other person left, Huang trembled and clenched his fists. This guy is much more troublesome than Itachi. At the same time, a new task has been added to the task panel. Stage Quest, Introduction to Illusion. Mission Description, Illusion Magic, capable of defeating enemies invisibly. Condition for achievement, gain the approval of Uchiha Shisui. Quest Reward, Random Illusion *1. Task Status, Incomplete. Why? Why should I specifically try to learn from that person? Huang bit her lower lip tightly. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,408 words. However, what about Nunga Falls? That seems to be a place rarely visited by the clansmen. If they could take this opportunity to eliminate it, wouldn't they be able to obtain a new pair of eyes? Eyes capable of fighting against Itachi? After all, Shisui's Sharingan is the most powerful genjutsu at present. Crazy thoughts surged within his mind. But such a thought only lasted for a moment. Even if he could successfully defeat Shisui, what use would it be if he obtained that guy's Manjiku's Sharingan? In this world, there are no medical ninjas he can trust. And, as the other party said, if I make any unusual moves, it will inevitably implicate Uncle Yashiro. He's not a cold-blooded animal like a weasel, he can't be so reckless as to disregard everything for personal gain. Chapter 22 Shisui, can you help Naruto find out about his origins? Several days later, in front of Nunga Falls. Now that we're here, let's come out. The young man standing on the edge of the cliff turned to the side, his face serene and his voice gentle. Upon hearing the sound, Wang slowly emerged from behind the giant tree, his gaze coldly fixed on the person in his field of vision. With his tall and straight figure, sharp short hair, and an unremarkable yet reassuring face, Uchiha Shisui would undoubtedly be the most reliable and strongest support if they were comrades in arms. However, Ara's senses about still water were not very good. Indecisiveness is the other party's biggest weakness. Despite possessing eyes capable of altering the will of Konoha's leadership, he only thinks of targeting his own clan. It should be understood that what drove the Uchiha to this point was precisely the distrust from those old guys. Moreover, just a few days ago, the other party had disrupted his plans. All of this combined caused Huang's hostility towards him to increase rapidly. However, Shisui was ultimately not like Itachi. He did not clearly side with the village, and he always thought of his people. In the end, he did not forcibly control the will of his people. In this respect, he is more than 100 times better than Itachi, who is the son of the clan leader. Yo, long time no see, Ara. I remember you were only this tall when we went to the border. Uchiha Shisui did not immediately inquire about the reason for the sparring session. Instead, he gestured and greeted Ara like a friendly older brother. He is gentle to everyone, and even when fighting enemies, he rarely harms them. This is Shisui's character. But this gentleness, existing in such a ninja world, is nothing but a white lotus flower, destined to wither sooner or later. A tragic decline. It was I who wanted to kill Itachi. Huang skipped the foreplay and spoke coldly. Rather than letting the other party use illusions to interrogate you, it's better to just tell them yourself. After all, he couldn't even resist Itachi's 3-tomo Sharingan, let alone the Manjiku's Sharingan of the ninja world's #1 genjutsu master. Moreover, aside from Koto Amatsukami, he knew nothing about Shisui's true strength. If he accidentally revealed the existence of the Hyakki Yagyo and Shikigami Chronicle, there would be no chance to turn the tide. Huang's composure startled Shisui slightly. The gentle expression on his face was disrupted in that instant, and an inexplicable certainty lingered in his heart, clearly telling himself that this was the real answer. Why? After a short while, Shisui finally asked the question. He had assumed the other party would use the cruel tortures within the world of Jiahang, or something else, as an excuse. Unexpectedly, Huang was so direct, this little guy had truly been prepared all along. Because Itachi is on the side of the village. If a problem arises, he will definitely turn against the clan, so I must eliminate this threat for the Uchiha. Huang's voice was cold and composed. He made this decision while he was in the hospital ward. Deception is utterly useless against someone skilled in illusion. I might as well lay them all out. If we can also change Shisui's will, it will be a blessing for the entire family. These days of reflection and review have also made him realize one thing: trying to stop this genocide by himself is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Because Itachi was surrounded not only by Shisui and Obito, but also by Danzo Shimura and his root team. He needs more than just personal strength, he also needs more partners to walk alongside him. Itachi, no way. Uchiha Shisui originally wanted to deny such speculation outright, but then he suddenly recalled the hesitant look on his opponent's face when he asked him during their sparring session. For a moment, he also became somewhat uncertain. After all, even he himself wanted to change the will of his people through the Koto Amatsukami. The village is indeed more important. Without Konoha, there would be no Uchiha. You are still young. Leave the matters between the village and the clan to us. Jishui changed the subject. He was hesitant to think about it further. After returning from the border, he did notice that Itachi was different, he had more worries on his mind, and the distance between them had grown. Jishui, brother. After a moment's deliberation, Wang decided to use this title. because he could sense the other parties wavering. Perhaps this was a breakthrough. Have you forgotten history? Konoha was founded by the Senju and Uchiha clans, but now the Senju clan no longer exists, and even Hashirama's granddaughter is still wandering outside the village. On the contrary, the Sarutobi clan occupied the central area of Konoha and continue to develop and grow stronger. Has the current third Hokage ever really thought about us? The boy's voice was soft, lacking its previous coldness, yet every word was piercing to the heart. Hwang! Watch your words! Uchiha Shisui suddenly roared, his gentle expression completely shattered. He deeply respects the current Hokage and believes that the Hokage genuinely wants to achieve peaceful coexistence between the village and the Uchiha clan. Now, the highly respected old man is being questioned in this way, which instantly touches Jisui's sore spot. However, when he met the boy's unyielding eyes, a turbulent wave unexpectedly surged within him. Pity, disdain, mockery, sarcasm. Those negative emotions are readily apparent. On graduation day, Quan Jie took me to Konoha's main city, where I met a little fellow. All the residents and ninjas living there called him Calamity and called him a fox demon. Sister Quan said that he and I are both orphans. We only treated him to a bowl of ramen, and that very night we were warned by the Konoha Anbu that we were not allowed to get any closer to him. He said his name was Naruto Uzumaki. Brother Jishie, since you're in the Anbu, are you able to find out about his background? Can you help him prove that he's not a fox demon? Uchiha Ara's voice was very soft. It's simply telling a story. But these words and phrases resonated in Jisui's heart like the morning bell and evening drum, echoing endlessly. He naturally knew the little guy who bore the name of the nine-tailed fox. In fact, all members of the Secret Service, except for their own squad, had been responsible for monitoring the other party. As for the little guy's background, it appears to be the offspring of the fourth generation. Of course, this is information he found through clues and cannot be completely confirmed yet. As he stared at Ara, Uchiha Shisui's mind wavered more and more, and he even forgot what his main purpose was. Itachi has been in contact with outsiders. Shisui-kun, are you aware of this? Just then, Hwang dropped another bombshell. The number of people who know about Obito's existence is less than a handful, and I, as the reincarnated person, happen to be one of them. Moreover, if that guy hadn't taken care of the elites in the police department, Itachi alone wouldn't have been able to wipe out the clan. I witnessed their contact by chance. The person was wearing a mask, so I couldn't see their face. Hwang continued to add. And some details are blurred. After all, Obito's mask is very different from the Anbu's mask. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,317 words. That might just be a colleague from the Secret Service relaying a mission. Jishui defended himself. However, he became increasingly less confident in his speech. Hwang merely gave a perfunctory hum and said nothing more. Chapter 23 Spring. The moon is full at the treetop. Uchiha Shisui stood alone before the waterfall, his usual cheerful and gentle demeanor now replaced by an inexplicable sorrow. Konoha was originally founded by the Senju and Uchiha clans, but now, the Senju clan's little princess is living outside the village. After the Ninetales attack, the Sarutobi clan naturally seized the core area that originally belonged to the Uchiha clan and continued to grow stronger. Shisui-kun, can you help Naruto find out his origins and clear his name of the fox demon while you're in the Anbu? Itachi was secretly contacting people outside the clan. Recalling Hwang's words, Shisui's mind was in complete chaos. To clear Naruto's name? Thinking about it carefully, the Hokage never gave himself a chance to get close to Naruto. Whenever it was their turn to monitor, they would always be distracted by other unexpected tasks. However, at that time he only knew how to carry out missions and never thought about these things. Could it be that everything is really as Hwang said? The third Hokage never intended to help the Uchiha. The superficial maintenance of relations was merely a means to use the Uchiha's power to quell surrounding enemies and thereby deplete the clan's remaining strength. On the battlefield, it seems that the Sarutobi clan is rarely seen. Moreover, those vicious guys from Kirigakure were clearly skilled in water release, yet they deliberately had the Uchiha clan, who were skilled in fire release, stand in front of them. In the seemingly frozen moment of time, Shisui thought of many things. But he still refused to accept this fact. The Senju clan declined because Lord Tobirama divided his members into various clans, hoping that each clan could exchange resources and truly integrate into Konoha. Lady Tsunade's departure was solely due to her disappointment during the war. The Manjikyu Sharingan does indeed have the ability to control the Ninetales. The third Hokage's arrangement was for the greater good, to quell the doubts of other clans. Naruto. Naruto might indeed be the fourth Hokage's son, but this is all a cover-up by the Hokage to protect Naruto. After all, Lord Minato had too many enemies in the past. Acha Shisui kept thinking and overturning his ideas. He simply couldn't believe that the kind, white-haired old man was deceiving him. As for Itachi, "Jisue, you called for me." The call that reached his ears broke Acha Shisui's thoughts. "Yes, I found out why Ara wanted to kill you." Looking at the unusually familiar young man beside him, images of playing, training, and going on missions together flooded back, and he tried his best to suppress some of the negative thoughts deep in his heart. Itachi Acha did not answer immediately, but the knowing look in his eyes betrayed his feelings. That guy really did want to eliminate me. However, he also learned something during these few days. Huang had no contact with the masked man. On the contrary, the man revealed two pieces of information to him. First, he comes from SRAO, an independent organization that has been established for a long time and does not belong to any power. It is dedicated to creating a peaceful world without war. Secondly, he used to belong to the Acha clan, but now he has no attachment to this corrupt clan and his purpose in returning is only to see old friends. Of course, Itachi wouldn't believe the reason for his return. Huang said that you have recently been in contact with people from outside the tribe. In addition, there are growing voices of dissatisfaction with you within the clan, so they want to eliminate this threat. Acha Shisui spoke slowly, without any concealment. Because Itachi was his best friend in the clan. Just as he said at the trial, he absolutely trusted Itachi. "Well, I see." Itachi responded slowly. Huang actually noticed that the guy had infiltrated the clan, something he hadn't anticipated. But this makes sense. So, who is that person? Jisue asked the question very seriously. Regardless of Itachi's response, he would believe in his ANBU colleagues, his foreign allies, and so on without hesitation. But? I'm sorry, I can't say yet. Itachi Acha's eyes were filled with apology. He was unwilling to make up a lie to deceive his mentor and friend. Because that person wanted to make a deal with me. The transaction involved Sasuke. Well, it's okay. Shisui's mood dipped slightly, but she still maintained an expression of nonchalance. Ara made no attempt to conceal his reasons for wanting to kill Itachi, even though he knew that such a flimsy reason would lead him to utter ruin. Similarly, he told Itachi about Ara's story without reservation, but the response he received was like this. That masked man was definitely not a colleague from the Dark Division. If Acha Ara's words have already proven one of them, then are the others also true? Jisue was confused. Standing at the entrance to the clan's territory, he hesitated and did not move forward. The lights were still on in his field of vision, and the aroma of rice still lingered in the air. This used to be his favorite route to take after training every day. But in just a few days, it became the road he feared most. He had clearly made all the necessary preparations when he was challenged to a duel. But why do I still feel uneasy when I get here? Perhaps it's because she doesn't want to lose the care and attention her people have given her over the past 5 years. After hesitating for a long time, he still walked forward along the road. Boom! A loud bang came from beside my ear. Someone had slammed the door shut. Although Huang's expression remained unchanged, his heart clenched suddenly with the loud bang. TCH, still alive? What bad luck! A night patrolman passed by, cursing without any attempt to conceal his anger, as if afraid that the person he was referring to wouldn't hear him. Huang ignored him and continued walking forward. The lamplight slowly stretched his shadow, making him look desolate and lonely. He also experienced for the first time the feeling of being rejected by Naruto Uzumaki. The difference was that this was only the first day for him, while Naruto had been going on for years and would continue to do so. Splash, splash, splash. As they approached their dwelling, a piercing sound emanated from the small courtyard. Huang silently approached, only to find Quan with his back to him sweeping up rubble and broken glass. Please stop littering, or I will tell the elders. Achirizumi didn't turn around but continued cleaning while issuing a stern warning. Upon hearing this, Huang felt as if his heart was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, causing him inexplicable pain. Having received no response, Izumi quietly stopped what he was doing and abruptly turned around. Shortage! She called out, her voice trembling. But then Quan suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly moved her body, trying to cover up the mess in the courtyard, but what could her slender body possibly hide? You're blocking my doorway. A long time. Acha Arase responded coldly. He doesn't want to have anything to do with Sister Quan right now, otherwise it will definitely cause her trouble. However, when those words were spoken, his world seemed to be completely darkened, as if all the lights had been turned off. Snapped. A loud slap landed unexpectedly on Huang's face. The sealed-off dark world was thus blasted open, creating a crack. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,355 words. I'm your sister. No matter what happens, she will always be your sister. Acha Izumi clenched her fists and growled, her beautiful eyes already bloodshot. Huang just stared blankly at the girl in front of him, at a loss for what to do. A beam of light seemed to be pouring in from the crack. Are you hungry? Quan asked. Hungry? Sister Quan. Chapter 24. Don't mess with me. Early morning. Huang still woke up at 5:30. Dressing, washing up, organizing ninja tools, and strapping on weights, the series of actions were performed with practiced ease. Although the low-level pills he obtained from daily tasks didn't provide much of a boost to his abilities, as a saying from his previous life goes, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Moreover, I need this kind of training to help my body regain its senses after recovering from injury. Before leaving, Huang subconsciously turned around and glanced at the little nest where he had lived for 5 years. Although it has been cleaned up with the help of Quan Jie, some traces of the mess still remain. However, none of this matters anymore. Improving his strength is the first thing he needs to consider. The morning air was somewhat heavy. As soon as Huang stepped into the commercial street, he attracted the attention of the early rising tribesmen. Ha, you despicable wretch. Some of the people on duty who were eating breakfast looked at them with disdain and spoke with contempt. These days, ARA's reputation has completely plummeted, especially among the younger generation of ninjas. After all, the Acha clan is extremely proud and finds it difficult to tolerate such sneak attacks. Exactly, I don't know what the clan elders were thinking, that they were able to keep them here. Words of agreement followed, carrying the same sentiment. Huang ignored it. Let these comments fall on me. Only. Can you two eat? If not, get out of here. Think about what I was doing when I was 8 years old. I didn't have the talent and I didn't know how to work hard. I was still a chunin when I was a teenager. I didn't even know how shameful I was. The sudden outburst from the breakfast stall owner was like a shrew's roar, leaving the 2 police officers stunned. Huang, so early again? Want to have a bowl of noodles? She then immediately changed her attitude, calling out to the passing boy with enthusiasm, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Upon hearing this, Acha Arana's steps, which were intended to escape silently, faltered. After taking a few hurried steps forward, he finally stopped. No, thanks. After saying that, he walked back towards the edge of the clan's territory, but suddenly felt much better. Mom, do you really not know what he did while sparring with Itachi? They attacked from behind for mere fame and fortune. The whole clan has heard about it, why are you still treating him like this? Only after the criminal had left sight did one of the police officers who had been reprimanded speak again, his tone full of resentment. In my memory, my mother hadn't scolded me like this in a long time, especially for an outsider who was carrying a criminal charge. Do you really think so too? The stall owner, having looked away, slowly asked in return. Although she lacks chakra and cannot become a ninja, as the proprietress of a small shop, she possesses a keen eye that many others lack. Yes. Without any further thought, the man responded through gritted teeth. His circle of friends is furious about this, believing that ARA has disgraced the Acha clan. Upon receiving the answer, the old woman's face immediately darkened, and her words began to sound somewhat disappointed. If you can also persevere in training for 5 years without fail, rain or shine, from morning till night, no matter what you become, you will be my pride. Besides, what has he ever fought for with his status and power over the years? I heard your captain mention that Huang's family only has half a box of soldiers' rations. Would such dedication be tied to mere fame and fortune? In her haste, she suddenly grabbed a tablecloth and began to shoo the 2 away. Get out of here. Stop eating. Go on patrol. Just looking at you makes me angry. Auntie, why are you hitting me too? The ninjas who were affected felt a bit aggrieved. Their early shift meant patrolling until noon, and in this extremely early morning, there were hardly any breakfast stalls open. Most importantly, he had only taken 1 bite. I made this for your mother. If you're not happy, go back and ask her yourself. If you're hungry, eat some soldiers' rations. The old lady stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of dominance. Huang, it's been a few days since I've seen you, and I'm not used to it. Let me help you carry your shopping basket, Grandma. ARA, when will you have time to tutor Haru in ninjutsu? As Huang walked down the street, his eyes began to redden, and his gaze involuntarily lowered. He didn't want others to see him like this. I'm 15 minutes late today. The familiar voice reached my ears once again. Looking up, I saw the 8th Hokage of Ucha standing at the entrance of the clan's territory. His clothes were slightly damp, indicating that he had been there for quite some time. Uncle Yashiro. Huang greeted him respectfully. Looking at the boy in front of him, Ucha Yasaka felt a lump in his throat, and the words of comfort and encouragement he had prepared all night vanished at that moment. The other person seemed sensible and obviously didn't need any guidance. Hey, don't lose it again next time. He handed over the sword in his hand. The clan has forbidden providing any more resources to ARA, however, the ninja tools from before are naturally not included. This chakra blade was retrieved from the lake by the 8th Hokage, which took quite some time. Thank you, Uncle Yashiro. Gripping the familiar hilt of the sword, Wang could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes. On a distant street corner, a figure stood quietly, silently observing everything that had happened along the way, lost in thought. Stop here, you are not welcome here. A stern and righteous rebuke, along with a clear and firm refusal, kept Ucha Ara outside the clan's exclusive training grounds. In his field of vision were 3 young clansmen who looked no older than Ara. The headbands tied around their foreheads also proved that they were at least genin-level ninjas. They never interacted on a regular basis. No. The leader seemed to be named Uchanaki, 5 years older than Ara. He was quite talented, always ranking in the top 3 in his class at the academy. He had once challenged Ara in private, but after being beaten up, he never contacted him again. At that moment, his eyes held both pleasure and mockery. Although the 2 clansmen behind you did not speak, their disdain was easily discernible. Huang didn't speak, but silently glanced at the clansman in front of him before turning and leaving. This slight rejection is nothing at all. HMPH, at least you have some self-awareness, but you think you can replace Itachi? Ridiculous. Naishu's mocking voice came from behind. Huang paused, his body slightly turned to the side, his gaze filled with coldness. That person's name was the thing he hated most, without exception. Upon seeing this, Uchanaki suddenly stopped talking, a sense of panic welling up from the bottom of his heart. He recalled the fear of being easily defeated in the past, and what's more, the other party even dared to lay a hand on the chieftain's son. However, Ara eventually suppressed his restlessness and headed towards Konoha City, where there were other training grounds. However, Naoki's good fortune did not extend to the others. Hey, isn't this the Ucha clan's genius? I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,448 words. How did we end up in this ordinary training ground? Is the one within the clan unusable, or are they simply not allowed to use it? The scandal involving the Ucha clan spread throughout Konoha in just a few days. ARA became a source of amusement for some young ninjas. After all, some 6th graders who graduated at the same time were really unhappy about it for a long time. Hearing the sound, Huang Mai ignored it and continued to silently throw shuriken. Hey, I'm telling you, you're blocking the way and affecting other people's training, do you know that? The ignored ninja moved closer, his words becoming increasingly hostile. He was, after all, a relatively well-known figure among the genin, and he only needed to complete a few more missions to be promoted to Chunin. The wasteland remains untouched. So he was so depressed after being beaten by Itachi Ucha that he can't even speak anymore. Kazama suddenly burst out laughing, and his companions around him also roared with laughter. It was at this moment that the wilderness stirred. No one saw how he got close. The distance of several meters was traversed in an instant. Everyone only felt a blur in their vision before the boy they had been mocking had already arrived and effortlessly grabbed Kazama Hajime by the neck and lifted him up. Despite his struggles and coughing, he did not give up in the slightest. Don't mess with me, understand? The Crimson Sharingan was incredibly menacing. Chapter 25 I just want to cripple you. Although Ara activated his Sharingan, he did not unleash any of his eye techniques. For example, he had no interest in torturing or intimidating someone he could easily subdue with one hand. Mentioning Itachi was the main reason that prompted him to take action. He activated his Sharingan because he sensed that someone was following and watching him. This feeling of unease began after he left his clan's territory and has continued until now. Moreover, the other party is extremely skilled at concealment and is also very familiar with the terrain of this village. During this time, Wang took advantage of street corners and the opportunity to discern directions to subtly explore behind him, but he found nothing. All he could see were other objects blocking his way. At this moment, he wanted to use this chaos to make that person lower their guard and reveal their true colors. Let go of Kazama. Seeing their companions' faces flushed red from difficulty breathing, someone finally snapped out of their terror. Despite being older and having carried out more than a dozen missions with considerable combat experience, Kazama was still instantly suppressed. What terrifying power is this? However, Huang remained unmoved. He knew his limits, and his tense nerves completely blocked out the surrounding noise, all in order to find the hidden spy. Found it! Huang's peripheral vision suddenly stopped when it swept over a thick wooden stake with vines tied to it. It was usually used for trainees to do the most basic close combat training. However, it seems that very few people use it. Young ninjas tend to train in shuriken or ninjutsu. And that subtle gaze came from there. Although there was nothing else in sight, Huang was so certain. After all, his movement skills and stealth techniques are by no means weak. I said, let go. Suddenly, a sharp blade slashed towards Huang's arm. Those who can become ninjas, even if they are only teenagers, have a mind that is beyond that of ordinary people. Huang withdrew his gaze, having already pinpointed the location of the spy, so there was nothing else to worry about. As for that kunai that was so close. Is this stiff grip even useful? Instead of retreating, the boy advanced, dragging his prey, which was slightly taller than him, and crashed into the attacker's arms before the kunai could fall. Cough. The violent impact caused the other party to cough up blood instantly. As the kunai in his hand clattered to the ground, he rolled and fell into a corner. As for Kazama Hajime, who was used as a shield, he had already fainted. After all, in the missions carried out by Genin, there is basically no situation where they will fight against ninjas, but just now, he truly felt Ara's killing intent. For him, this was naturally the best way to escape, however, he wondered if he could escape the puddle of fear on his pants after waking up. That single Magatama would be forever etched in his memory, indelible. Hayata-kun. Brothers, Ucha Ara can't beat Itachi, a fellow clansman, so he comes here to bully people and try to get attention. Let's all attack him together. His clenched teeth and low growl instantly ignited half of the training area. This area is a training ground for genin and students, who are relatively young and mostly hot-blooded. Of course, the most important point is that Ara's despicable reputation has spread, and his popularity among ninjas has surpassed that of the demon fox Naruto Uzumaki. There's no psychological burden or pressure in ganging up on someone who doesn't value kinship. Especially since the opponent was none other than the ever-proud Ucha. They've wanted to give this group a good beating for a long time. Of course, there were also tiny ones who looked at those thoughtless ninjas with disdain. Are these guys really genin? They're just asking for trouble. Looks like I have a reason to convince my dad that I don't need to go to school anymore. A man with a pineapple-shaped haircut sat on a small hill, a thoughtful look in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly turned up. Give up, Shikamaru. Click, click. Aunt Yoshino will hang you up and beat you. Click, click. The chubby boy next to him was stuffing potato chips into his mouth, his small eyes filled with a strange fear of the boy in his line of sight. I heard that Brotherling from the clan had his shoulder dislocated by that guy's punch. How dare you talk like that? Do you still want to eat? If not, give me back my chips. Noro Shikamaru instantly became enraged. At home, he wasn't afraid of his father at all, because his mother held the real power. Huff, huff. In the center of the training field, Ucha was hunched over, panting, his clothes torn, with streaks of blood winding down from his arms. He seemed a little tired. As for the surrounding area, there was no one left standing. More than a dozen genin lay sprawled on the ground, various ninja tools scattered about. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they wished they could faint like Kazama Hajime. What are you doing? The Chunin in charge of this area stood at the edge of his field of vision and roared. He was eating breakfast when he sensed the chakra fluctuations emanating from the training ground. But as the name suggests, this was a place for the genin to train on their own. Those young rascals always like to show off their newly mastered ninjutsu here. It's perfectly normal for there to be some sparring and chakra fluctuations. However, this fluctuation suddenly stopped. He didn't pay much attention at first, after all, no one's chakra is infinite. When the eerie silence subsided completely, it made him utterly panicked. Huang ignored it. He adjusted his breathing, trying to make himself look as disheveled as possible. Because he wanted to catch the spy. That cunning fellow released energy fluctuations several times, as if he was preparing to make a move, but then suddenly withdrew them at the last moment, as if he was testing the waters. Help! Ara! ARA wants to kill us. Upon seeing the green ninja armor that symbolized power, a genin lying on the ground cried out for help with a ferocious expression. Hear the words. ARA's indifferent gaze then fell on the genin who had spoken. There was a trace of blood left at the corner of his mouth, but he didn't look as disheveled as his companions, especially his narrow eyes, which were filled with resentment. He remembered that this was the guy who initially instigated the surrounding ninjas to gang up on him. Moreover, did the other party personally participate in the competition? Huang was very puzzled. No, you said it wrong. A cold whisper came from his mouth. I just want. Seeing the boy slowly approaching, Shiro Uemura suddenly leaped up from the ground, his speed comparable to that of a fleeing hare. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,431 words. This guy was definitely faking it. I'll just cripple you. Huang raised his right hand and pointed in the direction the other party had fled. Suddenly, 2 icicles appeared out of thin air, pinning him to the spot as he fled in panic. Before the blood could even flow, it was already frozen solid. As for Huang, the instigator, his face also turned a little pale, as if he was exhausted. Acha Araka. The Chunin who arrived late had bloodshot eyes and a hateful voice. It turns out that the rumors circulating in the village were true, the culprit who attacked his companion. He shouldn't have let that bastard in. Just then, a figure flashed out from the shadows, arriving faster than anyone else, with a speed comparable to that of Teacher Hayate. Most importantly, he held a wakizashi, the blade of which was already unsheathed. With renewed focus, the guy's ninja tool had already pierced Ara's side ribs. Although not fatal, it was enough to render him unable to fight. What? The Chunin who had rushed over stopped abruptly, unsure of what to do about the scene unfolding before his eyes. That outfit, the Anbu were also present. Then why didn't he stop this one-sided violence? However, the next second he no longer had the mind to think about why the Dark Division was also there. Because Huang's figure shattered quietly, like a dream bubble. Illusion? Sensing something was wrong, the secret agents tried to escape, but were swiftly swept to the ground by a side kick. His strengths lie in stealth and assassination, but his direct combat ability is not particularly strong. Upon landing, the ninja wearing the white mask immediately tried to form hand seals to escape, knowing full well that the mission had failed. But even faster than the hand seals was a horizontal sword. Clang! Shards of stone flew onto his head, and a blade gleaming with a cold light grazed his eye as it plunged diagonally into the ground. The distance was so great that even the mask he wore was scratched, leaving a shallow bloodstain on his cheek. Move again. A low murmur, like that of a demon, reached my ears. What came into view was that utterly indifferent Sharingan. Chapter 26 Instantaneous Stillness. At this moment, Suzuki Toku's mind was completely blank, and fine beads of sweat had even appeared on his forehead. He had no doubt whatsoever about the boy's threat. Not only because the sharp blade was pressed against his eye, but more importantly, because the other party's reputation was simply too great. If they dare to be ruthless even to the chieftain's son, what chance do they have against someone like me who can only hide in the darkness? Who sent you to follow me? The boy's questioning continued to echo in my ears. That cold voice paired with scarlet pupils was just like a demon from hell in Legends. And did this guy already discover me? How can that be? Although his direct combat ability is not strong, his ability to hide and infiltrate is definitely among the best in the organization. The other person is just an 8-year-old child, how could he possibly notice me? However, just as Suzuki Toku hesitated, a sharp blade had already pierced his side. As he groaned in pain, the devilish voice relentlessly forced its way into his ears. I don't recall giving you this much time to think. Huang's gaze grew increasingly cold. The white mask is clearly a characteristic of the dark side, but it cannot be ruled out that it is another organization of Konoha, Root. According to Uncle Yashiro, the moment he was admitted to Konoha Hospital, Danzo Shimura arrived with his personal medical team to participate in his treatment. That ambitious old fox must be guarded against. Not far away. The Chunin guarding the gate, clad in green ninja armor, was completely dumbfounded. He wanted to step forward to stop something, but seeing the situation, he couldn't move his body. What is happening? The secret agents, who were supposed to be interrogating others, were actually pinned to the ground and threatened by an 8-year-old boy. The two sides immediately switched roles. What role can one play by relying on their own abilities? They'll most likely be taken down soon. At this moment, the wisest choice is to notify the strong men in the village to come over. After all, that person was Ucha Ara, who was ruthless in killing. I don't know when it started, but in this Chunin's eyes, ARA's label has been elevated to a new level, even though he was just using kunai to fight fire with fire. Ha, kill me if you dare. Bloodshot veins spread across Suzuki Toku's eyes, his previous shock and panic now suppressed by an even stronger fear. The consequences of betraying that person are absolutely unimaginable. Oh. Then let me take a good look at your face so I can eliminate you completely. Huang showed no surprise at this assertive attitude, and at the same time began to be certain that the mastermind was behind it all. The boy's hand gradually approached, and Suzuki Toku's breathing became more and more rapid. It wasn't that he didn't want to struggle, but the blades positioned across his eyes completely extinguished any thought of resistance. What's more, the opponent is an Ucha. Those scarlet eyes were staring intently at him. How could he struggle? Ucha Ara has violated Konoha's rules by engaging in reckless private combat, which has had a very negative impact. He must immediately drop his ninja tools and surrender, or he will be killed on sight. A cold, sharp shout suddenly rang out. At the same time, two shuriken also came along, their target clearly Ara himself, without any deviation. That reminder just now seems to have been nothing more than a pretext. TCH, you've come at just the right time. Cursing under his breath, Ara decisively abandoned his attempt to remove the other party's mask and quickly withdrew, pulling out the chakra blade that was stuck diagonally into the ground. The ANBU members who were left behind were not so lucky. Of the two shurikens that lost their intended targets, one grazed his back and the other was embedded in his right leg. Even so, Takuya Suzuki didn't dare to let out any screams or complaints. Captain, I'm sorry. He struggled to sit up from the ground and addressed the two who had just arrived, speaking in a humble tone. HMPH, go back and explain it to your parents yourself. The cold words came from beneath the masks, but only they could hear them. As for those hot-blooded young genin, they had already taken advantage of the chaos to escape when ARA was suppressing the ANBU. So horrible. They even dared to beat up the ANBU without any hesitation. You should know that these are the most mysterious group of ninjas in the village. This is a ruthless person. That's what makes the Ucha clan worthy of their insane reputation. Heh, aren't you going to obediently put down your ninja tools? Then the only option is to break all the bones and take them back. Gazing at their prey, who stood guard with a knife in the distance, sinister words emanated from beneath the mask of the leader. In any case, all that Lord really wanted was those eyes. Huang's nerves were taut, his eyes fixed on the masked man with blue patterns, every cell in his body screaming at that moment. Want to avoid war? Because that guy was no ordinary person, he was even more intimidating than Itachi was now. Most importantly, he was able to face his Sharingan without backing down. Just how many resistance training sessions did this involve? Of course, this is also related to the fact that he only has one Tomo and his eye power is not strong enough. At the same time, it also confirmed one thing for Ucha Ara. The opponent wasn't from the Anbu at all, but Danzo's root. In the entire Hidden Leaf village, only that guy subordinates and Hatake Kakashi dared to look directly into the eyes of the Sharingan, and the latter's hair was so distinctive that it could be recognized at a glance. Boom! Earth and stones flew everywhere. The place where Huang once stood has now become a ruin. Interesting. It's not an illusion, not a substitution jutsu, and not a clone jutsu. It's somewhat like a body-flickering jutsu, but also a little different. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,537 words. It seems that you possess more than just ice release and the Sharingan, there are other secrets as well. After shattering the illusion created by a mirror flower water moon, the leading root ninja clenched his fist and slowly analyzed the situation, his eyes, revealed beneath his mask, filled with excitement. His other companion remained in place, without making any move. However, Huang could not ignore the other party's existence. Because with roots, there is absolutely no way to reason with them or follow rules. Some outcomes will only result in repression or being repressed. In a flash, the blue mask reappeared before Huang, and an explosive force roared in front of him. What kind of person is he? Even the Sharingan struggled to catch a glimpse of the other person. As Huang tried to retreat, a strange chakra suddenly appeared behind him. It's that guy who's stuck in the same spot. How can it be? I was clearly on guard against the other person the whole time. At that moment, the root members that had been standing quietly in place suddenly disintegrated, turning into a small, dark mass. A clone of an insect. From the Aburain clan. That old man Shimura really thinks highly of himself. With a gritted teeth, Huang decided not to retreat, because he knew clearly that even if he retreated, he would not be able to get rid of the root of the problem, which was like a malignant tumor clinging to his bones. Ice began to cling to the blade, and snow condensed around it. He wants to face the challenge in his strongest form. However, the smile emanating from that blue mask was even more pronounced. Those icicles and snowstorms are like tickling toys to him, causing no harm whatsoever. The ruthless fist crushed through all obstacles, about to strike Huang. And without a doubt, the other party truly didn't care whether he was bringing back a living person or a corpse. But just then, a short blade appeared out of nowhere and blocked the path of the fist. At the same time, a whisper also descended, "The Ucha clan is not for outsiders to interfere with." Although the voice was not loud, it was undeniably firm. Looking at the figure blocking his way, Huang was momentarily lost in thought, and even felt a sense of uncertainty and denial. In such extreme circumstances, it seems he is the only one in the clan capable of turning the tide. Stop the water instantly. Chapter 27. I'm leaving. Your Secret Service is carrying out official duties and you insist on obstructing them. Do you know the consequences? The man wearing a blue patterned mask threatened in a deep voice. He naturally recognized the young man in front of him. Shisui of the body flicker technique, the #1 expert among the younger generation of the Ucha clan. During his time guarding the border, even powerful figures from the Blood Mist village would immediately retreat upon sensing his presence. Moreover, the man kept his eyes down while speaking, and dared not meet his gaze at all. His previous arrogance had completely vanished at this moment. After all, the person in front of him was not only the strongest ninja of the Ucha clan, but also the greatest genjutsu master of Konoha. Given its resistance to illusions, it might be one thing to bully a child with only one tomo, but it wouldn't dare to be arrogant in the face of a powerful being like Shisui. I don't know what the consequences will be if someone from the root impersonates someone from the Dark Guard. Ucha Shisui's voice was very soft, he was simply stating a fact normally, without any hint of threat. However, Huang could vaguely sense the other party's suppressed anger. Is he angry because of his own problems? The boy looked at the tall figure blocking his way, a look of confusion in his eyes. Aside from being questioned all afternoon yesterday, he shouldn't have had any other interaction with the other party. The root squad leader, wearing a blue mask, remained silent. His gaze subtly shifted forward, wanting to see how his companion was thinking. After all, he didn't want to give up this once-in-a-lifetime hunting opportunity. Ucha Ara was an experimental subject that Danzo specifically requested to obtain. But it's a pity. Even though his companion was a powerful member of the Aburame clan, he was being monitored by 2 clones of Shisui and was unable to move. The named instantaneous movement was well deserved. HMPH, I will report this matter truthfully to the Hokage. After a brief standoff, the Root Division squad leader coldly uttered a harsh threat. It's worth noting that he mentioned reporting to the 3rd Hokage, not his direct superior, Shimura Danzo. Clearly, they do not acknowledge Shisui's earlier claim about root ninjas. But just as he turned to leave, a sudden change occurred. A surge of frenzied chakra coursed through his body, and a ring of blue chakra flames condensed on the fist of his left hand, which then hurtled towards Shisui's location without warning. Moreover, countless tiny clusters of chakra energy instantly appeared behind them, eerie and terrifying. That one from the Aburame clan has also made her move. Ara suddenly gripped his sword tightly, chakra rapidly spreading across it. He knew he couldn't just sit and wait to die, but a sense of powerlessness rose from the bottom of his heart. All the ninjutsu he had practiced were for dealing with Itachi. Other enemies have not been considered yet. When encountering ninjas of similar strength, he can still use surprise attacks and agility to maneuver and suppress them. However, when faced with a brute force that specializes in physical combat, or the Aburame clan known for their calmness and eeriness, their experience is completely insufficient. However, we should at least stop one. The opponent is ultimately an elite from the root, and even the Sharingan can provide some resistance. How many people can Shisui stop? Or rather, to what extent would he go for himself? It remains to be seen. Therefore, one should at least keep some control over the opportunity to escape. He sheathed his sword and formed hand seals in just 2 breaths, his fastest speed in years of training. Ara's thinking was clear, he was completely helpless against a taijutsu ninja who could overwhelm him and resist the Sharingan's attacks. Unless you use an amplification skill like demon transformation. But it's daytime now. Putting aside whether he can control the amplified power in an instant, or whether he can reach the level to fight that guy, the blazing sun hanging high in the sky alone can cripple him by half. Therefore, he could only use fire-based techniques to temporarily force back those creepy insects. However, Ucha Shisui was even faster than him. The swarm of parasitic insects froze in midair, while their master stood warily facing the spot where Huang had stood, his eyes, hidden beneath a black robe, tightly closed. Of course, Huang couldn't possibly believe that the other party was being wary of him. So, aside from himself, there is only one other being he is wary of. The gathering chakra paused for the moment, and the boy's gaze slowly shifted backward, only to see the root squad leader, who was burly and domineering, standing there blankly. A swift punch, a sharp ninja tool, it was just a hair's breadth away from touching Shui. But this very point came to an abrupt end. Do you want to continue? After defeating one person, Ucha Shui slowly turned around, his magnificent, scarlet manjikyu sharing and exuding an irresistible aura. I'm leaving. A hoarse voice came from inside the black cloak. The overwhelming swarm of parasitic insects orderly burrowed back into his wide sleeves. He could easily deal with Shusui's two clones without looking directly at the Sharingan, relying on the insect's eyes. However, he was not confident in facing too powerful Ucha. At this point, he also significantly increased the danger level of the wilderness. I will report this matter truthfully to the third Hokage. For example, acting under the name of the Anbu, 2 Jonin attacking an 8-year-old junior of my clan, and that little guy named Shiro or Mura. The sound of still water remained calm. But his anger was starting to get out of control. All the coincidences were nothing more than a deliberate scheme. After ARA left the clan's territory and the initial scouts guessed his destination, the giant black gear hidden beneath Konoha began to turn. The powerful member of the Aburame tribe did not answer, but instead helped up his companion who had fallen due to the illusion and quickly fled into the distance. The appearance of Ucha Shui was indeed unexpected. However, their threat is just a joke, Lord Danzo will solve everything for them. After Root left, Ucha Shui instantly appeared on the small hillside behind the mountain and stopped the 2 little ones who were just trying to slip away from this dangerous place. I believe that the Nora and Akimichi children are honest and trustworthy good kids, right? I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,402 words. He said slowly. Nora Shikamaru twitched his eye at this. We know nothing and see nothing. He didn't want to get involved in such a troublesome matter. But this was certainly not the answer Shui wanted. He continued to quietly watch the 2 little ones in his field of vision. If the Genin parents and Root members had questioned him together, his own words would definitely not have been enough. As for that Chunin, it would have been quite good if the other party had remained neutral. I know. Those guys provoked Huang first, and then they were ambushed by the Anbu. Nora Shikamaru gave up struggling. He should have known better than to watch the show. Well, thank you. Shisui nodded slightly and turned to look at Choji Akimichi to the side. Chapter 28 Stop trying to deceive the Ucha. Evening. In front of the Ucha clan's territory. Dozens of families blocked the entrance to the ancestral home, and the noisy protests forced some police officers to return to maintain order. Ucha, hand over that brat ARA to me. Otherwise, this matter is not over today. The shrill sound was almost piercing the eardrums of those around them. Standing beside the speaker was a boy of about 14 or 15 years old, his entire right arm wrapped in bandages. His eyes were lowered, as if he dared not look at the ninjas dressed in fan-shaped ninja outfits. Correct. Hand over that inhuman bastard. Are you going to use such extreme measures to completely ruin my precious son? Hysterical echoes followed. The Ucha ninjas and residents standing at the entrance to the clan's territory frowned in response. Does ARA still think his reputation isn't loud enough? He's causing trouble in Konoha again. He's really bringing trouble to the clan. Uchanaki, who had just returned from the training ground, said dismissively. Upon hearing this, none of the surrounding clansmen uttered a word of rebuttal. After all, Huang's reputation is now extremely bad. However, the person in charge of handling this matter was Ucha Inahashi, one of the most radical young people in Konoha, and also quite strong, a Jonin-level ninja. As for the police officers following him, their personalities were naturally quite similar. Are you saying that ARA barged into the Genin training ground for no reason and beat up all the dozen or so Genin who were training hard there? And these ninjas just happen to be the precious sons you've been talking about? Dawa slowly recounted the accusations of Xuanqing's people, his tone tinged with doubt, as if seeking their opinion on whether he had made any mistakes. Yes. Only you could be so vicious and cruel. He must be severely punished. Otherwise, we'll ask the Hokage to settle this matter. The woman standing at the front of the line spoke with sharp words. However, when a certain word was mentioned, he suddenly restrained himself. The group of guys in front of him were not that little fox demon with a bad reputation, but real killers. Ha 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 ha. Upon receiving a positive response, Inahiko suddenly threw her head back and burst into laughter, as did the several ninjas behind her, as if they had heard the biggest joke in the world. You! Are you trying to protect that little bastard? An angry parent pushed forward to question him. His son was an elite who was about to be promoted to Chunin, but now he was timid and fearful when he mentioned that bastard named Ara. Shelter? Hey, are you guys mistaken? Hoang, that's for your precious son's sake, you should thank him. Acha Inahi's voice began to shift from mockery to indifference, and disdain began to emerge in her narrow eyes. Yatsushiro was right about him. That kid's style of doing things is much more enjoyable to watch than Itachi's. Ooh? For the good of our children. I think your whole clan are insane lunatics. We'll see you in front of the Hokage. A woman whose makeup was completely ruined mocked, and then she grabbed her child and was about to leave. She clearly didn't have the strength to argue with this group of lunatics anymore, so she could only ask the Hokage to step in. This statement also expressed the sentiments of many people present. In recent years, the Uchiha clan has really gone too far, especially those guys in the police force. They have absolutely no humanity. Shouldn't you be thanking me? A dozen or so low-ranking ninjas were beaten so badly that they had to run back to their mothers to cry and complain. It's ridiculous. If this were on the battlefield, it would be nothing but trash that drags down its comrades. So, quickly give up your fantasies of becoming a ninja, thank Ara for beating you bunch of trash awake, and go back to being your precious sons. Uchiha Inahisa sneered. Ever since his clan began to be treated differently by the upper echelons of Konoha, he had been suppressing his anger. I thought that Itachi joining the Anbu would be beneficial to the future of the clan, but I never expected that the bastard would not even be able to distinguish his own affiliation. Fortunately, there's still Hoang in the family. This aggressive act of turning the training ground upside down made him extremely happy. That's because you guys have Sharingan. Suddenly, a boy who looked to be 11 or 12 years old retorted. He was originally one of the best in his class, but when he met those special eyes, everything seemed to be seen through, and all his struggles became futile. Like a sudden turn of events. This kid's words instantly resonated with everyone, especially the defeated genin. Yes. They will lose entirely because their opponents possess a bloodline limit. They possess the Sharingan, the strongest eye technique in the ninja world. Otherwise, how could they have lost? How could they possibly have lost? However, upon hearing this, Uchiha Inahashi finally lost her temper. His cold gaze swept straight past the adults blocking his way and landed on him. Have you been living in comfort for too long? Have you forgotten that the borders of Konoha, the area adjacent to Kirigakure, are all guarded by our clan? Every single day, clansmen are wounded and die. It is their blood that buys you the boring time to spout nonsense here. The Sharingan is very powerful, but do you know what the price is for unlocking it? Daohua's tone grew increasingly unfriendly. The reason he was able to awaken the Sharingan was because he witnessed his best friend die in the war. Upon hearing this, some young ninjas immediately began tugging at their parents' clothes, wanting to leave this place. They were in the wrong to begin with. It's a fact that dozens of people surrounded and attacked a little guy, and were even beaten back. The main reason for coming here was being dragged here by his overprotective parents. Now, hearing Uchiha Inaho's questioning, he was already ashamed and didn't want to stay any longer or lose face. However, not everyone thinks this way. Immediately, some people tried to use the ninja's duty and the village's collective honor to overturn and cover up everything. But before he could speak, Uchiha Inaho, who stood out from the crowd, then changed the subject. Besides, do you really think I believe what you're saying? That Ara would provoke a bunch of useless genin? HMPH, they're not qualified. Therefore, stop trying to deceive the Uchiha and test their patience. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 Tomo appeared quietly in his eyes. Behind him, the security guards who followed him also unconsciously activated their Sharingan, and all of them had 2 Tomo. The Sharingan is the source of their power, but also their painful memory. How can one tolerate being spoken to so casually? These genin's parents had never seen anything like this before. Several crimson eyes cast a menacing glow in the setting sun. Their combat power was comparable to that of a Jonin squad led by an elite Jonin. Wait for the Hokage's punishment. In the end, all they could do was utter harsh words and leave in a sorry state. After all, if they stayed any longer, who knew what these lunatics might do? I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,466 words. But, Hokuge-sama. Ah. A mocking smile appeared on Dao's lips. The reason I'm the one handling things here is because the 8th elder dragged the clan chief to the 3rd elder to demand an explanation. After Ara countered the ANBU who ambushed him, he was then surrounded and attacked by 2 Jonin. Those old guys really have a big budget. Are they bullying the Ucha clan because they don't have any Jonin? Thinking of this, the glint in his eyes grew even colder. Chapter 29 Itachi, I Only Trust You. With the departure of Fugaku, Yatsushiro, and Tekka, the previously tense Hokuge office gradually quieted down. But the lingering anger of that clan still made the white-haired old man sitting in the main seat irritable, constantly puffing on his pipe. In no time, the smoke was about to engulf the entire room. The Ucha are becoming increasingly arrogant and reckless. They're ignoring the rules and making a scene here. After a long silence, Koharu, who was turning the bed, was the first to break the silence. The thought of the chaotic scene before filled him with resentment. Although she was the only woman among the 4 people in the room, she possessed skills and abilities that were no less than the other 3. We need to give the Ucha a good talking to again. The police department established by the 2nd Hokuge has given them too much power, and their autonomy should have been abolished long ago. Hiruzen, in the end, you're still too soft-hearted. Mitakado nodded in agreement. Beneath his thin glasses, his gaze remained sharp. Any ninja, or even any clan, that underestimates these 2 old men will suffer irreversible damage. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Tsurutabi did not speak, but continued to smoke his pipe. He is waiting. We need that old guy who acted on his own to give us a reason. However, such waiting is almost futile. Leaning on his cane, Danzo Shimura sat silently to the side, seemingly an outsider. His single, half-closed eye even gave the impression of him about to fall asleep. It should be noted that he is usually the most resistant and vocal opponent of the Ucha clan. If someone could wipe out this race, this old guy would definitely give it his full support immediately. However, today, this radical old man showed no agitation whatsoever. Facing the indignant and furious Ucha 8th Hokuge, he remained calm and composed, without uttering a word. He left his teammate Hiruzen Tsurutabi to bear all of this alone. There is a clear boundary between the dark area and the root area. But how could the Ucha, who were already furious, care about such things? Danzo, aren't you going to say anything about this? Finally, the 3rd Hokuge, unable to contain his frustration, took the lead in questioning the others. As for the reprimands from the 2 advisors, he was already used to them. It's practically impossible to directly take action against the Ucha and completely scatter those guys. Although the garrison missions in recent years have depleted some of the fighting strength of this number 1 clan, this clan seems to be blessed by heaven. Shisui, Itachi, and now Ara, given time, are all expected to enter the ranks of the strongest. Moreover, not to mention the 3 of them, even among ordinary Jonin, there are dozens of people in that clan. Which other race could possess such a foundation? It's fortunate that Fugaku Ucha wasn't Madara Ucha, otherwise, would he have tolerated this slow, insidious process? Under such direct questioning, Shimura Danzo finally snapped out of his detached state, his exposed single eye now filled with calm. I did nothing wrong. These words immediately put Hiruzen Tsurutabi in a bad mood, and his suppressed emotion surged up instantly. He single-handedly bore the wrath of the Ucha clan, while the instigator offered no explanation and tried to get away with it easily. Then there's no need for the root to exist anymore, let the dark side take over. A cold glint flashed in the 3rd Hokuge's eyes, and his continuous smoking of his pipe stopped at that moment. That Ara must be dealt with as soon as possible. He's different from Shisui and Itachi, you can't possibly control him. Seemingly sensing Hiruzen Tsurutabi's chill, Danzo Shimura finally regained some of his former spirit, his one remaining eye meeting the other's gaze without flinching. According to Ryoma Aburame's report, the opponent demonstrated impressive skills in taijutsu, counter-surveillance, and the body flicker technique. His ability to escape an assassination attempt by root members surpasses the strength of a typical genin. Secondly, Gekko Hayate also brought back information that the other party was a rare swordsmanship genius who could master an A-rank swordsmanship technique like the Crescent Moon Dance in just 5 days. In addition, his ice-release Kekkei Genkai makes his ninjutsu skills seem innate. The only thing lacking at present is practical experience and the development of eye techniques. But you failed. Hiruzen Tsurutabi slammed his pipe onto the table. This is the most infuriating part. It's one thing to attack Ucha Ara without warning, but after all, they created the impression that he was fighting privately with other Konoha ninjas, giving them an excuse to arrest him. But the key point is that it failed. They couldn't uncover any benefits or secrets, and instead exposed the clan's long-suppressed anger, which only further worsened the relationship between the village and the Ucha. That's why I said long ago that the Ucha are not to be trusted. If it weren't for Shosue's involvement, that little thing would have been gone long ago. Danzo Shimura responded coldly. It's all because you've been too kind. He added earnestly. The Ucha clan is not something you can suppress just because you want to. With things having come to this point, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no choice but to compromise for the time being and abandon his rebuke. The immediate task was to discuss how to deal with the potential wrath of the Ucha clan. I heard that Ara was the only disciple of the 8th Hokage of the Ucha clan. That seemingly gentle fellow is anything but gentle when it comes to doing things. He already has a fearsome reputation on the battlefield for that. 2. First, Shosui is untrustworthy, but his eyes are a good thing. Danzo Shimura laid his cards on the table, his gaze icy as he watched the 3rd Hokage's reaction. Very well, the latter, though frowning, ultimately said nothing. Indeed, Hiruzen Sarutobi's trust in Shosui Ucha began to decline, especially after the strange movement technique reported by the root ninjas. Wasn't that Shosue's body flicker technique? Moreover, the ninjutsu called Koto Amatsukami is indeed the best way to resolve the Ucha's rebellious intentions once and for all. Secondly, through Itachi's hand. Danzo's voice grew colder, and he only spoke half of what he said, but it was like a sinister venomous snake baring its fangs, sending chills down one's spine. He won't agree. Hiruzen Sarutobi decisively rejected the idea. He knew what the other party meant, but how could he possibly let Itachi deal with an entire clan? No, Itachi will agree, as long as he is given a little temptation. For example, his younger brother. The one-eyed old man stood up, leaning on his cane. Of course, you'll need to guide me in this matter. Itachi, I only trust you. After saying that, Shimura Danzo slowly walked out, leaning on his cane. What started as a confrontation with him ended up being the easiest for him. Hiruzen, Danzo was right about how to deal with the Ucha. They are no longer like Jing. Koharu Utatane and Homura Mitakado also nodded in agreement. Let me think again. Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up his pipe again, silently exhaling clouds of smoke, the obscure light in his eyes constantly shifting. Chapter 30. What's the difference between this and killing us? Ucha Shosui stood at the street corner with a complicated expression. As he watched the indignant city residents leave and the cheering guards, a pang of regret rose in his heart. Things seemed to have gotten a bit out of hand. The relationship between the village and the Ucha clan was already becoming increasingly strained, and now there is another point of contention. This point of contention is the handling of the wasteland. Thinking of this, Shosue's gaze shifted slightly backward. The boy at the center of the vortex stood quietly behind her, his gaze wandering, seemingly lost in thought, as if all the chaos around him had nothing to do with him. But if you really regret it, are you going to just watch 2 Jonin-level root ninjas take Ara away? He can't. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,543 words. It's really impossible. Ultimately, it was the village, no, it was Shimura Danzo who went too far in this matter. Ara is just an 8-year-old junior, yet he actually dispatched a battle-hardened elite team to plan a hunt. Is he really treating the Ucha as an outsider? For a moment, Ucha Shosue's state of mind was shaken even more violently. If before he was loyal to Konoha and only maintained the bottom line of protecting his clan, now, the scales are balanced. Last night, while reporting on Ara's situation to the Fugaku clan chief, he asked a question. Clan chief, I heard that when Sasuke was born, the 4th Hokage's wife was also about to give birth. Upon hearing such a question, Fugaku Ucha, who always had a stern face, became even more serious. This is a very simple question, and it's not even a secret to many people. However, the clan chief remained silent for a long time, his sharp eyes seemingly seeing directly into the essence of the problem. Yes. After a long silence, he finally uttered a single word. That. Having received the answer, Ucha Shosui wanted to continue asking questions. Did the 4th Hokage's wife successfully give birth before the 9-tailed fox descended? And was the tiny creature known as the 9-tailed fox truly its offspring? After all, the other party was the same age as Sasuke, but there was no record of his background in the normal files, only a simple line stating that he was an orphan after the 9-tails attack. The truth seemed to have been buried by an invisible hand. Yes. Just as you guessed. So, what are you going to do? Before Shosui could even ask the question, Fugaku Ucha had already given the answer. Although he didn't lay everything out on the table, both the questioner and the question knew they were talking about the same thing. I do not know. Shisui opened his mouth but ultimately failed to utter any conclusion. The son of Lord Minato was treated as a fox spirit and suffered ridicule and ostracism from everyone. If the fourth Hokage knew this from beyond the grave, would he be so angry that he would turn the village upside down? Even someone as gentle as still water couldn't help but tremble with anger and coldness after learning such inside information. That was a hero of Konoha, a hero who saved half of Konoha from the nine-tailed fox's claws. This is also the most direct reason why it is tracking the desert today. He wanted to truly understand the other person. Why is it that an 8-year-old boy can see things so clearly that are difficult for others to understand? However, Huang was unexpectedly targeted by the roots as soon as he stepped out of the clan's territory. It must have been the opponent's impressive record of directly confronting Itachi, along with his dual bloodline limits, that made even the usually cautious Danzo uneasy, and he probably didn't want him to continue growing stronger. After all, Ara's attitude was too clear, he was firmly and undoubtedly on the side of the Ucha. Come with me. After taking a deep look at the silent little guy, Ucha Shisui left the street corner first. Huang did not answer, but simply followed silently. At this moment, his mood was very complicated. His restless thoughts were like 10,000 alpacas galloping across a green grassland, completely chaotic. Huang is hostile to Shisui. The fact that the other party wanted to use Koto Amatsukami's to control the entire family is absolutely unforgivable. Even if his intentions were good, and he wanted to avoid war. But how terrifying and powerless it is for a clan to have their minds controlled like puppets. Furthermore, the fact that the dark green Susanoo blocked Ara's attack that was meant to kill Itachi on that day further chilled Ara's feelings towards Shisui to the bone. Although I compromised when facing him yesterday, it was only a concession forced by circumstances and a necessary step to take advantage of him. However, Ucha Shisui's intervention today left him somewhat at a loss. Huang is a simple person who clearly distinguishes between love and hate. He would respectfully address anyone who treated him well, even if they were a ninja from another tribe or a member of the third Hokage Zanbu. But when the person who is kind to him is someone he hates, the clash between the two wills leaves no clear conclusion for a time. At the same time, Ara was also well aware of what would happen to him once he was taken away by the root. Being able to barely survive is already considered lucky. That old guy Danzo Shimura has a million ways to shirk responsibility and shift blame. If Uncle Yashiro were to insist on starting a war for his own sake, then the entire clan would be doomed in the face of Shisui and Itachi's betrayal. So, how should I treat him? Huang's feelings are really chaotic. Ucha Shisui walked for a long time. We walked through bustling commercial streets and passed through tranquil residential areas. He rarely spoke along the way, only greeting a few familiar children warmly when they came across him. He seems to really like children. Huang didn't speak up, nor did he try to guess where Shisui wanted to take him, he simply followed closely behind. If the other party really wants to harm you, it would be an extremely simple matter. Finally, as he heard the sound of rushing water, Ucha Shisui stopped. Nunga Waterfall. Here again. He seems to love this place the most. The relationship between the village and the clan is getting worse and worse. If the two go to war, whose side will you stand on? Ucha Shisui asked softly. This is its first statement after traversing its long ancestral lands. Huang was a little stunned, he hadn't expected the other party to ask such a direct question. But don't you find it a bit boring to ask yourself this question? Just as Ara was about to respond, Shisui, who had his back to him, continued, tell me the answer to this question tomorrow after you've thought about it carefully tonight. However, you must understand that starting a war is not as simple as you children talking about it on paper. Once a war breaks out, it will bring irreversible and catastrophic consequences. With the village falling apart and foreign enemies taking advantage of the situation to invade, there will be many orphans like Naruto and you. Shisui didn't say much because he knew that Ara was different from the other children, with more mature and independent thoughts, and wouldn't be as extreme as Inahashi. Silence reigned. Yi Yang did not respond immediately. My eyes are different from yours, they can control the will of everyone in the clan, making them abandon the idea of being enemies with Konoha and live together peacefully. What do you think? Ucha Shisui spoke again. It was a test, and also a showdown. He wanted someone to guide him, but the higher-ups in the clan were not suitable. He originally thought Itachi shared the same will as him, but recently the other party had other ulterior motives. At this moment, Shisui felt an unprecedented loneliness. Would the proud Ucha tolerate living in an illusion forever? What's the difference between this and killing us? This time, Huang did not stop at all. His words were cold and harsh. It was as if they were standing on the opposing side. Chapter 31 Becoming the Sword of the Archer. The next day, Huang woke up according to his biological clock. Dressing, washing up, taking rations, strapping on weights, everything remained as mechanical as ever. Yesterday, his conversation with Shisui stalled on Akoto Amatsukami. When the other party mentioned forcibly changing the will of the tribe, he really lost control of his emotions. The Archer clan is proud. Even the Senju clan of the forest, who were on par with them, did not have as strong feelings about this as the Archer. Therefore, it is simply intolerable to make one's clansmen lose their own will and become puppets of Konoha. It's even more painful than killing them. Having received the answer, Archer Shisui didn't say anything more, only telling him to come back to him today, as he wanted the answer to the previous question. Regarding the question of how to choose sides. From the very beginning, Ara made no other choice. The Archer clan was his only refuge, the only place that gave him warmth. Whether it was Uncle Yashiro and Sister Izumi, with whom he already had a close relationship, or the noodle stall owner he greeted daily, or the elderly woman he asked to help, even when public opinion was at its most turbulent, they still cared for him in different ways. In contrast, consider the Leaf Village. What those higher-ups wanted was very simple. It's about building a Konoha village without the Archer clan. Even though this family helped them suppress one powerful neighboring enemy after another, at the cost of countless lives, the four old men still refused to accept the family. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,291 words. He is Ara of the Archer clan. I will naturally fight for the Archer. However, Shisui's concerns were not without merit. Once the two sides go to war, the price they pay will inevitably be devastating. Ordinary residents of the city, as well as the elderly, women, and children of the tribe who are powerless to fight, will all become victims of this war. But the right to wage war clearly lies with Konoha. If they could face up to the Archer and treat them fairly, would such a rift still exist? Shortage. Archer Ara, who was walking down the street, was suddenly called to a stop. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, but mostly unfamiliar. It must be someone from a tribe I hadn't had much contact with before. He raised his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, he had already walked to the old lady's noodle stall, and the ones calling out to him were the two ninjas who had mocked him yesterday. However, the difference is that they were not wearing police uniforms today, obviously because it was not their turn to be on duty. But if it's not because of duty shifts, why are they here so early? Waiting for myself? Archer Ara looked puzzled and didn't know how to answer, so he could only look up at the two people in front of him. The two people being stared at suddenly became somewhat embarrassed, completely lacking the pride of the Archer clan. However, after exchanging a glance, they bowed in unison. I'm sorry, we were wrong yesterday, please forgive us. The hesitant voice became firm and loud as the words progressed. At the age of 8, he swept through a training ground of genin, which is quite impressive, but not anything special. What truly shocked the two of them was that the young man in front of them had actually suppressed an ANBU member and even stabbed him. What kind of surreal behavior is this? That's the Anbu, the private army directly under the 3rd Hokage. What are the clan chief's usual requirements for them? Ignore. Ignore it. Even when under surveillance, you must suppress your resentment. But Huang, instead, directly broke this long-standing rule that they had been dissatisfied with for a long time. Not only these two good brothers, but many police officers were overjoyed when they heard the news. Yesterday, Captain Inahiko's unrestrained laughter almost blew the roof off the police department. Furthermore, in contrast to Itachi Uchi's affinity for the Anbu and his repeated absences from gatherings, their mentality began to undergo a dramatic change. Of course, these changes are currently only being implemented within the police forces that have the most contact with the covert operations. Ah. Huang hummed softly, somewhat at a loss. But then he suddenly remembered Sister Kwan's warning. Oh, okay, etc. Not even a single word in a reply is acceptable. It's all considered perfunctory and disrespectful. It's fine. Huang added. Cool. Just as Lord Yashiro said, they are actually very easy to get along with. Upon receiving the response, one of the tribesmen immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as if a weight had finally been lifted from his heart. Then, he immediately became solemn and said, word by word, regardless of the reason for that sparring match, I, Archer Minkwa, am willing to believe in you. Me, Archer Injima, the same. Not far away, the stall owner looked at the scene and nodded slightly, as if she thought the boy was teachable. Upon hearing this, Huang was somewhat stunned, and then quietly shifted his gaze away. His emotions were in turmoil at that moment. I really don't know how to sort this out. Aside from Uncle Yardai and Sister Izumi, this is the first person to say that they should understand and believe in their own clan. Thank you. Lacking words, this was all he could say in response. Oh, right. As if suddenly remembering something, Minqua lowered his head and began to untie the ninja tool pouch at his waist. It was clear that the pouch, which should have been exquisite and convenient, was now somewhat overburdened and bulging with contents. Give. Remember, if there's a next time, help us stab them a few more times. I've been annoyed by those persistent ANBU members for a long time. If it weren't for the clan, I'd really like to fight them. Don't they know that the piece on the border was bought with the blood of the Ucha clan? Without a word, Ucha Mika shoved the ninja pouch into Ara's hand, the clanging of metal mirroring his restless mood. And mine. Enjima also decisively removed his ninja bag. They still remembered the restrictions imposed on the wilderness by their clan. Therefore, this is the only way to show support and express our passion. He opened his mouth, as if to say something. But aside from thanking him, he seemed genuinely at a loss for words. Okay, it's good that you can forgive our words yesterday. Keep it up. Hellfire waved his hand, looking relaxed as if he had resolved a major life event. Thank you. Walking through the desolate forest, his steps were light, and the coldness that had been etched on his handsome face for several days was replaced by a faint smile. He had found the answer to the question he had been pondering all night. From the family's perspective, all they want is to be treated fairly and to receive the respect and honor they deserve. Is that too much to ask? Not at all. The Ucha clan deserves respect. However, from the village's perspective, the source of the Nine-Tails rampage points directly to the Ucha clan. No one can refute this, the Sharingan possesses such power, and besides, the mastermind behind this natural disaster is none other than the Ucha. Moreover, both the clan leader Fugaku and Shisui were able to replicate such a natural disaster once again. It's understandable that the village is wary. However, such extreme suppression is truly unfair and is the most direct reason why the Ucha clan felt dissatisfied and developed rebellious intentions. After all, this is a group of people with rich emotions. How to resolve this? It can be said that unless the Konoha leadership gives up the suppression, there is no way to resolve this issue. Even with his own status and strength, he could not sway the will of the two forces. Therefore, all I can do is this, become the sword of the Ucha clan. Protect all your comrades within the clan's territory, eliminate anyone who dares to invade the clan's territory, and exterminate any potential traitors. It's not just about killing. It is also a sharp sword for protection. Chapter 32 I have nothing more to teach you. Coming. As he gazed at the boy in his field of vision, Ucha Shisui's voice remained calm, but his emotions were inexplicably fluctuating. Just like facing the weasel of yesteryear. They once shared the same will, the will to stop the war. However, due to various reasons recently, this will has become impure and no longer pure. Even though Shisui still considers Itachi his best friend, there are some things he can no longer tell him openly. The Ucha's submission could bring peace to the village. What will happen to the clansmen? The fourth Hokage's descendant, Naruto Uzumaki, serves as a cautionary tale. The appearance of Huang's resistance, and Huang's fearlessness gave him another glimpse of hope. If war breaks out between the village and the clan, I will still stand on the side of the clan. I am Ara of the Ucha clan. This stance will not change. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,733 words. Ucha Ara didn't offer any polite greetings, but went straight to the point, his gaze meeting Ara's with a solemn and firm expression. He genuinely hadn't expected to resolve this conflict without bloodshed. After all, if even Shisui couldn't do it, how could I possibly accomplish it? It should be noted that the former's reputation is extremely high, whether in the clan territory, the village, or even the entire ninja world. Upon hearing this, Ucha Shisui's gaze dimmed somewhat. This answer was not much different from that of the radicals within the clan, and it was not the answer he wanted, even though he himself did not know what kind of answer he wanted. But at that moment, Huang spoke up again to add. However, I swear in the name of these eyes. I will never use my power to deal with ordinary residents of the village, but only to kill all invaders who step into the clan's territory and protect my clan members. Of course, traitors must die. Ucha Ara's voice was cold. The pupils also showed distinct single tomo. The Sharingan is a symbol of losing a loved one and represents the most genuine emotions in the ninja world. Shisui's eyes brightened slightly. He could naturally tell that the word traitor that was emphasized referred to himself and Itachi. But he didn't care. Protecting one's fellow tribesmen and eliminating those who deserve to die, this seems to be the best answer. Thinking of this, he skipped the original topic and said to himself, illusion is a kind of attack that uses the enemy's 5 senses as the target. My clan's Sharingan uses vision as the entry point, which is one of the most difficult illusions to defend against. However, there are other ways to use the Sharingan to cast Genjutsu.
Do you remember Itachi's kunai?
It's a type of Genjutsu that sets up specific conditions for triggering the Genjutsu from the moment the eyes meet. Of course, once your eye power reaches a certain level, you won't even need these external aids. A gesture or a word of magic can trap the target in an illusion. Come on, let me experience your Sharingan, ARA. Gazing at the still weak single Tomo, Shisui spoke slowly. For that unwavering will to protect. He is willing to pass on his abilities because he clearly recognizes that his own personality and abilities are no longer sufficient to change the current situation. Although he abandoned his plan to use Kotoa Matsukami to control the entire clan, he still couldn't bring himself to become an enemy of the village. Ultimately, the blood flowing through his veins belongs to the Ucha. Passing on one's abilities is also a form of escapism. Upon hearing this, Huang didn't say anything more and instantly cast the magical shackles technique. Although he didn't know what the young man in front of him was thinking, the opportunity for Shisui, the #1 Genjutsu master in the ninja world, to be his sparring partner was truly rare. Start over. Too much eye power was injected, what a waste. Let's start over. With such a meager level of eye power, are you treating your opponent like a pig on a chopping board? Start over. The sun gradually sets in the west. The afterglow falling on the cascading waterfall has an inexplicable beauty. However, Ucha Shisui, who loved the scenery of this place, did not go to appreciate such a beautiful view again. His expression was somewhat stiff, no, even blank. What kind of person is the boy in my field of vision? ARA doesn't have any particularly strong talent, and he doesn't even know some basic ninjutsu knowledge or combat techniques. His eye power is also stuck at the single Tomo. While it's not bad, being able to suppress a recent graduate with brute force and the Sharingan, that's about it. They lack experience, and even more so, they lack insight and analytical skills. Once on a real battlefield, it's impossible to unleash one's full potential. Especially when facing experienced ninjas like those from Root, individual combat strength is often not the deciding factor for victory. Even Itachi was once suppressed during sparring, mostly because he underestimated his opponent and treated the sparring as a routine competition within the clan. If he had activated his Sharingan in the initial stages, the battle might have ended much faster. However, what truly sets ARA apart is his almost obsessive training methods, which indirectly makes his fundamentals very solid, allowing him to quickly master physical techniques and swordsmanship and apply them in actual combat. He had previously heard from the elders of his clan that Huang was extremely diligent, and that every day, regardless of wind, rain, frost, or snow, he would adhere to a training schedule that was almost precise to the minute. At the time, Shisui didn't think much of it when he heard it, it was the self-discipline a qualified ninja should have. But when he actually saw Huang's training, only one person came to mind. Konoha Jonin might guy. However, Huang Yuan wasn't as flamboyant as that guy. Once his pupil power was depleted, he went to the side to practice swinging his sword. It's just simple, monotonous sword swinging, without wasting time and energy with any fancy moves. At noon, they only had a simple meal of soldiers' rations. It should be noted that although soldier pills are highly nutritious and even have the effect of restoring chakra, their taste is truly comparable to chaff. If it weren't for wartime or a top-secret mission, no ninja would be willing to use this little dumpling to replace their regular food. But ARA swallowed it so easily, without any pretense, and then resumed his monotonous sword practice without any pause. Moreover, it would be fine if it were only for one day. The next few dozen days were the same, just like a mechanical replication. This made Ucha Shisui feel the same numbness he had experienced a few days ago as Gecko Hayate. Whether it's the time-traveling eye technique, the instantaneous movement technique, or the conventional tracking and concealment techniques, as long as it's knowledge that I'm willing to impart, this kid is like a sponge that never gets satisfied, greedily absorbing every bit and every drop of knowledge. Of course, this also allowed Shisui some relief from the stress of dealing with the village and his family. The allocation of chakra needs to be more refined, so that every figure is the real body. That is the essence of the body flicker technique. However, your eye power is not enough to achieve such precise control. Take it slow. Looking at the dozens of shadow clones around him, Shisui's voice held a strange sense of relaxation. Just like when he taught Itachi how to use shuriken. Yes. Ara dispelled all his shadow clones, walked up to the young man, and asked somewhat impatiently, "What are we going to learn next, Shisue ni?" Faced with the boy's question, the Ucha genius's expression stiffened slightly before he replied with a hint of bitterness, "I have nothing left to teach you. This is not about hiding one's shortcomings. Because both Susanoo and Kotoa Matsukami are advanced ninjutsu that only the Manjikyu Sharingan can perform, and the little guy in front of him simply cannot learn them. You should know that he even taught Ara his signature ninjutsu, the body flicker technique. Of course, the most valuable thing is the practical experience he gained while stationed on the border, through fighting, and the baptism of iron and fire. Chapter 33 I will always protect my younger brother. Added on September 7th. First of all, thank you for reading this far. Secondly, many people say that the relationship between the protagonist and Shisue is abrupt. Let me explain. 1. The lack of sufficient setup was my fault, because as a newcomer to publishing a book for the first time, I was afraid of water. The following explanation. 2. Initial attitude. First of all, the protagonist does not dislike Shisue because he loves peace. Although he is somewhat biased towards Konoha, he ultimately did not take action against his own clan. Secondly, the aversion arose because the other party thwarted their plans, but as I said, the other party didn't have a god's eye view either, they were just protecting their close friend, which is understandable. 3. Change in mindset. First of all, he did not speak coldly to the protagonist because the protagonist wanted to kill his best friend, but instead seriously inquired about the reasons and listened to the protagonist's explanation. Secondly, the protagonist also wanted to win him over, so he brought up Obito's existence and Naruto's situation to change the other party's views and make him less biased towards Konoha. 4. Relationship lines. First, Shisue confirmed some events, including those involving outsiders and the son of the fourth Hokage. This information made his already hesitant will even more chaotic, so he began to pay attention to the protagonist and wanted to find another breakthrough. Because the protagonist is different, he sees things that many others cannot. Secondly, he saved the protagonist from the hands of the Root, which also changed the protagonist's mindset. Further, Shisue asked 2 questions, the first being how he would choose between war between his clan and the village, and the second being the difference in his own eyes. It was precisely because of these 2 answers that Shisue sensed the protagonist's will, so he began to teach her everything he knew, and the next 2 weeks were a time when their relationship continued to grow. 5. Character design. The protagonist is always passively accepting things and never takes the initiative to maintain relationships. But when others are kind to him, he will repay them tenfold. The ability to teleport, the secret of his eyes, and the gratitude he owed to the Root all led him to begin to acknowledge Shisue. Who wouldn't want a brother as strong yet gentle as Shisue? Shisue, he once said that he envied Sasuke and Itachi and wanted a younger brother like them. Anyone who has watched all 720 episodes should remember this. The protagonist's talent, judging from the current situation, is far superior to Sasuke's. Finally, and most importantly, they were all orphans. Sorry to interrupt your viewing experience. Thank you. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,304 words. I have nothing left to teach you. When those words reached his ears, Huang felt not the joy of completing his mission, but a strange sense of loss, a loss he hadn't experienced in a long time. It's like the sense of loss you felt in your past life, watching all the other children in the orphanage being adopted one by one, yet no one ever wanted to take you away. Although this kind of teaching only lasted for half a month. But Shizuku's incredibly detailed explanations, his unreserved teaching, and his punctual, yawning appearances every day greatly changed Huang's impression of him. He no longer harbored as much resentment towards the incident where he was prevented from killing Itachi. The other party just wanted to protect their best friend. Correct. He opened his mouth as if to say something. But really, besides thank you, he really didn't know what else to say. In recent years, he has been completely immersed in cultivation and is not good at socializing with others at all. Okay. Ucha Shisue noticed Ara's predicament and waved his hand to interrupt him. Those sentimental words are very difficult for the Ucha clan to hear or say, whether it's for them or not. I've already spoken to the elders. Starting tomorrow, you should return to the clan's training grounds. Those little guys, Naishu, have already been severely reprimanded by Elder Yardai. He added. The training grounds within the clan's territory, with their preset targets, stakes, and varied terrain, undoubtedly provided some assistance for training. No. However, Wang shook his head decisively after hearing this, indicating his refusal. Originally, even without Shisui teaching him ninjutsu and some practical combat and tracking techniques, he would have continued to hone his abilities on the training ground. The threat posed by the roots last time is still fresh in my mind. Now, with the knowledge of water-stopping irrigation, coupled with his daily training that has never stopped for the past 5 years, the combination of the two is equivalent to the effect of training alone for 2 or 3 months. Therefore, what he needs now is real combat experience, real training. You're thinking. Acha Shisui frowned slightly, as if he had guessed what the other party was thinking. Okay, go accept the mission. Huang nodded heavily. However, this is a time of peace. Unless a Jonin-level ninja can act alone, newly recruited ninjas need to be organized into small teams to carry out missions. Shisui also agreed with Ara's idea. All training is just theoretical, only real combat can lead to rapid growth. In times of war, even 6 or 7-year-old genin were used as tunin by various villages. The current environment is much better, and the safety of genin on missions is significantly higher. Furthermore, with the internal pressure from within the clan, it's unlikely Danzo will attempt another small-scale operation anytime soon. Otherwise, even at the cost of the family's honor, clan head Fugaku would have to make a firm decision. However, if Huang wants to go on a mission, he will be in a difficult situation when it comes to finding a team. Currently, this kid's reputation within the family is polarized. The police force, who have long been unhappy with the Dark Division, recognize Ara, and they would have no problem assigning one of them to be his mentor. However, finding peers can be difficult. Those little guys, led by Naishu, still harbor hostility towards the former. If the goal is to find a contemporary from another tribe as a partner. Not long ago, this kid just took down a genin in the training ground. It's a good thing those kids don't hold a grudge against Huang, let alone want to go on missions together. Are you kidding me? Jishui suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Don't worry about me, brother Jishui. I will handle everything myself. Seeing Shisui's troubled expression, Ara spoke earnestly. But? Acha Shisui frowned, wanting to say something more, but after all, the village rules were there, and it was impossible for a little kid to change them. If I can't even handle such a small matter on my own, how can I talk about protecting the family? Huang added softly. Moreover, Yuji had other plans in mind. If the village doesn't give you a mission, then you have to go to other places to take one, like the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire, the underground bounty office, or the small villages in the surrounding area. Most importantly, the Acha clan's reputation still stands, and for many outsiders, awakening the Sharingan is a symbol of strength. Yes, I'm relieved to see you have such awareness. I was the one who was overthinking things. Shisui scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, a relaxed smile on his face, just like a friendly older brother next door. I really wish I had a younger brother like you, someone I could be proud of wherever I go. Looking at the sensible boy in front of him, he was moved to speak. However. Next second. Yeah, me too. Elder brother. The title preceding was abolished. It's not a false pandering, but a genuine call to action. These days, he's been trying to figure something out. How should I address this young man who taught me eye techniques and analyzed various practical combat skills? Teacher? Senior? Is that guy who's open with everyone? None of these seem to be able to express the emotions in Huang Xin's heart. However, when Acha Shisui said, I really wish I had a younger brother like you, Ara found the answer. Elder brother. Isn't this exactly how my older brother feels? I heard that Shisui's parents also died in the war, and he has been living alone for a very long time. When he heard the call, Shisui was stunned. He subconsciously rubbed his ears, as if he thought he had misheard something. He clearly remembered the scene when Chen Huang was forced to come. Although he tried his best to cover it up, how could he not see the biting indifference and hostility with his experience? But now. Elder brother. Huang called out at just the right moment. This sound became increasingly resolute. Jishui's eyes reddened, seemingly because of the strong winds and sandstorms at the edge of the cliff. He used to greatly envy the relationship between Itachi and Sasuke. But I never imagined that what I once envied would become a reality today. Moreover, Ara is much stronger than Sasuke. He wiped his eyes and responded softly. It feels so good to have a younger brother Tilda. All right, it's getting late. Let's hurry back. Since you've made a decision, you should prepare well. There's not much more I can do to help you. After calming down, Acha Shisui said with a smile. All the worries that had been suppressed in my heart seemed to have vanished with that address. However, Ara did not appear as optimistic as the former. Instead, he solemnly said, "Brother, be careful of the higher-ups in Konoha, especially those behind the scenes from Root." He never forgot what happened to the other party.
"I've always been very careful, don't worry."
Uchishasui responded easily, his face beaming with smiles, clearly pleased with being ranked at the top. However, Huang had no intention of joking with him. He frowned in dissatisfaction and glared angrily at the former. This damn brother didn't realize the seriousness of the situation at all. Hey, I surrender, I promise. We will absolutely pay attention to Danzo's actions. Because I still want to protect my younger brother forever. Shisui raised his hands in surrender, his smile deepening. Chapter 34 Stage Mission, First Trial. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,599 words. Stage quest, Illusion Basics, completed. Random illusion skill draw in progress. Acquired, illusion, dark travel technique. Darkness travel technique creates an absolutely dark environment, depriving the caster of all light, blocking the enemy's vision, and in this environment only the caster and their teammates can see the surrounding scene. P.S. Like a dark silk veil covering the windows of the soul, savor the taste of despair. The first Hokuge technique. It looks interesting, but I wonder if this kind of control genjutsu will still be effective against Byakugan and Sharingan. Secondly, the following has been added. Phase Quest, First Trial. Mission description. After being promoted to Genin, you need to accept missions to improve your combat experience and accumulate merits to advance to higher levels. Requirements. Complete a task that is rated C or higher. C-level mission completion reward, low-level contract charm, skill point +1. Rewards for completing a rank B mission, intermediate summoning talisman, +2 skill points. A-level mission completion reward, intermediate contract charm, skill points +3. S-rank mission completion reward, advanced summoning talisman, skill points +5. Task status, incomplete. P.S. C-level mission standard. During escort, subjugation, pursuit, reconnaissance and other missions, you may encounter non-ninja bandits and robbers. Rank B mission criteria. During escort, subjugation, pursuit, reconnaissance and other missions, you may encounter ninjas below the Jonin level who may obstruct your progress. A-level mission criteria. During escort, subjugation, pursuit, reconnaissance and other missions, you will encounter obstacles from Jonin-level ninjas or even other ninja groups. S-rank mission standards, executing missions related to national wars, ninja wars, and tailed beast capture. After quickly glancing at the updated task panel, Huang sat up in bed. However, today he didn't mechanically groom himself as usual, but silently recalled yesterday. He has an older brother. My older brother is Uchishasui, the strongest genjutsu user in the clan. This dreamlike reversal left him somewhat dazed, even wondering if he had been unknowingly subjected to a Koto Amatsukami spell, which was why he had so easily uttered those two words. But was it really necessary to use Koto Amatsukami on a kid who had just been promoted to Genin? It's still such a nonsensical illusionary suggestion. Laugh. But it's so good to have an older brother. It felt like when he first arrived in the ninja world, feeling helpless, and Ito told him, everything will be all right. It was so nice to have someone care and someone who cared. He patted his cheeks and got up to wash. The hall where Konoha issues missions opens at 7 o'clock, but clients usually don't arrive until 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. He still has 3 hours to spare, which is more than enough to complete his daily tasks of running with weights and operating ninja tools. The vision-enhancing pills are orange. After swallowing them, one's vision will undergo a slight change. If it weren't for his Sharingan, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. However, over the years, even such a subtle change has led to a more noticeable improvement. For example, if he concentrates, he can distinguish the patterns on a butterfly's wings from 4 or 5 meters away. As for the basic speed pills, Huang no longer takes them indiscriminately. Their effect is now negligible. Huang mainly hoards them to use as supplementary pills to adjust his physical condition after training. Look, Manager Tang, we're already so familiar with each other. Every time we hire ninjas, we always choose your village first. How about giving us a discount for this mission? We do have a lot of goods this time, and we're having some cash flow problems. Besides, we just passed through the land of rice fields last time. There aren't even any ninja villages there. It's really not that chaotic. As Huang entered the mission release hall, he heard flattering voices. Looking in the direction of the voices, he saw a chubby merchant rubbing his plump hands and trying to get closer to the man in front of him. Why was Huang able to tell at a glance that the other party was a merchant? Because his khaki coat had a large, business, character embroidered on it. Of course, it's also possible that this is someone's clan crest or totem. Instead of investigating the negotiations between the two parties, Huang went straight to the counter where tasks were posted and scanned the task scrolls placed on the table. Rank D mission, help Lady Shijimi, wife of the daimyo's heir, capture the runaway Ahu. Reward, 1,000 taels of silver. Image of a rebellious cat. Rank D mission, help Grandpa Wang at the east end of the village clear the weeds in his yard. Reward, 200 taels of silver. Rank D mission, help Grandma Li at the west end of the village mend her clothes. Reward, 200 taels of silver. Huang frowned, skipping over these inexplicable tasks. His goal this time was simple, a sea-level task would suffice. He wasn't sure if anyone would even offer him a higher-level task. Rank C mission, escort the Fujiwara Merchant Guild to the capital of the Land of Wind, reward, 50,000 taels of silver. Rank C mission, escort the daimyo's gifts to the capital of the Land of Earth. Reward, 100,000 taels of silver. Rank C mission, serve as the city lord's bodyguard in Daming Prefecture for 1 month, with a reward of 50,000 taels of silver. Tasks of level B and above were not placed on the public desk, presumably for confidentiality. Manager Tang, I just saw that the Fujiwara Merchant Guild's commission fee is only 50,000 taels. Please help us out this time. The chubby businessman not far away was still haggling. Huang took on the escort mission and walked towards the registration staff. No, the Land of Wind is our ally, and the danger level is very low, which is why we set this price. Look, the mission to the Land of Earth costs 100,000 taels. The journey to Kumogakure is even longer, and it passes through the land of rice fields, where wandering ninjas are common. Giving you the same price of 100,000 ryo is already quite reasonable. The man, addressed as Steward Tang, crossed his arms, tapped his fingers lightly on the crook of his arm, and shook his head in refusal. How so? We had the same price last time when the Hokage was here. The chubby businessman's expression fell, he was indeed a bit strapped for cash. What? You mean I deliberately raised the price? Suddenly, Manager Tang, dressed in a standard long gown, raised his voice by 1 notch. Don't dare, don't dare. Then I'll go back and discuss it again. He began to compromise. Sorry, you're not qualified for this mission yet. Newly promoted genin need to start with D-rank missions, and C-rank missions require a team. Where's your team leader? Here, Huang also encountered obstacles. The clean-looking staff member pushed his ninja certificate back to him. The teacher in charge. He doesn't even have teammates, so where did he get a team leader? You think you can take on a sea-level mission all by yourself? Interesting. A mocking voice came from behind, it was Achanaki's voice. Then I suggest you contact the teachers at the academy first, form a team, and then come to accept the mission. After all, sea-level missions still have a certain degree of risk. Or you could take on a D-level mission first to practice. Seeing that Huang did not refute, the staff member added in a gentle tone. When he checked the ninja credentials, he found it strange that someone who was only 8 years old was taking on missions. In peacetime, it was very rare to become a genin at such a young age. Escorting the Fujiwara Merchant Corps to the Land of Wind, seems a bit easy. I'll choose this for my next mission. ARA, what they said is right. Don't always try to get rich quick. Let's start with D-rank missions. I heard that Lady Daimyo's little tiger has escaped again. That's a good mission. Acha Naoki casually picked up the C-rank mission from the table, while also teasing the boy beside him. After all, his team leader was right behind him, a powerful special jonin. Huang ignored him and turned away as if he were giving up on leaving. TCH, I'd like to see who in the entire family would be willing to team up with such a despicable person. Naishu's eyes were cold as she gripped the task list. The shift in public opinion towards Huang within the Heavenly Clan these days really annoyed him. Jealousy burns like fire. Clearly, he has excellent aptitude. However, the voice that suddenly came from beside him stirred up Achanaki's emotions once again. That guy actually didn't give up. That uncle. Give me the task, half price is fine. Chapter 35. So, what do you want? Kujo walked out dejectedly. The price of missions in Konoha village has increased far too quickly in recent years, although he knows that the Ninetales catastrophe caused great losses as a result. As a small trading group, most of their funds are tied up in goods. They want to earn more each time, so they don't have much working capital available for posting tasks, and they also need to reserve some for use on the road. Kujo had considered simply hiring some samurai from the land of fire, but as Steward Yu said, Konoha was quite far from the land of clouds, and there were too many uncertainties. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,290 words. Furthermore, if someone is doing business in Konoha, don't they need to issue some missions and pay some protection fees? He understands this very well. We can only reduce the amount of goods. He made up his mind. However, at that moment, a voice from behind made him instinctively stop in his tracks. Uncle. Task. Half price? Kujo looked up and glanced around before turning to Naoki's squad and asking, me. No wonder he asked that question in the first place. After all, there was only one ninja squad in the entire hall, and ARA, who appeared to be the youngest, was naturally assumed to be a member of the squad next to him. Upon hearing this, Uchinaki was also taken aback. He suddenly burst out laughing when he saw the fat uncle pointing at him in his field of vision. Ha ha ha, Huang, it seems they don't approve of you at all. Ha ha ha, I was laughing so hard. This is definitely the most embarrassing scene Naki has ever seen, especially since it involves Ucha Ara. Half-price quests? Sir, who told you that you believe them? His teammates, wiping away tears, added. Even their teacher, who was leading the group, twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, finding the whole thing too ridiculous. If such a fantastical idea were to actually be carried out, it would cause immense damage to the other employers and the image of Konoha. Although Kujo was somewhat annoyed and embarrassed, he still managed to force a smile and decisively prepared to leave. Even if they were to hire samurai from the land of fire for escort, they would absolutely not entrust the task to Konoha ninjas this time. Uncle, you've got the wrong person. That's what I said. The noisy mocking voices around him were directly blocked by Huang. Those harsh words could no longer cause him any harm. Ucha Ara, don't cause trouble. You're not qualified to take on missions of D rank or higher. Before Kujo could react, Steward Tang, who was standing with his back to him, had already barged in. Moreover, his voice was filled with the reprimand of a superior or senior, and a barely perceptible shadow flickered in his eyes. Ucha Arakawa. He said that the name sounded so familiar. It was that brat. Kujo Sho was also puzzled, and his desire to leave was thwarted by this sudden rebuke. Follow the sound. Eh? He rubbed his eyes again. The speaker was indeed a tiny person who was not even as tall as him. Although he was wearing a headband belonging to Konoha and carrying a ninja bag and a sword, he was still too young. Huang ignored Manager Tang's reprimand and calmly looked at the fat uncle in his field of vision. Even if he is rejected, it won't matter much. He can just wait for the next one, or if all else fails, he can consider going to Daming Prefecture or other nearby villages to take on a mission. Of course, it would be even better if we could receive the task smoothly and sooner. Ucha Arakawa, I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? Sparks flickered in Sarutabi Yu's eyes. Since being promoted to mission supervisor in the mission reception hall, he has never been ignored like this before. Moreover, this person is Ara of the Ucha clan. His proudest son, Kenichi Sarutabi, was recently given a severe beating by this kid and has not yet fully recovered. As one of Konoha's administrators, he couldn't just cause trouble like other parents, could he? Besides, they were the Ucha clan, known for their unreasonable behavior. However, he was no pushover either. He had already memorized the name. All ninjas had to accept missions, so he just had to wait for the right opportunity. Uncle, what's your answer? Huang's eyelids drooped slightly. He had sensed the potential hostility from Steward Tang, but still ignored it. Kujo Yu hesitated to speak. Half price is absolutely fantastic news for me. But does this tiny creature really have such an ability? It seems that Manager Tang mentioned that the other party is not qualified to receive missions of D level or above, so isn't that just a fresh graduate? Although Sarutabi Yu has recently been suspected of inflating his commission rates, he hasn't made any mistakes in his work, otherwise, he wouldn't have become the manager of the Konoha Mission Hall. But this little guy seems to have the surname Ucha. Enough, Huang. Just start with D-rank missions and stop embarrassing the Ucha. Didn't you see the suspicious look in that old man's eyes? Nearby, Uchinaki, clutching the mission book, was grumbling again. During the days when the Konoha residents came to demand an explanation, she had been severely reprimanded by the 8th Hokage for preventing Ara from using the training grounds. She could only vent her feelings by taking on missions. Today's chance encounter certainly provided him with a good opportunity to vent. However, Huang no longer indulged him. Shut up. As the words were pushed forward, a surge of pupil power burst forth, and the jet-black Magatama stood out brilliantly against the scarlet pupils. Although it is only a single tomo. But it is the Sharingan after all. Boom. He. Acha Naki instantly knelt down, his trembling arms bracing against the hall floor, his chest heaving. How could this be? How could this be? His mind was trembling with fear. How could one glance make me lose the will to resist? I also have the Sharingan. How could it be that it couldn't even withstand a moment's resistance? This guy is even more terrifying than he was 2 years ago. Shortage. Too much. A deep, stern shout rang out. It was the ninja instructor accompanying the team, who was wearing dark green ninja armor that symbolized a Jonin, but without the Uchiha clan crest. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ara slowly raised his face, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword without him even noticing. His scarlet eyes revealed something else entirely, fearlessness. And that's not all. A clear mirror and still water, open. An invisible force swept forward, heading straight for the 4-person team in front of him. Needless to say, 2 of the genin turned pale and trembled the moment they made contact. The teacher in charge of the team, who was being targeted, couldn't help but tense up. He had only ever felt this kind of solid hostility and murderous intent from members of the Dark Division. What kind of being is this little guy in front of me? So, what do you want? The cold words filled his ears, and the teacher in the dark green ninja armor was speechless for a moment. This little guy is definitely a genius that the Uchiha clan highly values. What can he do? The entire hall fell silent. Huang didn't linger. He withdrew the aura released by Mingjing Jishue and headed away. He could always find another mission elsewhere. Wait, sorry young man, I was blind. I'm willing to hire you, at 50,000. Kujusho instantly snapped to attention as the boy passed by. He forced 3 genin to retreat with a mere wave of his hand, and he also possesses the Sharingan, the #1 eye technique. Isn't hiring such a genius more appealing than hiring samurai? Time. Uchiha Ara stopped, ignoring the earlier questioning he had faced. But just then, a threatening voice rang out through gritted teeth. Kuju, have you thought this through? The rules of Konoha are not something anyone can break. Upon hearing this, the chubby uncle froze instantly, and the smile on his face also froze at that moment. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,427 words. Although the other party did not say it explicitly, this was already a blatant threat. Huang did not speak. It's as if this game has nothing to do with them. Snort. Sarutabi Yu's gaze was filled with disdain. So what if he has some strength? He can still be easily manipulated by me. Since we're friends, I'll help you find a Chunin squad to escort you. I'll cover the missing bounty. The smile in Manager Tang's eyes deepened, and his voice softened. Did you see that? This is how adults do things. Huang remained silent, but instead stopped and walked away. But in that instant, he heard the fat uncle's conflicted yet firm decision. A businessman's word is his bond. Young man, meet me at the village entrance at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The sudden change in scenery left Sarutabi Yu stunned, a sinister smile frozen in the corner of his eye. The market in Konoha and the 50,000 taels of silver were an enormous temptation for a small merchant group. He really didn't expect the other party to give it up. Uchiha Ara's steps faltered slightly upon hearing these words. Well, I see. He responded. Chapter 36. The wilderness cannot be moved, however, the still water has changed. Ara's violation of the regulations was naturally reported to the Hokage by Sarutabi Yu. But that's all. The incident seemed to have vanished without a trace, and not a single word was heard. Just a few days ago, Hiruzen Sarutabi was questioned by the Uchiha clan, which made the situation between the two sides even more tense. How could he possibly hold a grudge against that clan over such a trivial matter? Moreover, according to Itachi's report, due to Ara's sneak attack by Root, that kid's reputation within the police force has been completely reversed, and even Shisue's attitude towards him has changed significantly. If we really start arguing about such trivial matters as taking on private assignments, who knows what kind of backlash those guys might throw at us? It should be noted that the Uchiha clan members who are able to enter this area are at least Chunin level, and with the addition of the Sharingan, they are an immeasurable special operations team. And Uchiha Shisui is a powerful ninja who was able to subdue the village of the Blood Mist. Hiruzen, are you going to hesitate any longer? That Uchiha has already left the village alone. Now is the best time. Danzo Shimura bit down hard on the word alone, his left eye filled with murderous intent. There aren't many people who can make him lose face. But that kid insisted on being scolded by the evil Ucha for an entire afternoon. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi was there to protect him, Ara had already made it onto his kill list. Call. A ring of white smoke rose from the mouthpiece. Do you really think the Ucha clan would let that kid go on a mission alone? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked in a calm and unhurried manner. Compared to Danzo, who only knew how to assassinate, frame, and scapegoat, the Hokage thought more and had more concerns. This old fox in front of me can easily push people from the root into the dark side and make me take the blame, but can he really shirk all responsibility like the other guy? Perhaps it might be useful against other clans, but such petty schemes and tricks are completely useless against the arrogant Ucha clan. Those guys will only cause trouble for them. Especially given that the 8th Hokage of Ucha had already regarded Ara as his most precious disciple, and Shisue's recent behavior was becoming increasingly questionable. Could this be a trap set by the Ucha? They've secretly sent people to protect us, just waiting for us to take the bait. Or perhaps, Shisue has truly changed his stance and sided with the family, watching their every move. He had to consider every possibility. Otherwise, one wrong step could lead to eternal regret. After all, his old partner had been eyeing the Hokage position for far too long. So you're just going to stand by and watch the Ucha clan run rampant in the village? If they can ignore the rules and accept missions privately this time, next time, will they have to change the name of Konoha? You are no longer worthy of the title hero of the ninja you once were, Hiruzen. A dark cloud of gloom appeared in Shimura Danzo's eyes. He wanted to use what the other party valued most to force him to make a decision sooner. Even without Huang's actions, he would have other excuses. The air is stagnant. A conflicted expression appeared on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face. The Ucha clan's hidden dangers are indeed getting more and more serious. Even if I assimilate Itachi, how can I guarantee that the kid won't rebel again? He truly didn't expect that an 8-year-old boy could give the long-suppressed police force an outlet and revitalize it. The wilderness cannot be disturbed. After a moment, he made his decision, and a long-absent dignity appeared on his aged face. Danzo remained silent. The gloom in his eyes deepened. It seems that my suggestion was once again ignored by this old man. Therefore, the task of maintaining Konoha's prosperity must once again be entrusted to Root. However, Shisue has changed. Just as Shimura Danzo was about to leave and begin arranging the assassination, the white-haired old man sitting in the main seat tapped the table lightly, and his pipe was placed aside at some point. Interesting. However, that guy doesn't really believe me. Danzo instantly understood his old friend's thoughts. The gloom in his left eye disappeared, replaced by a sinister smile. It's unclear whether the laughter refers to the proposed solution or to the person being laughed at. He only wanted to proceed steadily and nip a rising star in the bud, but the other party wanted to cut off the pillar of an entire clan. This is indeed a better and more effective way to curb the Ucha's momentum. It seems that the old man has seriously considered his 2 suggestions from that day. However, thinking back to what the other party said a few days ago, Shisue won't attack the village, and Itachi will definitely stand by the village. They are both ninjas who inherited the Will of Fire. That's really interesting. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't say much, but instead picked up a pen and paper and quickly began to write. I want to return the Ucha clan to their original location and resolve the conflict. But this is just a suggestion, don't let anyone else know yet. After hastily finishing writing, he folded the letter and stuffed it into the envelope. I will have the Secret Service deliver it. Be prepared. The 3rd Hokage said calmly. No one can fathom his true feelings right now. Yes, I know. Root will mobilize in full force. Danzo concealed his smile. Regardless of other matters, they were, after all, on the issue of containing the Ucha. After the arrangements are complete, I will send 2 secret agents to seal off the area. Hiruzen Sarutobi, picking up his pipe, added slowly. It will not let you down. After saying that, Shimura Danzo stood up, leaning on his cane. Ucha Shisue was, after all, the strongest member of that clan, and he needed to make proper arrangements and plans. Just as the one-eyed old man was about to step out of the Hokage's office, the Hokage's voice rang in his ears again, leave him with a whole corpse, he too once inherited the Will of Fire. Well, I can't guarantee that. Danzo's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. From now on, we have officially arrived inside the land of fields. Looking out over the hotel district they were about to reach, Kujosho wiped the sweat from his brow and carefully began to introduce the area. What kind of boy is this? Along the way, those vicious thugs from the black market and those blind bandits were dealt with in an instant.
Okay. It's really solved. Didn't you see he was still wiping the sword in his hand?
However, Kujosho also knew clearly that the other party was really just a child. After dealing with those thugs from the shady shop, the paleness, panic, and nausea on his face were impossible to hide. But why would he be so ruthless to an ordinary bandit? I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,451 words. He remembered that there seemed to be a rule among ninjas that they were not allowed to harm ordinary people, and this rule was becoming increasingly strict in the major ninja villages, as if it concerned some kind of ninja pride. Kujo wanted to ask, but he didn't dare. After all, I felt quite safe along the way. Ara, would you like something to eat? At Acha Ara's request, the fat uncle also started calling him by his name. But Ara did not answer. He raised his gaze and swept it directly over Kuju's shoulder, looking at the forest path they were about to enter. His scarlet eyes were as eerie and terrifying as the bloodstains on his blade. Chapter 37 I am willing to submit. Oh dear, I didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. Those eyes. So it's the Ucha clan, no wonder. The sound came from all directions. As the leaves rustled, figures appeared on the treetops, seemingly having been lying in ambush for a long time, their various ninja outfits adorned with branches and leaves. Huang did not answer. Although more than a dozen ninjas had already appeared in the field of vision, forming a formidable fighting force, the Sharingan could see much more than that. Such as, this one is hidden underground. Kuju felt a blur before his eyes, and the boy who had been sitting beside him wiping the blade had vanished. Ghostly entanglement, red plum blossoms under snow. The ice surged, and snowflakes drifted down. Before the ninja blocking the way could finish his opening remarks, Ara had already made his move. Dragonfly beware. Upon seeing this, the leader of the ninja's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately became alarmed in a deep voice. He never expected that a mere Konoha ninja would show no fear when facing dozens of his own ninjas, and even launch the first attack. Who is robbing whom, and who has surrounded whom? Within the space, concentric rings of sound waves spread outwards. Ninja art, empty cicada technique. The group of ninjas blocking the way were clearly no ordinary people. Although they were caught off guard by the boy's actions, they remained calm and vigilant, but also worried that the boy was just testing them and had not actually discovered their comrades hidden below. But how could these foreign ninjas possibly fathom the power of the Sharingan? If Ara truly ignored that powerful blue chakra, it would be disrespectful to these ninjas. The ground was frozen, and the horizontal blades clinging to the ice crystals plunged straight into the ground. Almost at the same moment, a fat, ugly figure suddenly burst out from underground, stirring up a pile of soil, rocks, and ice. The blade grazed his arm, leaving a trail of blood. Undeterred by his failed attack, Huang drew his sword and used the force of the ground to pursue the enemy. At this moment, even if the ninjas blocking the way were slow, they had finally realized that none of the Ucha clan ninjas were reasonable. Ninja art, wind spider technique. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, and countless white spider silks were carried by the wind. If you looked closely, you would see that what was hanging under the spider silks were actually tiny spiders. In an instant, Huang's attack route was completely blocked, and he lost the best opportunity to pursue. The spider silk of my little darlings cannot be cut by swords and knives. On the treetop, a bald man with an unfriendly face grinned maliciously, the scar on his right eye adding to his fierce appearance. Sir, just surrender obediently, otherwise, if we accidentally kill you, it won't do us any good either. After all, we just want to borrow some money to spend. Yu's companion added that a rough, huge paper cutter was strapped to his right hand, which looked like his personal ninja tool. However, what they received in return was an overwhelming passion. Art fire escape ho fireball. The raging flames instantly engulfed the spider web that blocked the passage, and countless small spiders were reduced to ashes before they could even struggle. What Ucha ninja doesn't know fire release? Funny. You. My precious spider. A piercing scream escaped from the bald man's mouth. It seems that these spiders were undoubtedly the medium through which he performed his ninjutsu. Huang still didn't respond. He had only one goal for this trip. Fighting. Keep fighting. Anyone who blocks my way is an enemy. After all, it was unknown what kind of brutal trials Itachi had undergone. All he could do was frantically hone himself in this increasingly cramped time, so that he could adapt to the blood and fire of this world as quickly as possible. Before the spiderweb had completely burned away, Huang had already charged forward, letting the bright sparks fall all around him. In any battle, the most important thing you need to control is your own rhythm, making the enemy follow your pace. Only then can you dominate the battlefield. But the exact fighting style still needs to be developed through actual combat. This was the advice given to him by brother Jishui. Although Huang has not yet been able to fully establish a combat system for himself, his style might be to strike his opponent with lightning speed from the very beginning. Stop him! The dragonfly, having barely retreated to its camp, growled. His voice was truly awful, like an old woman wailing at a funeral, and his ugly appearance was no less than that of Sasori's Hiruko. However, his earth release technique was quite accomplished. What a waste, he can't even take down a little kid. Leave it to me. A rough voice came from behind the three of them. A burly figure suddenly leaped down towards the path of the desolate trail, and at the same time, the greatsword on his back was swung. Winged demon ninja sword, horse-slaying blade. A swift, powerful wind, accompanied by a mighty roar, swept in fiercely. Huang, however, seemed oblivious and continued to proceed along the predetermined route. This scene immediately caused the ninjas blocking the way to turn ferocious. Did they really think that a child could withstand Banzaki's full-force attack? Being cut in two is inevitable. All that's left to do is erase all traces of this place. The man holding the paper cutter subconsciously glanced at the small caravan parked outside the forest road. They had only intended to rob some goods for their own use. Goodbye. Fuma Hanzaki delivered the verdict with a sinister grin. They had indeed guessed what would happen after the confrontation. The frail Huang was easily torn apart by the Wind Demon Greatsword, offering absolutely no resistance. However, it only tore apart the shadow clones. Idiot, Hanzaki, watch out! It was that ugly fellow named Dragonfly who roared again. He seemed to be the leader of this ninja group, and his eyesight and strength were quite good. But by then it was too late for Huang to realize this, and he had already brushed past another clone. It is the leaf-style swordsmanship, dance of the crescent moon. As the blade flashed, a huge cross-shaped wound pierced through the back of Fuma Hanzaki, and blood and a mournful roar resonated and vented at that moment. Of the four ninjas who could sense chakra energy, one is gone. Although they are not dead, they can no longer form any effective fighting force. I come. The man holding the paper cutter gritted his teeth, ready to fight. After all, he was the only one among his remaining companions who could fight in close combat. The tribesmen he led could only throw shurikens and fire crossbow bolts to put on a show. They were of no use whatsoever against a true ninja. But before he could do anything, a whisper reached his ears. Huang had unknowingly found himself in the center of the enemy lines. Illusion technique, dark travel technique. As the curtain of darkness was drawn back, everyone within 10 meters was plunged into complete darkness. From this moment on, this area became the domain of the wilderness, and screams of agony rose and fell. Although the power of the instantaneous movement technique is less than half that of the original body, and these guys are far superior to the previous thieves, without sight, they can only become lambs to the slaughter. During this time, the ninja named Tombo also forcibly broke the illusion. But what followed was a Crimson Sharingan, whose shackles technique instantly suppressed all of his subsequent movements. The aura of death began to spread around them. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,422 words. Please, spare my life. I will submit. Please spare my people. Under immense mental pressure, the ugly man struggled to speak. Chapter 38 Servant, Fuma Dragonfly. With a slight downward movement of his sword, the illusion was dispelled. Huang accepted the other party's proposal. But just as the light returned, a strong gust of wind attacked from behind. Go to hell! It roared fiercely as it swept across the forest path. Faki was very angry. When has he ever been played like this? Especially since the opponent is a minor kid. If word gets out, how will they be able to stay in the land of fields? Not to mention restoring the family's glory and bringing the name of the Wind Demon clan from darkness into the light. Stop! Faki! The dragonfly looked anxious, wanting to stop them, but it was too late. What on earth is going on in the minds of these foolish kin? The fact that they dared to stand in the center of the enemy lines and casually break free from the illusion's control suggests only one reason. Absolute confidence in one's own abilities. Don't assume you can do whatever you want just because someone is a child. A ninja's strength isn't determined by age. A giant paper cutter sliced through the void, shattering the figures in sight. The madness and bloodlust in Faki's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by fear that began to permeate the air. Another shadow clone. How can it be? However, before he could think further, his right arm, which was bound by giant scissors, appeared out of nowhere. How could this be? I clearly didn't have any follow-up attacks. Just then, a delayed pain arrived through the nerves, and the agony of being torn apart instantly filled the entire sea of consciousness. What? My hand, my hand! A mournful howl echoed through the forest path. However, there was no sympathy in Huang's eyes. He raised his blood-stained sword again, wanting to finish off his opponent. I'm sorry, please spare his life. I failed to control my companion properly, please spare his life. An ugly dragonfly blocked Farki's path. Although he had just been cursing the other party in his heart for being an idiot and not understanding the situation, he still couldn't bring himself to watch his comrade die. Fresh blood slowly slid down the blade and splattered onto the ground. There will be no next time, he said coldly. Yes, yes. The dragonfly quickly responded in a low voice. But when he looked around again, his eyes were filled with sorrow. When they arrived, there were only a few dozen clansmen, but several died in just one encounter. Even Farki's dominant arm was severed. Such losses were a heavy blow to the already declining Wind Demon clan. But who can be blamed? I can only blame myself for not being strong enough. When I saw a ninja escorting a caravan alone, I subconsciously thought he was someone I could easily take down. Moreover, that's just how the ninja world is. The weak eat the strong, the fittest survive. After calming down, Dragonfly directed the remaining members of her clan to clean up the battlefield, while Ara ignored everything else and went straight back to the caravan to meditate and recover his chakra. The countries outside were indeed more chaotic than he had imagined. Black shops, bandits, robbers, it seems like every village I pass through brings some trouble. This time, it was the first time Ara had encountered ninjas from other forces, but their strength was somewhat questionable, and they didn't seem much stronger than even the genin of Konoha. The ninjutsu they used was somewhat interesting, but that was all. Apart from the ugly man named Tombo, none of the others possessed the decisiveness and judgment that a ninja should have. Not to mention tactics and cooperation. These guys rely entirely on their ninjutsu and numbers to get ahead. Once their moves are broken, they're lambs to the slaughter with no chance of turning the tables. However, after the dragonfly proposed to follow, a stage quest was triggered. Stage quest, recruit servants. Mission description, in the ninja world, even the strongest individual can be overwhelmed by overwhelming odds. Therefore, gathering allies and cooperating is essential to dealing with various situations. Condition for achievement, gain the loyalty of a ninja. Mission reward, 1 ninjutsu with the same chakra attribute as the servant. Task status, completed. Random earth release ninjutsu being drawn. Obtained, earth release, earth flow wall. Earth wall, create 1 or more earth walls to protect yourself and your companions, or use them as a simple barrier to trap enemies. P.S. If you don't have enough chakra, don't carve anything fancy, it's extremely effective at resisting water-style ninjutsu. It is a defensive ninjutsu and does not fit very well with his offensive system. Huang, it's getting late. Why don't we rest here on this street for the night? As he pondered, he heard Kujo's inquiry. At this moment, he was completely captivated by this young ninja who was only 8 years old. The group of guys who had blocked his way earlier were none other than the Fuma clan, a long-established power stationed in the land of fields. Although it has declined somewhat, it is not something that can be easily manipulated, and it still controls a relatively bustling hotel street. Yet, this very force was easily defeated by the young man before them. He's starting to feel that the commission he's paying is too low. Of course, if you hire a regular tune-in squad, whether they will come out to rob you is another matter entirely. It is good. Ucha Ara responded softly. He had no opinions or demands regarding food, lodging, or transportation, everything should be done according to the 9 merchant guilds plan. As they stepped into the hotel street, the atmosphere around them changed abruptly. Pedestrians walking on the street stopped and looked at them with ill intent, as if they had seen a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. But when these guys who were planning how to make their move looked back, their expressions froze instantly, and they quickened their pace, retreating from the street. Some businesses even closed their doors and shut down early. Look at the remnants of the Wind Demon clan. Are they fat sheep that I can devour? They are clearly wolves in sheep's clothing. The accommodations after entering the hotel district were arranged by Dragonfly. As expected, the other party was the strongest among the remaining members of the Wind Demon clan, and was also fulfilling the duties of the acting clan leader. Lord Ara, may I come in? An ugly man standing outside the courtyard knocked lightly on the door. Ah. Ucha Ara sheathed his horizontal sword, which he had been wielding to cut the ground. Even while on a mission, he did not forget his daily training, and every minute and second was extremely precious to him. Moreover, the endless sword-wielding is about to reach the 1,000-day achievement, and the intermediate-level physique pills that can be obtained at that time are also among the things he covets. As soon as Dragonfly pushed open the door, she saw the boy who had just stopped training. His sharp eyes were as cold as knives, and his lean upper body had no excess fat. The sweat on his body had already soaked the ground.
"I'm sorry to interrupt your training."
Startled, the wind demon Dragonfly hurriedly knelt on the ground, its shock only intensifying. The opponent's strength is not without reason. In the past, which ninjas who passed through this place did not forget to train even while on a mission? Absolutely not. They will only seek out delicious food or do other interesting things to relax as soon as they arrive. Is something wrong? Huang asked. The distance in the voice was like being separated by mountains and seas. His reason for agreeing to the other party's pleas for mercy was simple. Firstly, it's because I'm not bloodthirsty, and those bandits and thugs with blood on their hands were overestimating themselves and couldn't take a beating, so who can I blame but them for their own deaths? Secondly, it is naturally for the purpose of completing the task. As for the opponent's strength, Huang didn't take a liking to it. With Brother Jishue as a formidable figure in front of him, his standards were indeed quite high. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,449 words. Please forgive the rudeness of the Wind Demon clan, sir, for we were forced into this situation by circumstances. The Dragonfly lowered its cheeks as it explained. It turns out that the reason why the Fuma clan declined and even became bandits occupying a place was related to the daimyo of the Land of Fields. That person in charge of power, despite being incompetent, still dared to dream of expanding territory. The defeat in the war directly led to the decline of the country, and the ninja clans that went to war with them also fell into decline. Without high-end combat power, without resources to train strong people, and without missions to accept, they could only become bandits in order to survive. Well, is there anything else? Huang nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. He wasn't particularly interested in the history of other ninja clans. What interests them most are the few clans that still exist in the Land of Fields, and what special abilities they possess. Furthermore, I wish to follow you, sir. Please grant me permission. The Wind Demon Dragonfly raised its eyes, its gaze filled with unwavering determination. Chapter 39 Breaking Out of the Cocoon. The word follow was carefully considered by Fengmo Qingling. Especially when he pushed open the door and saw the boys still training, his conviction grew even stronger. Only by following such ninjas, only by actively leaving this land that has been in decline for too long, can our clan have hope. Only then can the name of the Fuma clan once again grace the stage of ninjas. Moreover, he belongs to the Ucha clan. The strongest clan in the ninja world. No. The cold response that reached his ears sent a shiver down his spine, and a surge of bitter emotions welled up within him, but a glimmer of hope still lingered in his heart. Does Lord Ara dislike my ugly appearance, which is why he doesn't want to keep me by his side? The dragonfly's hoarse voice began to become clean and cold, and its ugly appearance gradually hardened and evolved into a brown pupa. Crack! A crisp sound burst forth. The hardened earthen pupa also cracked open, and a faint light appeared, the radiance of two pairs of thin wings shaking off. As the wings folded, the ninja inside the pupa revealed its true form. Her light green short hair framed her delicate face, but her pale purple pupils, which should have been the finishing touch, appeared somewhat downcast and lifeless. Her plain dress completely revealed her identity. The Wind Demon Dragonfly is actually a girl. Judging from his appearance, he looks to be only a teenager, not much older than Huang. Yet, this very existence has become the pillar of the clan, sustaining its existence and even hoping to one day restore the family's glory. I don't really like it this way. Because this would make them ineffective as a deterrent within the tribe. It's a dragonfly, the dragonfly said softly. His words remained flat, and his eyes remained lifeless. Heaven knows what kind of external pressure caused it to lose the luster that once belonged to a young girl's eyes. Feel sorry. However, Huang's answer remained the same. He understood the girl's thoughts, but the seemingly powerful Ucha clan was now in an extremely dangerous situation, and a slight misstep could lead to their utter destruction. Given this environment, how could he possibly still have the mind to help other families? Furthermore, what would Konoha's attitude be if they were to have a direct conflict with the Fuma clan? Those old guys wouldn't care what kind of force you were supporting or what country you were in. They will only use this as an excuse to continue to promote the Ucha threat theory and get more neutral clans to take sides. Huang neither wanted nor could he implicate his family. How come? Dragonfly murmured. I just want to train with you to become stronger. I will definitely not cause any trouble and I will not have any other requests. She was unwilling to give up and continued to plead. Even his lifeless eyes stirred with emotion at this moment. Huang stared at the girl in front of him and fell silent. My mind is in turmoil. The girl in front of him was similar to himself, both of them were doing it for their families. The difference lies in the fact that the former aims to revitalize, while the latter aims to protect. After a moment's thought, Huang pulled a low-level speed pill from his palm. Its emerald green color made it look like it contained a potent poison. Eat it. There was no explanation, just 3 simple words. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light quietly appeared in the dim eyes of the wind demon dragonfly, like a drowning person grasping at a straw. She took a step to Huang, picked up the green pill, and immediately swallowed it. There were no unnecessary words. It is important to know that in the ninja world, casually swallowing someone else's pills is an absolute taboo, tantamount to handing over one's life to the other party. However, as the acting patriarch of the Wind Demon clan, she did not hesitate at all. Even Huang was moved by this scene. Dragonfly naturally knew that this was a hidden test given by the other party, but in order to bring her family back to the forefront, she was willing to accept even the most deadly poison. However, the scenario he imagined did not occur. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, a cool sensation instantly swept over his entire body, and even his movements became more agile. This is? The light in the girl's eyes intensified. She never imagined that this was not only not poison, but also a booster pill that could increase her speed. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that this increase was permanent, not just a fleeting moment. How could this not excite her? Huang did not answer, his gaze shifting for a few moments, and then dozens more pills lay in his palm. The main component consists of low-level speed pills, supplemented with 2 or 3 low-level constitution pills. Take it, he said softly. This is the greatest help I can offer them at this stage. Seeing this, Feng Morqingling's heart pounded, and the hope in his eyes grew stronger, as if he could already see the hope of his family's revival. However, as soon as she reached out her hand, it was suspended in midair again. I have nothing to give back. Dragonfly's voice was somewhat bitter. She knew clearly the value of this pill, which was worth more than the entire Wind Demon clan combined. If this were outside the region, let alone the mere Fuma clan, even the 5 great ninja villages would have to step in and fight for it. But the boy in front of him casually gave him such an item. She longed to become stronger and to revive her family, but she had nothing to offer in return. Fine. Huang didn't care. These low-level pills offer him very little boost right now, and giving them away was just a matter of timing. He never expected anything in return. Then can I? The girl carefully took the pills and asked questions with anticipation. If these amplification pills could be distributed to the clansmen, even just a few, it would enhance their strength to some extent. No. Before the other party could finish speaking, Huang interrupted him directly. He knew what the other party was thinking, but he did not trust the other members of the Wind Demon clan. I see. Dragonfly's gaze dimmed slightly, but quickly returned to normal, and she swallowed all the pills in front of Ara. In an instant, she felt a surge of power within her. Although this power was far less impressive than the first time she took it, it still slightly improved her physical condition. If I have the chance in the future, I will come again. Huang gripped his sword again and said. He wanted to continue training, and these words were a way of telling him to leave. Upon hearing this, the dragonfly's emotions were stirred once again. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately swallowed her words and quickly changed her mind. I understand, Lord Ara. However, from now on, the dragonfly's life is yours, and you may take it whenever you need it. After speaking, she slowly backed away and gradually returned to her usual self as she closed the door. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,243 words. With his view blocked by the door, Huang's thoughts were completely focused. However, as he swung his knife again, a strange sense of unease suddenly surged within him. It's not because of excessive physical fatigue. It's not that there are powerful enemies nearby. It's just a random pain in my heart. What happened? Huang gripped his sword and didn't continue training for a long time. Chapter 40. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you. After encountering the Wind Demon clan, the subsequent escort mission became simple and straightforward. Whether it was because ARA's reputation spread through this town, or because the subsequent robbery groups became more discerning and realized that such small merchant groups could easily traverse the land of fields without any sign of disarray, they must have some kind of backing. In conclusion, the mission was successfully accomplished. Thank you. We were able to reach the Cloud Kingdom smoothly thanks to you this time. The 9 merchants standing on the border bowed slightly. He was truly impressed by the young man before him. It wasn't just because of the opponent's strength, but also because of their extreme self-discipline. Even when staying in the mountains and wilderness, even when the journey is bumpy, this little guy never forgets to cultivate and absorb other knowledge. Each according to their needs. Huang shook his cheek and gave a concise reply. Along the way, he also learned a lot of inhumane information from the other party. For example, which route leads to the land of clouds faster, which daimyo is easier to communicate with, and which daimyo is more difficult to get along with, etc. These might be useful in future missions. Here, this is the commission. I hope we'll have the opportunity to work together again in the future. Kujo Nostalgia didn't forget the most important step and handed over the commission directly. What Konoha thought was beyond his consideration. Anyway, the boy in front of him is to his liking, so he can just entrust all future missions to the Ucha. Okay, bye. Huang nodded slightly, then turned and left. He didn't follow them into the land of clouds. After all, this force was openly collecting all sorts of special secret techniques. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan was one of the things they coveted most, and for it, the clan had once lost an elite jonin without cause. The first trial of the phase task was naturally and rightfully completed. It's worth mentioning that this mission was rated as A-level in difficulty. Quest rewards, Intermediate Contract Charm *1, Skill Points *3. This assessment left Huang somewhat puzzled. Although Tombo is revered as the strongest jonin within the clan and performs the duties of acting clan leader, it seems that he has not yet demonstrated his true strength. The Fuma clan is indeed a small ninja force, but its overall strength is still too weak. The entire A-level mission was really not difficult at all. Of course, this might just be a loophole in the assessment. If the ninjas blocking the way were from the 5 great ninja villages, the situation would be completely different. The sense of threat posed by that root ninja from last time was still vivid in his mind. Upon returning to Konoha, ARA did not go directly back to his clan's territory, but instead went to the commercial street in Konoha's main urban area. This was his first time completing a mission, and he wanted to buy some things to take back to Kwanjie, Shisuage, and Yukiona. The 3-colored dumplings were the top choice. Followed by, "Hey, have you heard? The Ucha clan's genius, Ucha Shisui, committed suicide." As I was wandering aimlessly, I suddenly heard such a sound. The message was so direct that Ucha Ara was stunned into silence. Yeah, I heard the Ucha clan simply can't accept this fact and is frantically searching for the culprit. A chorus of agreement continued to come. TSK, serves them right for being so arrogant all the time. Humph, they finally reaped what they sowed. The responses even carried a hint of schadenfreude. Shut up! Huang suddenly roared toward the source of the sound. 2 men came into view, wearing Konoha headbands and light green ninja armor. Liar! It's all a lie. How could Brother Shishue have died? He's so strong. He can use the body flicker technique and still water. Besides, he personally promised me that he would be absolutely, positively wary of Danzo. He also said that he would always protect his newly adopted younger brother. He wouldn't lie to me. Being publicly reprimanded, especially by someone who was clearly just a minor, caused the 2 Chunin to turn pale. If it were a skilled member of the Ucha clan, they would tolerate it. But what are mere juniors anyway? Do you really think this is the Ucha ninja village? Ucha Shisui is indeed dead. His body was found in the Naka River within your clan's territory. You don't actually believe that someone could kill someone in the heart of your Ucha clan's territory, do you? It's still Shisui who possesses the skill of instantaneous movement. Yuhara Munetaka's words were sarcastic, and a hint of pleasure filled his brown pupils. Bullying children is not something to be praised. However, if this child is from the Ucha clan, or is that fox demon, then that's a different story. I told you to shut up, didn't you hear me? Suppressing his emotions, Huang spoke slowly and deliberately, his crimson sharing and activating without warning. Magic Shiranui! Anyone who speaks ill of their own brother is unforgivable. What? A piercing scream suddenly erupted from the mouths of the 2 Konoha Chunin, the pain of being burned by flames instantly causing them to abandon all the composure befitting Chunin. Pedestrians around them quickly moved away, afraid of provoking the boy who looked so hateful. During this time, members of the police force arrived, but after seeing this scene, they all fell silent and subtly kept the arriving secret agents out of the circle. Without a word, they understood the whole story. They also empathized with the boy's pain. You, Lord Hokuj will seek justice for us. Yuhara Munechika roared as he endured the inhuman torture. His eyes were bloodshot, and resentment spread wildly. Damn Acha! However, Huang was completely oblivious to such a threat. The mirror of still water silently opened, unleashing an invisible force that swept across the battlefield. Unlike the previous attack in the mission hall, this time the force carried a hint of bloodshed. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you, Huang said softly. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the direction of the clan's territory. Brother Jishue, I've already taught that bastard who spread rumors a lesson for you. I also bought 3 colored dumplings, which I bought with the money I earned from my first mission. I'll go back now, we'll eat together. 2 lines of clear tears silently slid down Acha Ara's face. But he seemed oblivious to it all. Boom! Freed from illusion and oppression, Yuhara Munechika suddenly collapsed to the ground. The resentment in his eyes had faded away at some point, replaced by fear. That guy. He really will kill himself. An inexplicable certainty resounded in his heart. The real smell of blood was clearly the best proof that his hands were stained with blood. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,139 words. You should know that even after I was promoted to Chunin, I had never actually killed anyone. Madman. The Acha clan are all lunatics. Chapter 41, Jishue, is suicide. Huang didn't know how he got back to his tribe's territory. His mind was filled with the scene of parting with brother Jishue that day. Hey, I surrender, I promise. We will absolutely pay attention to Danzo's actions. Because I still want to protect my younger brother, forever and ever. He promised me. He wouldn't lie to me. Huang's finger bones were pale, and his thin fingernails had sunk into his palms, with blood seeping out. Shortage. As I walked, a familiar voice called out. Looking up, I saw Acha Izumi. News of the heinous incident that occurred on the main commercial street had already spread, and she had rushed over there in order to find the boy in front of her. Sister Quan. Brother Jishue, is he really dead? Upon seeing the girl in his field of vision, Huang was like a drowning man grasping at a straw. His voice was hoarse, as if many emotions were choking him up. As for what those 2 Chunin said earlier, Ara didn't believe it at all. That's his older brother. That's the ability to instantly stop the flow of water. That was the Acha clan's #1 genius, a supreme expert who could activate Susanoo with just one eye. How could he possibly die so easily? Even when facing Danzo Shimura, or the entire root organization, he was able to extricate himself. Unless the course of history is changed. Others were also involved in this hunt. Acha Itachi, or the 3rd Hokuj. Huang suddenly felt a pang of panic. He overlooked something very important, the attitude of Konoha's higher-ups. Shisui has already disrupted the will between Konoha and his clan. Although he still hasn't clearly taken sides, such behavior is seen by Konoha, especially by Danzo and the 2 advisors, as a sign of taking sides and a prelude to betraying the village. Thinking of this, Acha Ara involuntarily strained his entire arm, and drops of blood seeped from his palm splashed onto the ground. Huang, don't do this. Quan looked at the big boy in front of her with heartache. From the way the other person addressed her, she realized one thing: Shisui was very important to Ara. At least important in the sense of being considered family. The latter, however, cherishes this kind of family bond extremely. In the past, when the Sarutabi brothers provoked him, it was Ara who gave them a good beating. Keep in mind that Ara had just enrolled at that time, while the other party was a 4th-year student. And he was from the same clan as the Hokuj. Sister Quan, you haven't answered my question yet. Acha Ara said softly. Just like before, he gave an irrelevant answer. Yes, it's true. Clap. When those 3 words reached his ears, the food bag that Huang was tightly clutching in his palm suddenly fell to the ground. The white bag rope was already stained red, and the delicious-looking tricolored dumplings quietly peeked out from the box. Huang didn't speak, but instead started walking in a predetermined direction. He's looking for that person. Shortage. As the boy brushed past her, Quan called out again, her worry growing stronger.
She had never seen Huang like this before, not even when he was being questioned and ostracized by the entire family. Huang Yi stopped. But they received no response. Because at this moment, Quan didn't know what to say either. Any words or comfort seemed pale and powerless at this time. "I'm fine, Sister Quan." The pause was fleeting. In the end, it was Acha Ara who broke the silence. After saying that, he turned and left. "Brother, you broke your promise. Then everyone who made you break your promise will pay the price." The mansion of the clan head, Fugaku, is magnificent and occupies a central location in the clan's territory. Even someone visiting the Acha clan for the first time can easily find it. However, there was a distinct crack on the corridor wall in front of the door. The pattern beneath the shattered surface is the Acha clan's signature fan. Huang stopped at the main entrance without uttering a sound, but instead continuously released his power and undisguised killing intent through the clear mirror still water. Whether it's clan leader Fugaku or Itachi, if either of them were present, they would definitely be able to sense it. Squeak! Before long, the door was pushed open. "It's a weasel!" Acha Itachi with a calm expression. "Brother Jishue is dead," Huang said through gritted teeth. His eyes were fixed on the person he hated most. Before he arrived, Acha Ara had thought about many things. Danzo and the roots alone are simply not enough to drive Shisui into a hopeless situation. Even if, according to the plot, one of his eyes is stolen in a sneak attack, he can still escape and survive under the protection of Susanoo. Besides, he had promised himself that he would never die easily. So there's only one possible explanation: others were involved in the hunt, leaving Jishue exhausted after he escaped. Itachi is a traitor to the clan, and that's the first person Ara thought of. But he wasn't completely blinded by anger. Itachi at this point would likely not be able to participate in the hunt for Shisui. Therefore, there is only one possibility: the third Hokage was involved. "I know, but Shisui's death has nothing to do with me." Acha Itachi clenched his fists instinctively, his words cold. 2 days ago it was the clan elders, and now it's Huang. The whole clan is starting to doubt themselves. This hopeless family. "So, what are you planning to do?" Huang tried to soften his tone and suppress his emotions. He was afraid that he would lose control and want to kill the bastard in front of him again. But right now, only the other person can help me. Avenge Brother Jishue? Root. Danzo. As long as they can join forces, as long as I reveal all my trump cards, and with the opponent Susanoo and the Manjikyu sharing and Koto Amatsukami entrusted to me by Shisui, I will definitely be able to flatten those trash who can only hide underground. Gazing at the boy whose eyes were filled with hatred and whose killing intent was boundless, Acha Itachi's thoughts became somewhat dazed. "So, Shisui, is he the last person you wanted to talk about?" That night, in front of the Namga waterfall. Shisui. Looking at the young man in front of him, Itachi trembled and his consciousness went blank for a moment. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1083 words. Blood flowed silently from his tightly closed eyes, surrounded by endless weakness and death. A black raven perched quietly on his shoulder. This was probably why he was able to return here. "Yo, you've arrived, Itachi." Cough. Jishue responded casually. With each word he spoke, a little blood would cough up from the corner of his mouth. Acha Itachi didn't speak, nor did he know how to begin. He had a vague idea of the reason. "The Hokage sent a letter to me via the Anbu. He said he wanted to consider letting the Acha return to their clan homeland to ease the current situation, and told me not to tell anyone else." Cough, cough. "But when I arrived at the agreed place, I met Danzo and his root. Danzo no longer trusts me and has taken my right eye. He will certainly not give up searching for my left eye, so I have destroyed it." Cough. Fresh blood slowly dripped from the corner of Shizuku's mouth. He was at the end of his strength. Activating Susanoo with only one eye was already his limit. Although he managed to escape with great difficulty, he had exhausted all his strength. Perhaps, all of this is just Danzo's conspiracy, and I just didn't see through it. There was a deeply hidden mockery in Shisui's tone. However, be careful of him, be careful of them, if you want to protect Sasuke. These words struck Itachi to the core, causing him to clench his fists even tighter. If I die, the situation in the village and the clan should change. I have already left my will. After revealing all the truth, Shisui slowly backed away, the surging river audible even from the cliff edge. Is there anything else you wish for? Itachi tried his best to control his emotions and suppress his grief and indignation as he asked. This is his best friend and his mentor. Faced with such a situation, I felt powerless to change it. For the village. It's all for Sasuke. Upon hearing this, Jishui abruptly stopped in his tracks. He thought of someone. A little guy earnestly calling out to his older brother, reminding himself to be wary of the higher-ups in Konoha. He wanted to ask Itachi to take care of this rather unlikable little guy. But the words caught in his throat. Because in Itachi's heart, Sasuke will always be number one. Nothing. It's a pleasure to meet you, Itachi. I'm sorry, I broke my promise, Ara, my dear brother. The crows flew away, and the genius fell. Jishui is suicide. Once he came to his senses, Itachi Uchiha replied, word by word. Chapter 42 Hitami. Ah. Huang, who had been suppressing his emotions, suddenly chuckled softly. He laughed at himself for having such a foolish idea. Should we team up with this bastard to get revenge on brother Jishui? Who is the other party? It's a weasel. Uchiha Itachi. That traitor who single-handedly destroyed his own family. How could they possibly go against the Konoha leadership for the sake of Jishui, who has no blood relation to them whatsoever? But suicide? Huang stared intently at his kinsman before him, his eyes blazing with uncontrollable fury. Itachi, is this your answer? Is this all you know? Isn't the Anbu supposed to be monitoring the entire Uchiha clan? Isn't brother Jishui your close friend? You're truly beyond saving. How far can your false eyes see? Huang's voice trembled more and more, becoming increasingly frantic. At the corner, Quan clenched her jade-like hand, her worry written all over her face. She had never seen such desolation. Such hysteria, such furious desolation. Even so, Itachi ultimately did not change his mind or say another word. Huang gave up. He slowly closed his eyes, suppressing all his delusions back into nothingness. The person in front of me is someone I cannot change. You really don't deserve to be brother Jishui's friend. This was the last thing Uchiha Jisui said, and he would never mention it again in front of such a bastard. At the entrance of the alley, Fugaku Uchiha, Uncle Hachishiro, and Inahi Uchiha have all arrived. They had all heard about what Ara had done in Konoha City and were worried that this suddenly crazy boy might do something even more extreme. And they naturally heard all those words. Shisui's passing was a tragedy for the Uchiha clan. The weasel's inaction only fueled the hatred of many members of his clan. Just a few days ago, Yashiro, Inahisa, and Tetsuka had already come to question him, wanting to lock this degenerated genius in jail. But in the end, the current clan leader stopped him. From this day forward, I will be watching you. Do not attempt to harm anyone in the clan again, or else. Huang suddenly opened his eyes, his scarlet pupils releasing all his negative emotions. A tear of blood slowly flowed down from the corner of his eye, and the single tomo on his pupil quietly doubled. I will make you taste the same pain. A chill swept through the alley, freezing it solid in an instant. Sharp icicles shattered the gates of the mansion, reaching the little boy who had peeked out. Thump! Uchiha Sasuke collapsed to the ground with a thud, his youthful face revealing clear fear. The killing intent and bloodlust emanating from the ice shards were so intense that even a Konoha Chunin couldn't resist it, let alone a mere newcomer. Shortage! Don't go too far. With his sore spot touched, Itachi Uchiha roared instantly. Power surged in that instant, a windmill-like kaleidoscope replaced the black pupils, and a sharp kunai quietly slid into the palm. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. This guy. He really has met Shisui Kuan before. So he knew the truth after all. Even so, he was unwilling to avenge Shisui. Grief and indignation filled his chest, and his right hand, which had been hanging by his side, gripped the hilt of the knife. Are we going to start a war? Good. Then so be it. Itachi, Ara, what are you trying to do? Stop it! A powerful roar suddenly erupted at the entrance of the alley. It was the voice of Uchiha Fugaku. Upon hearing this, Itachi's face showed a struggle, but he eventually restrained his aura, his Sharingan faded, and his kunai disappeared as well, but his eyes remained fixed on the boy in his field of vision. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1183 words. Danger. Madman. This is the label they've reassigned to the wilderness. Huang, however, did not respond. His right hand was still gripping the blade hilt as he calculated his chances of hunting the weasel, before it could fully control those eyes. But When the dark green ninja armor came into view, all possibilities vanished like smoke. The one standing on the opposite side is no longer just a Manjikyu Sharingan. There are two. Itachi Ucha and Fugaku Ucha. Weak. This was the second time Huang had felt so weak that he even dared to dream of joining forces with the person he hated most when it came to something as simple as revenge. "Ara, put it down." A voice came from beside my ear, and my wrist was gripped by a rough, large hand. "Uncle Yashiro." Huang turned his face, his eyes already brimming with tears. "We will definitely investigate Shisue's matter thoroughly, and all the sinners will bear the wrath of the Ucha. Even if that sinner comes from within the clan." Ucha Yatsuho said fiercely, completely ignoring the clan leader standing opposite him. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's expression changed slightly, but he ultimately managed to restrain himself. "Ara, what explanation do you want for what happened in Konoha's main city? Do you realize that this will further erode the trust between us and the village?" He changed the subject. "I don't want Itachi to become the center of blame. It's just a pity that we have such a weak clan leader. You can use whatever punishment you want to appease Konoha." After speaking, Ara bowed slightly to Uncle Yashiro and walked towards the alleyway. He did not want the father and son to see his vulnerability and tears. The night was as silent as a raging flood. Konoha's plan was successful. After Shisue's death, the entire clan was enraged. But at the same time, there was also a hint of fear. If even Shisui of the instantaneous movement can be silently eliminated, then what high-end combat power can they rely on? Is he a clan leader who compromises endlessly, or is Itachi Ucha who becomes increasingly self-willed and estranged from his clan? Someone mentioned the wasteland. But Huang is only 8 years old. Even if he has immeasurable potential, even if he can become the next Shisui, it will still take time. Will Konoha give them time? For a moment, silence, sighs, anger, and fear intertwined in the air above the Ucha clan. Ultimately, all that remains is powerlessness. Huddled in the corner, Desolate was unusually not meditating. The image of still water remained in his mind. Those 10-odd days of training were his most precious memories after his reincarnation. Two people with different wills, who should have been on opposite sides, became brothers because of their shared identity. Although it was confirmed to be only on the last day, there is no doubt that they both valued this precious relationship very much. Bang, bang, bang. A crisp tapping sound rang out. Huang ignored it. Even when Quan Jie came to call him for dinner, Huang didn't respond. He just curled up in a corner, letting himself be enveloped in sadness. Bang, 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 bang. However, the knocking did not disappear despite the homeowner's indifference. Instead, the knocking became more rapid. Huang raised his eyes and looked toward the source of the sound. Under the moonlight, a black crow was incessantly tapping its beak against the glass. With just one glance, Huang could no longer hold back her tears. Because those were his brother's eyes. Chapter 43 Blood Azura. The rain was drizzling down, blurring the view. It stood quietly in front of the monument, unmoved by the relentless rain. And this is already the third day. Not far away, Quan quietly held up an umbrella and waited. She had also stayed there for 3 days. That night, the crows knocked on the window, bringing with them a kaleidoscope that also ignited the oppressive emotions that had been building up inside. Revenge. He wants revenge. He wants everyone involved in this hunt to pay the price. Go and be buried with your brother. A storage scroll was pulled out, containing items that Huang had collected during his first mission, bloodstained armor and bloodstained weapons. At the same time, a light blue low-level summoning talisman also appeared in his hand. Blood dripped onto the talisman, and a murmured chant followed, "Demons of the other shore, following my blood, descend upon this realm to serve me. Your name is Terracotta Warrior. Power. The wasteland desperately needs power. Of course, it's not just about strength, you also need companions you can completely trust and who will never betray you. Making a bond with a yokai is the best choice." He once had many concerns. He worried that the summoned monsters would have different ideas and habits from his own. He worried that he would not be able to gain their approval and that forcibly using the power he obtained would not only fail to amplify it much, but would also create a barrier. He worried that his abilities were too numerous and varied, which would attract the attention of the Root and the Dark Department. But now Huang doesn't care anymore. The death of Brother Jishue was the most direct cause. Secondly, I'm not someone that just anyone can take advantage of. A somber atmosphere filled the room, the clanging sounds of clashing weapons echoed in the air, and then a towering figure came into view. He was like a mountain, and simply standing beside you gave you an immense sense of security. Did you summon me? The terracotta warrior gazed at the little creature in its field of vision and asked a question. Having guarded the tomb for a century, his speech carried a sense of decay. Yes, from now on, I am your new master. Dedicate all your power to me. Huang replied. Tears still lingered on his cheeks, and his youthful innocence remained, but his words revealed an unyielding resilience. For revenge. He has to toughen himself up. After all, summoning talismans are different from contract talismans. The former cannot directly form a contract. After borrowing power, the monster will choose to stay or leave, or even rebel. To form a permanent contract, one must gain the other party's approval. Terracotta warriors. Originally burial objects in the tomb, they guarded their owner for centuries. But in the end, he chose to leave, wanting to give his power to those who needed it more. It is precisely because of this that Huang dares to speak like this. Moreover, if one cannot even command a monster of the supernatural level, how can one summon an even more powerful monster? What do you need my power for? The stiff inscriptions on the terracotta warriors are as heavy and simple as the armor on their bodies. To protect. Protect my family, protect my companions, and ensure that my people are never harmed again. Huang broke down his purpose. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,414 words. They only talked about the past, without mentioning the present. Because the monster before us exists solely to protect. The terracotta warriors remained silent. The deep blue demonic eye silently gazed down at the unwavering young man, sensing his resolute will. After a short while, he slowly squatted down until he knelt on one knee. Master, please use my power. His right fist was pressed against his chest, and his resounding words were heavier than any promise made by humankind. At the same time, a mark resembling armor appeared on the back of Huang's right hand, signifying the formation of a contract. Then, the first command. Protect my brother's eyes. Ara placed Shisui's sharing into an incorruptible vessel and then handed it to the terracotta warrior's palm. Promise. That was his answer. The memory abruptly stopped, and Huang slowly opened his eyes. Brother Shisui. He called out softly, his voice hoarse, lacking any of the lightness that a boy should have. I have to go. Those who made you breach the contract, I will make them pay the price. You're right here beside me, just watch carefully. The serious incidents caused by Ara in Konoha's main city have not been subject to any substantial punishment. Whether it was because Uncle Yashiro suppressed it once again, or because the Konoha leadership knew when to hold back, after eliminating Shisui of the body flicker and achieving a brief period of peace, they did not continue to press the matter further. However, none of this mattered to Huang. Whether it's punishment, harsh criticism, or exclusion, you should just bear it all. But one day, he will repay him 100-fold. Including Brother Shisui's share. After resting for only one day, Huang left the tribe's territory. When he returned to the mission hall, this time no staff member gave him any trouble, and he could choose any sea-level mission he wanted. This must be the will of the Konoha leadership. After all, why not have a diligent enforcer? It should be noted that both the Third Shinobi World War and the Nine-Tails attack caused Konoha to lose a number of excellent ninjas. In addition, the necessary border defense and the assignment of confidential missions made it difficult for the village to have enough ninjas. At this time, there were gaps in low-level missions that needed to be completed. Moreover, it must be achieved 100% smoothly. Because Konoha, as the leader of the 5 great ninja villages, must project a powerful image. The appearance of the wilderness was tacitly approved from then on. It also made all the Konoha ninjas realize what madness truly meant. For 1 year and 8 months, he only took a break after one mission. The rest of the time, he would go to the mission hall as soon as he returned. He prioritized the subjugation missions, followed by the escort missions of higher level, and lastly the intelligence gathering and guarding missions. The only mission during which they took a break was originally a B-level escort mission, escorting a merchant caravan to the land of water. However, before setting off, he was suddenly entrusted with an A-rank mission, to go to Kirigakure and exchange documents representing the reconciliation between the two forces. Needless to say, this is Konoha's higher-ups wanting to kill him through the hands of other forces. Otherwise, why not send other, more persuasive, and more symbolic ninjas to exchange the peace treaty? It should be noted that the only force that has been frequently violating the borders of the Land of Fire in recent years, relentlessly pursuing Konoha, and capable of engaging in a battle with them at any time, is Kirigakure. Who would believe it if they suddenly said they wanted a reconciliation? However, Huang didn't say much, and didn't even notify the clan, heading straight there. because that was the power that his brother, Shisui, had suppressed. He cannot, and should not, embarrass his brother. The blood made the name Blood Mist even more fitting, and he instantly reappeared on that land. Throughout the year, the amount of blood stained on Huang's hands was no less than that of a small Secret Service team. When the leader of the Kirigakure Jonin knelt before Ara, the remaining Kirigakure ninja who were chasing him were instantly filled with fear. They remembered that person who also had a pair of blood-red eyes and the ability to teleport. I was reminded of the terror I once felt being dominated by Shisue's body flicker technique. Even though the boy before her was already covered in blood and his battle blade was broken, and even though his aura was weak and he was clearly at his limit, she still hesitated and dared not step forward. In the very end, under the forced orders from above, as several mist shadow squads were about to conduct their final hunt, a series of crazed figures suddenly darted past Huang's side, their scarlet eyes blazing with the most savage fury. The border between Konoha and Kirigakure is a place where the Ucha clan has been stationed for generations. From then on, the name of Shizuru no longer circulated in the misty borderlands. Because that person is dead. But it has another name, Blood Azura, Desolation. I heard that he is Shisue's younger brother. Chapter 44 Northern Border. Ucha Ara. Konoha Genin. Number 012195. Total number of tasks performed, 71. Among them, Grade A, 1 time, Grade B, 24 times, and Grade C, 46 times. Success rate, 100%. Looking at the message in his hand, Bayunishan's gaze shifted slightly and landed on the boy in front of him. The light blue ninja uniform was embroidered with the Ucha clan's fan-shaped crest. The sword on his back exuded a faint smell of blood. His clean and indifferent face showed no other emotions, but his calm eyes occasionally rippled with emotion, as if he was suppressing something. Ucha Ara, Blood Azura Ara. TSK. A hint of difficulty appeared in Bayun Yeshan's eyes. I never expected that the genin sent by the village would be this little guy. I heard that the conflict between Kirigakure and Konoha on the border 2 months ago was caused by the other side. The Ucha, who had always harbored resentment towards the village, surprisingly put in both labor and effort, almost reaching the heart of the Land of Water. Even the warlike Kagaya clan was unable to stop those madmen. And this time, the instigator, the little guy known as Blood Azura in the Blood Mist, actually came to his team. Headache. What I really wanted was just a more experienced genin to replace the injured members of the team. Shouldn't Ara have been promoted to Chunin long ago? Despite his frustration, Shirakumo Hayama, being an elite jonin, was no ordinary person and quickly composed himself. For the next month, I will be your captain. You will need to follow my instructions in everything you do, understand? Yes. A succinct response from Huang. However, such a response did not sound so pleasant to Bayun Yeshan. Too perfunctory. He also had a premonition that their relationship might not go so smoothly afterward. There are 2 other people in the group. Jonin Taikuno is skilled in using various ninja tools and setting up traps. He has extensive experience in garrison duty and is a nimble fat man. Kimura Suk, a genin, is skilled in reconnaissance and has some experience in carrying out missions. He is a young man who doesn't talk much. Because of the addition of new members, I will now reiterate our mission, to guard the northern border and prevent the Iwagakure ninja from launching a surprise attack while the eastern front is tense. Wild, please introduce your abilities so that we can better coordinate our efforts. Having suppressed his personal emotions, Shirakumo Hayama quickly got into leadership mode. After all, he was an experienced and highly capable elite jonin. Swordsmanship, Sharingan, Ice Release Ninjutsu. The word was revealed in the desolate manner. This is a well-known ability that is most frequently used on the battlefield and in missions. So the role is reconnaissance and combat. Captain Bayun summarized. However, our mission this time is not primarily combat, but rather reconnaissance. If the enemy appears, we will retreat immediately and light a signal to notify all the outposts. Clear. He added that his last remark was clearly directed at Huang. Understand. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,380 words. Taikuno and Kimura spoke in unison. They've been here for a month and have long since figured out the essence of this mission. Ah. Huang gave a soft hum, indicating that he understood. But a look of sorrow resurfaced in Bayun Yeshan's eyes. Since you've just arrived, you'll be working with me on this mission. Taikuno and Kimura will be in the same group. Tomorrow, we'll continue our advance northward, but at a slower pace.
We're getting closer and closer to the border of the land of Earth, so we have to be careful. Hisoshi got injured because he accidentally stepped into a trap set by Iwagakure, and I don't want that to happen again. Of course, it's better now that I have the Sharingan, but I need to put in a lot more effort. Most ordinary reconnaissance ninjas learn their tricks through countless trials and injuries, while those of average ability, like the Yamanaka clan, possess strong mental power and can detect the enemy's presence in advance, but they are somewhat ineffective against well-hidden traps. This is where the power of eye techniques comes into play. The Byakugan is naturally the most powerful bloodline limit for reconnaissance, otherwise, Kirigakure and Kumogakure wouldn't have gone to such lengths to obtain it. The Sharingan comes second. Furthermore, unlike the Sharingan, the Byakugan can be used at will once obtained. Only those with Ucha blood can unleash the full power of the Sharingan, and transplanting the Sharingan into other races will face an extremely awkward predicament. It cannot be turned off. It's like a leaky faucet, constantly draining the host's chakra. Therefore, other factions do not desire the Sharingan as much as they desire the Byakugan. I see. Huang rarely spoke more than a few words. When it comes to the lives of his comrades, he will protect them meticulously, regardless of whether they are from the Ucha clan or not. This is also his promise to the Shikigami, Hyaki. This answer made Bayun Shangren raise his eyes slightly, and he felt a deeper understanding of this little guy. Everything was normal for the first half of the month. But as the project progressed, subtle changes began to occur in the surroundings. The forest, which should have been filled with birdsong and insect chirps, was unusually quiet. Such quiet is not a good thing for any seasoned ninja, just like the calm before a storm. Captain Bayun. Taikuno frowned and called out in a low voice. He didn't say much, but everything was conveyed in the exchange of their eyes. Immediately, Bayun Yeshan gestured for him to stop and took out the map he had been keeping in his pocket, examining it carefully. This map is very simple, with only a few strokes marking the areas of forest, highlands, and plains. It could easily be mistaken for a child's doodle. We are here now, and the nearest high point is here, which is also the best place to survey the entire area. However, if we want to get here, we need to cross this field. As his finger slid across the map, even the usually cold-faced elite ninja couldn't help but show a troubled expression. Although it is difficult to move through the forest and easy to fall into enemy traps, it is also more suitable for individual combat. However, once they entered the wilderness, they would inevitably face being completely exposed, especially since there were only 4 of them. If they were discovered by the Iwagakure army, it would almost certainly mean certain death. It's important to know that this ninja village is characterized by its group-based combat. Simply put, it's about using human lives to build a mountain of drugs. Ironically, they even righteously regard such behavior as the will of stone. This is the point that Bayun Yeshan finds most disdainful. The most correct idea is to pass on the flame of life to more promising future generations. Captain, it's up to you. Tekino said in a deep voice. In this situation, reaching a consensus is the most important thing. Shirokumo Hayama remained silent, his gaze sweeping over Kimura Suke and Ucha Ara, who were also silent, before finally gritting his teeth and making a firm decision, mission first. However, Taikuno, gather all the explosive tags in the squad and set a trap here. If we are attacked, this will be our only escape route. Yes. His chubby hand responded instantly, his expression serious. Chapter 45. You didn't stop it either, did you? Danzo! How dare you? An angry roar filled the entire Hokuge's office. If a soundproof barrier hadn't been set up here beforehand, the entire population of Konoha would probably have felt the third Hokuge's wrath. Calm down, Hiruzen. What kind of Hokuge do you look like right now? Xiaochun frowned slightly as she turned to her new room. Apart from the Ucha clan, the area is relatively peaceful, and nothing major should happen recently. Moreover, even if there is an attack from foreign tribes, the Shadow, as the highest leader of the village, must maintain the most basic composure. Ask him. Hiruzen Sarutobi said through gritted teeth. The almost solidified rage nearly transformed into a fiery escape, burning the old man with his eyes closed to ashes. What happened? I did nothing wrong. Everything I did was for the village. As soon as Koharu Utatane opened her mouth to ask, Danzo Shimura immediately denied it, his voice calm and collected. This explanation clearly did not satisfy Hiruzen Sarutobi. Even the 2 advisors frowned. Danzo's starting point was undoubtedly for Konoha, this is something they can be certain of without explanation. However, the ultimate consequences of this event are uncertain. It seems that Hiruzen's anger stemmed from this final outcome. What exactly did you do, Danzo?
Mito Enman couldn't help but ask. He secretly sent someone to contact Iwagakure, intending to send 2 Jonin to their deaths. Before the instigator could answer, Hiruzen Sarutabi, who could no longer contain his anger, roared. Colluding with an enemy country. Betraying your comrades. These 2 keywords instantly came to mind for the 2 consultants. And regardless of the specific charge, it would be an unforgivable crime deserving of death. Xiaochun remained silent after changing dorm rooms. On this point, she could no longer speak up for Danzo. Colluding with enemy countries is understandable. Because in the ninja world, it is very common to plant spies among each other, especially in the power struggles between major nations. Sometimes, seemingly accurate and highly profitable intelligence may just be the meat that the opponent is willing to cut at a painful cost. Danzo was most adept at this kind of trick. But the ones who betrayed their comrades were 2 powerful Jonin. Such a loss is something that neither side can accept with a clear conscience. Furthermore, judging from Hiruzen's tone, the 2 ninjas belong to the village, not the Ucha clan. Can you see the Ucha clan now? Have you heard the cries of ordinary residents for the Ucha clan? Or have you also been blinded by that brief victory in the east? Danzo Shimura gave an irrelevant answer. Yet every sentence hits the nail on the head regarding the crux of the problem. That's right, the Ucha have changed. The Ucha clan, who should have been grieving the loss of Shisui, reversed their previous decline because of the actions of a young boy. With the strength of their clan, they penetrated into the heart of the land of water, and no one could stop them in their path, forcing the Kagaya clan to retreat. You should know that they are a clan whose very bones have the word war engraved in their very being. There has always been only one option, fight to the death. There is simply no other choice. But when faced with the rampaging Ucha, and those eyes that could easily plunge people into hell, they were afraid, terrified, and retreated. Without the supreme combat power, no one can stop the Ucha. No. There once was. But that clan no longer exists. This feat, which drove the Konoha ninjas wild with pride, also ensured that the boy's name would be etched on the border of Kirigakure. Ucha Arakawa. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,379 words. Blood Azura Wasteland. Alone, facing the pursuit of hundreds of elite Kirigakure ninjas, he still managed to kill one of them. Even Kakashi Hatake, who is known for his cold-bloodedness, has not been able to do that. Hiruzen Sarutabi did not refute. The Ucha clan has been far too active lately, and the reason for this is solely because of a 10-year-old boy. Therefore, he did not stop Danzo from secretly issuing the A-level mission. But who would have thought that the hidden mist village, known as the Village of Blood and Mist, had fallen into such a state? What about the 7 knives? What about the tailless tailed beast? What about my Terumi, the dual bloodline limit user who was once on par with Kakashi? How come they can't even get rid of a small child? Instead, it made them feel the Ucha's anger and power more clearly, and even boosted the morale of that clan. How could the higher-ups in Konoha not be alarmed? Hiruzen, Danzo did nothing wrong. Turn to the next room, Xiaochun said in a deep voice. Although the conversation between the 2 did not reveal all the details, the 2 consultants were not fools, having worked together for many years, they were able to guess everything. Danzo colluded with Iwagakure and betrayed his comrades' information in order to use them to eliminate Ucha Ara and leave that clan with no hope. However, the cost was the loss of 2 Jonin. If it's just 2 Jonin, Konoha can afford it. Maitaman Yang said through gritted teeth. Although he was aware of the direct combat strength that the 2 Jonin of Konoha represented. And it's not just about combat strength, but also about rich experience and the ability to lead newcomers. But that's Bayuni Mountain. Hiruzen Sarutabi's voice was filled with sorrow. This is true sorrow. Otherwise, there would be no need to reveal this to these 3 old friends who know him inside and out. Upon hearing this, Koharu Utatane and Homura Mitakado also stiffened, exchanging glances and seeing each other's shock. Only Danzo Shimura remained unmoved and kept silent. Bayuni S-Han. Elite Jonin of Konoha, the backbone of the village. After Sakumo Hatake's death, he became Konoha's undisputed #1 swordsman. But what truly makes him so remarkable is not his combat prowess, but rather his unparalleled temperament, experienced command abilities, and the blazing fire of Konoha. All the genin and chunin who followed him experienced significant improvements in various aspects, especially in team unity and the inheritance of the will of fire. Of course, there is another very important point. Although Hayama Shirakumo is strong and has considerable prestige among ninjas, he never participates in political affairs.
This is why neither of the two advisors was initially certain when they heard that he was the one who had been betrayed. Such a price is far too high. The necessary sacrifices are worthwhile. Besides, if it weren't for him, would that old man from Iwagakure have even made a decent response? Danzo Shimura finally spoke. He always believed that ARA survival was not due to Kirigakure's incompetence, but rather to their lack of attention. Even if the opponent is from the Uchiha clan, wouldn't sending nearly 100 elites be enough for a 10-year-old child? More than enough. But those fools overlooked what the body flicker technique is, and they also overlooked how much the Uchiha clansmen valued this member. That's why they were completely dumbfounded when they were counterattacked. So this time, he chose the more cautious Iwagakure, and even offered an elite Jonin and a Jonin as bait to be buried with him. But you can't either. Hiruzen Sarutabi wanted to say something more. In fact, this old man who had held power for half his life was well aware that Danzo not only wanted to eliminate ARA, but also wanted to eliminate all those who could compete with him for power. Over the years, he still had not given up his obsession with his position. Don't mention that Bayun Yeshan has no such idea at all. The same was true for Sakumo Hatake in the past. But before the Hokage could finish speaking, Danzo's voice followed. You didn't stop it either, did you? His gaze was disdainful. Chapter 46 Iwagakure Core. Huang felt somewhat uncomfortable. It's not a physical discomfort, but a feeling. This feeling is like having annoying flies constantly buzzing around your ear while you're in a light sleep. He repeatedly used Shokuno's chubby body as cover to search his surroundings, but still found nothing. There are only two reasons for this situation. First, he was too stressed and had a hallucination. After all, no one could withstand a mission that lasted for a long time without interruption. Second, the spy was too strong and had a reconnaissance ability comparable to Hyuga's Byakugan. Wilderness, naturally, leans towards the latter. He trusts his instincts. The light suddenly intensified as we walked. We were about to leave the forest. Team leader. Still unable to find anything amiss, Huang decided to proceed cautiously and suppress his unease. After all, in this squad, the only one with more combat experience is Shirakumo Hayama. The chubby guy, Kuno, has decent control skills, but he lacks other abilities. As for Kimura, who was also a genin, he became a mere accessory after ARA's arrival and rarely spoke. Upon hearing the sound, Yishan immediately made a gesture to stop the team's advance. The Sharingan is the eyes of this team, he cannot ignore the other party's voice. Of course, even if the one who spoke was Kimura Suke, he would still do the same thing, which is the biggest difference between Hakuin Jonin and the ninja who led the team. Strong, reliable, and good at listening to the opinions of their peers. Something doesn't feel right about this forest. Huang said softly. A forest? Not a field. Bayun Yeshan's expression turned slightly serious. They were now on the edge of the forest, having already traversed potentially dangerous areas, and their next step was to cross the plains before them, not to return to the forest. What have you found? But out of caution, he still asked. Huang shook his head. If I had been able to find the cause of my discomfort, I would have eliminated the source of the danger long ago. Moreover, the Sharingan cannot perform long-range reconnaissance like the Byakugan. Murakami, what about your perception? Captain Bayun turned his gaze to the reconnaissance ninja who had originally been part of the team. The young man being questioned was visibly startled and immediately closed his eyes, allowing his mental energy to continuously spread outwards. Because of ARA's arrival, they have all somewhat forgotten their original responsibilities. Nothing was found. After a short while, he opened his eyes and replied. Continue forward, and retreat immediately after completing the reconnaissance. Murakami, don't underestimate yourself and rely on your companions for everything. Even ARA isn't omnipotent. After receiving a response, Hakurio Hayama ultimately chose to prioritize the mission, a sentiment shared by many older generation ninjas who believed in absolute obedience to orders from superiors. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to remind his companion, who had a relatively low profile, of his presence. Yes, Captain Bayun. Murakami, usually a man of few words, blushed slightly and dared not slack off any longer. Let's go. I'll lead the way, ARA will follow, and Taikuno will bring up the rear. If we encounter any danger, we'll retreat immediately and run towards the place where we've laid our trap. Just as they set off again, a very inconspicuous little black insect fluttered its wings and took flight. The feeling of traveling in the open fields was much worse than in the forest. Although the ground was flatter, the waist-high weeds were not enough to conceal the team's figures.
Even if you have to lower your body or crawl forward, as long as the enemy occupies the high ground, the swaying weeds will betray you. For example, from the perspective of Iwagakure village right now. As expected, it was Shirakumo Hayama and Ucha Ara. The intelligence was correct. A sound came from the inconspicuous rocks. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1479 words. Earth release, rock concealment technique. This technique allows the user to become invisible and move using rocks and soil, enabling them to freely traverse rock walls. Then let's make our move. There's no need to delay any longer, we should be within the Sharingan's detection range soon. Hehe, Blood Azura Desolation? Those trash from Kirigakure really think they're worthy of the Ucha clan. Let's teach them a lesson. Azure. A sea of blue. It's not that the sky fell to the ground, but that countless Earth release ninjas are lurking underground. Escape! Huang suddenly let out a low roar. However, he did not flee immediately, he wanted to see just how many enemies were lurking. Moreover, in terms of speed, even the Hidden Mist village, which excels in assassination, cannot match him, who possesses the body flicker technique. Without hesitation, Shirakumo Hayama retreated instantly, even pulling Murakami, who was still in a daze, along with him. Although Taikuno was a beat slower, he still demonstrated what a nimble fat man is. However, the enemy's offensive came too quickly. When the ground was torn open, countless hidden earth ninjas had already completed their hand seals. Earth release, earth flow. A chorus of chants erupted in an instant, and in a flash, the earth shattered and a torrent descended. The landslide created by hundreds of people resembled a divine punishment that would destroy the world, rapidly engulfing all living things on Earth. Moreover, this is a wilderness, with absolutely no place to use as cover or take shelter. This is precisely the strength of the Iwagakure core. Shirakumo Hayama's expression was solemn, but he still fled rapidly with Murakami-suke in his arms. If he were to drop the burden in his arms, he might still have a chance to escape. As for Taikuno, his face was completely bloodless, and his fat body was rolling and running wildly across the field, cursing these damned Iwagakure ninjas incoherently. Captain, leave me behind. Kimura twisted his body, and in his vision, the surging torrent was already close at hand. If this continued, they would all die. Letting go of yourself is the right choice. Once the captain and his men escape into the forest, at least they'll have somewhere to take cover. However, Bayun Yeshan did not answer and continued to rush forward, even though the deafening roar was already close to him. At this moment, he wasn't thinking about why so many Iwagakure ninjas had appeared, instead, he was regretting not listening to Ara's intuition. But where is Huang now? He remembered that when he issued the warning, the other party did not flee immediately. Did that guy also lack the means to escape? In an instant, a surge of self-reproach welled up inside him. But just then, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Captain, blast a hole in the ground. It's a wasteland. For some reason, when Bayun Yeshan heard this voice, he felt an inexplicable urge to rely on it. Perhaps it was because of the other party's newly established reputation. Perhaps it was because of the other party's attitude of not abandoning their companion. Or perhaps, it's the recognition that has arisen over these past 10 days or so for some unknown reason. In short, he immediately drew his sword. Vacuum sword. A surge of wind-type chakra erupted in that instant, tearing open a pit in the soft ground large enough for 4 people to stand in. Almost at the same moment, Ara appeared behind the 3 of them, his hands pressed against the ground as he growled, Earth release, Earth flow wall. As soon as the words fell, a solid rock wall instantly surrounded and sealed the pit, tilting at an angle to deflect the force, guided by the wild chakra. Boom! The dull thud was transmitted through the rocks into the narrow barrier, and as the rubble fell, the air became thin. But in the vast, open wilderness, this was the only solution he could come up with. Moreover, the real danger they faced was not the collapse of the barrier or the increasingly thin air, but the fact that 4 of them had to fight against an Iwagakure army that was nearly 100 times larger. Chapter 47 Let Them Live. The oscillation has stopped. Bayun Yeshan immediately followed his memory and used his sword to cleave through the soil and rocks facing the forest. A dazzling light surged in instantly, and dust danced with it. But they no longer have time to adapt. Every minute and every second is a race against death. Because the ninjas from Iwagakure have already surrounded us. However, Huang still did not flee. The fact that his whereabouts were exposed, the vague discomfort he felt along the way, and the ambush he was currently facing by more than 400 Iwagakure ninjas, this kind of plot and this kind of method. It was definitely Danzo Shimura's work. Amidst the hastily constructed earthen and stone walls, due to the thin air, Ara only asked one question: does Iwagakure have a custom of using genin as cannon fodder? The main force won't appear until the enemy's chakra is exhausted. Because he had seen the same situation before when he used his Sharingan. Although the numerous chakra clumps were connected as one, each clump was very weak. Bayun Yeshan nodded dismissively at this. At that time, however, he was unaware that the boy in front of him already had a crazy plan. That is, fight back. Ultimately, this whole thing started because of him. If he hadn't come himself, Danzo wouldn't have dared to easily reveal the whereabouts of his Jonin to Iwagakure. Moreover, since that old man is so eager for him to die. So it wouldn't be right not to do something in return, not to give a gift. It remains to be seen whether these mere 400 genin will cause Iwagakure, the hidden stone village, heartache and lead them to begin targeting Konoha's higher-ups. It's exactly the same as the intelligence. Ucha Ara, that brainless hothead, really thinks he can stop my clan's 400 warriors all by himself. On the cliff edge, a man wearing a red headscarf grinned maliciously. In this ninja village, any ninja wearing a red headscarf is basically considered a Jonin-level strongman. The power of the Will of Stone is something these madmen will never be able to comprehend. The man standing beside him crossed his arms and affirmed. Shortage. Meanwhile, Shirakumo Hayama, who was fleeing towards the forest, also noticed something amiss. He stopped in his tracks as soon as he caught a glimpse of the boy running in the opposite direction. That brat, even if he's supposed to be covering the rear, it's still his duty. Taikuno, Kimura, run to the designated location. After letting out a low growl, he immediately drew his longsword and chased after the boy, his speed not much slower than the boy in his sight. After all, Hayama Shirakumo is not only an extremely responsible captain, but also a powerful ninja with wind-style chakra. Team leader. Taikuno's escape was a fraction slower. After a moment of change in expression on his chubby face, he suddenly stopped, leaving a trail on the ground before turning around and unloading the special crossbow bolts he had been carrying on his back. This is his personal ninja tool, and the arrows he shoots are also imbued with explosive symbols. Damn! 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 I'll fight these Iwagakure bastards to the death. Kimura, run! He roared, his face flushed red. However, at the moment when Taikuno was waiting, or more accurately, when Shirakumo Hayama turned around, Kimura took out a kunai from his ninja pouch, his gaze resolute. As the squad's reconnaissance ninja, his failure to detect the anomaly immediately was already a dereliction of duty. Then, he was saved by Captain Bayun at great risk, his life no longer belonged to himself. What's the point of letting it escape alone now, even if it survives? Must I live my whole life in the shadow of abandoning my companions? He does not want. Kimura, what are you doing? Get the hell out of here. Noticing the young man's behavior beside him, Taikuno immediately cursed out. With Captain Bayun absent, the above-mentioned Jonin, with their combined strength, naturally become the highest commanders even though they can only command one person. But what exactly is this annoying brat doing? Are you planning to die together if you don't run for your lives? Brother Kuno, 10 o'clock. Kill them. However, Kimura closed his eyes and spread his spiritual power, and his speech began to be gradually assimilated by the fat man beside him. Hey, good lad. Seeing this, Taikuno stopped being coy and began to swing his ninja tools with all his might. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,665 words. At this moment, Ara, who was rushing at the forefront, was already facing the Iwagakure ninjas. He could even see the pitying expressions on their faces. But who should pity whom? Ghostly entanglement, red plum blossoms under the snow. Snowflakes drifted down, and ice surged. Huge ice shards materialized out of thin air, piercing through the first group of Iwagakure genin and continuing to penetrate forward, claiming more than a dozen lives in an instant. But that alone is not enough to shake the will of stone of these guys. The Iwagakure ninjas who followed the fallen quickly filled the vacant spots. Illusion technique, dark travel technique. In a flash, Huang, having cleared a patch of pure land, formed hand seals, and darkness descended. The ninjas 10 meters away suddenly lost sight of him, and just as they were trying to break the illusion using their rigid learning system, sharp blades were already placed against the necks of these poor fellows. This is Shisui's instantaneous movement technique. Blood stained the land. In just one encounter, dozens of Iwagakure genin were already left to die in a foreign land. But there was not a trace of fear in the eyes of these Iwagakure ninjas, only anger and fearlessness.
Shuriken swarmed towards the boy standing amidst the flowing blood, like locusts. In this situation, Huang was somewhat at a loss as to how to deal with it. If this were in Kirigakure, those cold-blooded yet extremely suicidal guys would have already retreated and been waiting for a better opportunity to strike. They would rarely have such a fearless spirit of sacrifice. Then, keep killing. With a slight lift of the blade, the shuriken that swarmed through his field of vision, resembling a locust plague, were less threatening than Itachi Ucha had been 2 years ago. Vacuum sword. However, just as Ara was preparing to face this storm of ninja tools, a burly figure blocked his way, and the surging sword wind blew the imposing ninja tools to pieces. The visitor was none other than Bayun Yes-han. Have a finger in the pie. However, Huang didn't hold back in his criticism. This is our own war. Let them run, so be it. What are they going to do back here? Become a burden or send them to their deaths? Upon hearing this, Bayun Yes-han was not annoyed. The fact that they were able to sweep aside so many Iwagakure ninjas in a single encounter, even if they were just genin, speaks volumes. This kid's skills are definitely top-notch. I am your captain, and it is my duty to protect my subordinates. Besides, death cannot frighten the ninjas of Iwagakure, because they preach the inhuman will of stone. Especially against an army group like this. Bayun Yes-han immediately discerned what Huang was thinking. This kid wanted to intimidate these Iwagakure members with bloodshed, but it was completely useless. In the past, this village used the lives of more than 10,000 people to wear down the third Reikage, who was the strongest ninja in Kumogakure. Fearing that the young man behind him might not understand history, he added, "Is the threat of death useless?" A scarlet light gleamed in Huang's eyes. Then let them live. Living like a cripple. Chapter 48. Hey, do you also have the will of stone? Bayun Yes-han didn't quite hear the boy's murmur. Just as he was about to order the enemy to retreat as captain and take over the Iwagakure army, Ara had already crossed their defensive line and was walking towards the enemy in the wilderness, carrying his sword. All that remained in my ears was a sentence: don't get in the way. If you really want to help, go find the leader on the other side and kill him. Such cold and fierce words made Bayun Yes-han's lips twitch. Even the scar on his face, which looked ferocious, now looked much gentler and cuter. Who exactly is whose captain? He was a little helpless. Moreover, this kid makes it sound so easy, but finding and killing the leader of Iwagakure who is skilled in earth release amidst a vast army is no easier than facing 400 genin head-on. See? He said it the day they first met. He and this guy weren't a good match and that they were bound to have a conflict. However, Bayun Yes-han still withdrew from the battle as instructed, his thoughts racing wildly, because at this moment, he had no choice but to believe, otherwise his entire team would perish here. Although finding the enemy general in such a chaotic situation seems absurd, nothing is absolute, and there are still some clues to be deduced. The primary breakthrough point is that massive combined ninjutsu. To get 400 people to appear, form hand seals, and activate their abilities simultaneously, undoubtedly requires a commander who oversees the entire operation, otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve such uniformity. Now, here comes the key point. There are only two possibilities for coordinating so many ninjas in a plain area at once without revealing their positions. The first is that they are similar to the mental ninjas of the Yamanoka clan, who use their mental powers to send a unified attack signal to all the ninjas. However, their own team also had members with mental abilities, and even powerful eye techniques like the Sharingan. If the enemy used mental power as a signal for reconnaissance and command, there was no reason why their side wouldn't be able to sense it. Therefore, there is only one possibility left. Bayun Yes-han's gaze instantly fell on the stone cliff standing in his field of vision. It was their original destination and the only high point in this area. The commander must be there. Having made his decision, he began to maneuver forward, and with his elite jonin strength, no Iwagakure ninja could get close to him for a time. From now on, it's up to you. If I make it back alive this time, I'll owe you my life. After glancing once more at Ucha Ara, who was strolling into the enemy ranks and almost overwhelmed by the sea of people, Shirakumo Hayama stopped being distracted and charged toward the rocky cliff. Whispering sound. The foul-smelling blood splattered onto Huang's face, making him inexplicably unhappy. And for some reason, this feeling of unease would come every time his hands were stained with blood, and it would intensify, as if some kind of will was about to break through its limits and undergo another level of transformation. Of course, now is not the time to dwell on this situation, because these crawling, useless things are really annoying. If this field hadn't been buried by the previous Earth Release ninjutsu, he would have loved to burn these annoying guys to ashes with a fire release technique. After glancing at Captain Baiyun, who had already begun to act, out of the corner of his eye, Huang no longer suppressed the tyranny in his heart. Then come on, you trash. Ghostly entanglement, blood armor of 100 battles. A powerful and profound force surged forth at this moment, and the ancient red and black armor quietly solidified on Huang's body, seemingly heavy yet as light as a feather. At the same time, a faint phantom of a terracotta warrior appeared behind him, like the most loyal servant guarding his master. Secret technique, unbreakable. Roar. The phantom figure protecting the wilderness raised its right hand, gripping a stone sword tightly, and pounded its left fist fiercely against the equally ancient armor, roaring towards the surrounding wilderness. This sound is mockery. In an instant, the anger in the eyes of the Iwagakure ninja in the inner circle intensified, while the ninja in the outer circle were even more eager to eliminate their comrades in front of them and enter the fray. Even the Iwagakure ninja who were chasing Hayama and the hunters Kuno and Kimura suddenly turned their gazes back towards Ara's location. Even though they knew perfectly well that the place was their home ground and they no longer needed to participate, they still couldn't suppress the restlessness in their hearts. The Ucha clan must die. Suddenly, a hidden rock ninja roared angrily. And this will immediately resonated with others. Their obsessive anger found an outlet, and every Iwagakure member who was about to be killed wanted to tear the boy at the center of the vortex to shreds. Then, let's begin. Having achieved his goal of inciting conflict, Ara no longer resorted to indiscriminate killing. Secret technique, still water like a clear mirror. Secret technique, mirror flower water moon. The muttering to himself sounded like a declaration of the devil's descent into the world. His scarlet eyes radiated a cruelty that even he himself could hardly perceive or calm. Child, when you hone yourself through killing, you will also be controlled by killing. Slow down, stop. The burden of the family shouldn't fall entirely on your shoulders. In a daze, he heard Uncle Yashiro's voice in his ears. But such voices were quickly drowned out by shouts of kill the Ucha, and the Ucha must die. New Orion, the lord of all demons and monsters in the Edo region, and the supreme commander of the Nura clan. Its essence is to make itself nothing. If you want to see him, you can see him. If you don't want to see him, you can't see him. When absolute fear or absolute power approaches, the weak often ignore such a source of danger. This is the secret technique, still water mirror. In an instant, Ara disappeared from the sight of these weak Iwagakure genin, and when he reappeared, it was at the moment when an Iwagakure ninja was screaming wildly. The man was clutching his right arm, which had been severed at the root, his eyes filled with despair and pain. This is his dominant arm. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,334 words. This nearly destroyed any possibility of him continuing to be a ninja. The surrounding Hidden Stone village members instantly wanted to retaliate, but the living boy vanished like a ghost. When it reappeared, it was accompanied by a shrill scream. But this time, the person was covering their eyes. Where? Where is that bastard? The piercing roar extinguished the nameless fire in the hearts of these hidden heroes. They are not afraid of death. The so-called Will of Stone made them accept this spirit of sacrifice. But they fear living a useless life. If one cannot continue to be a ninja, then what is the point of continuing to live? Ho, ho, ho. One of the blind men from the Iwagakure was panting heavily, his ears filled with the agonizing screams of his companions. The devil, that devil! Let's all die together, you devils! Suddenly, he took out a stack of explosive tags from his pocket and activated his chakra. Boom! A violent explosion was heard in the area. And this was like Pandora's box being opened, with explosions following one after another. A mere 400. You should know that Ara swings his sword tens of thousands of times every day. I do not know how long it has been. The sounds of explosions and mournful roars have ceased to echo across the plains. The sword held in Ara's right hand hung low, and even though it was an expensive chakra weapon, it was now somewhat broken, while in his left hand he was carrying a survivor from Iwagakure who was a head taller than him. Hey, do you also have the Will of Stone? The boy asked in a soft voice, but his scarlet eyes were completely lifeless. Chapter 49. There are some things you're better off not knowing. Lei Tu had no intention of fighting the sudden attack from Baiyun Yeshan. His mind was constantly preoccupied with the battle on the plains. Can anyone tell me what's going on with that Ucha? Yuhara Rina. That bastard's right to your left, what are you looking for? Zotaji. Ahead, straight ahead. Those whose names could be called by Raitu were probably Chunin in the distribution group army, or new genin with good potential. But whoever they were, they all seemed to be trapped in a fear and confusion from which they could not escape.
Holding sharp blades, they could only swing them wildly in the air in the hope of stopping the boy who was like a demon. "Raitu, what are you doing?" He heard his comrades calling for help. Facing the elite Jonin Shirakumo Hayama, who was unleashing his full power, the team of 2 special Jonin and 1 Jonin was no match for him, and they had even begun to suffer losses. Failed. "I'm coming to my senses," Lei Tu muttered to himself. He was the commander in charge of using earth magic to direct the army, but how could he guide them in the face of such a bizarre situation below? Fear had long since robbed those guys of their original will and fighting power. Retreat! The man who had previously mocked Huang Di's absurdity was now devoid of his previous arrogance. His grief-stricken roar had just escaped his lips when a violent explosion silenced his voice. And these explosions came one after another in an instant. "It's over." Looking at the billowing smoke, Lei Tu knew clearly that this battle, no, this ambush, had completely failed. Even if the ninjas below manage to return alive, they may not be able to fight anymore. They have been completely defeated, and their indomitable will has been shattered by one person. Thunder and earth. "What the hell are you doing?" The blood-soaked millstone roared madly. The 2 special Jonin who had previously stood on the same side with him had already perished, and even he himself could not hold on. However, his teammates behind him seemed to be possessed and did not come to help at all. 2 escape times 2 Lu returns. A heavy stone slab lay across his front, and he wanted to turn around and see what had happened to his companion. And what about retreating? Are you kidding me? 400 of their people couldn't defeat 3 opponents. Could it be the sound of the earlier explosion? Has reinforcements from Konoha arrived? His overwhelming resentment made him eager to see this battlefield with his own eyes. But the millstone faces Bayun Yeshan, a highly experienced and powerful elite Jonin. He wouldn't miss such an opportunity. In a duel between masters, seizing the moment is crucial. The word retreat that reached his ears also greatly invigorated him, regardless of the reason or the means used. But all of this directly illustrates one thing. Huang did it. He really did it. He single-handedly stopped the 400-strong army of Iwagakure. The long sword, wreathed in wind-style chakra, shattered the stone wall as easily as slicing paper. The remaining force of the wind-style chakra left a long, thin bloodstain on the millstone's chest, from which dark red blood slowly seeped out, the same color as his ninja uniform. And, filled with resentment, he finally witnessed the despairing situation. The wilderness was littered with severed limbs and broken bodies, and the billowing dust obscured the fearful expressions of the dead. Standing alone among them was a blood-soaked boy, while the little guy who should have been their hunting target was carrying a listless Iwagakure Chunin and talking to him about something. Suddenly, Moshi felt as if the sky had fallen. Did one person take down an entire legion of ninjas? If Lei Tu were in your shoes, could you easily escape from such a bloody nightmare and wake up? He does not know. Blood Azura, desolation. At the end of his life, the millstone suddenly recalled the name that Kirigakure had given to the other party. That title, the one they sneered at. Thump. Lei Tu was carelessly tossed aside by Bayunishan on the blood-stained ground. Despite being a Jonin of Iwagakure and having inherited the fearless will of stone, he seemed to have lost all his will at this moment, and was frantically roaring the word demon and the demons towards Ara. Because on the entire battlefield, only he, and only he, stood on the high ground and saw everything clearly. In the distance, Kimura was lying on the ground, vomiting violently, his face showing no trace of relief at surviving the ordeal. Although he had witnessed death before, he had never seen a river of blood and a field littered with corpses. Even Taikuno, who was also a Jonin, no longer looked as fierce as before. His pale face and chubby body made him look like a newborn lamb. The only one who could remain in shock was Shirakumo Hayama. However, when he looked at the blood-stained boy, a hint of fear and inexplicable heartache appeared in his eyes. Are there people who are born with a bloodlust? Maybe there is. But would a bloodthirsty person take the initiative to protect their teammates and help their comrades hold off the hordes of enemies swarming across the mountains? Absolutely not. Huang slowly approached, carrying a broken sword. At this moment, his face showed neither sorrow nor joy. Devil! Devil! You are a devil of Konoha! As the boy drew ever closer, Lei Tu roared furiously, his pupils contorted with bloodshot veins, his chest heaving with overwhelming agitation. Huang ignored him and silently raised the broken blade in his hand. Bayun Yeshan also witnessed this scene. He frowned, wanting to speak up and stop it. After all, there was no need to torture a half-dead guy anymore, it was better to leave him with a little dignity. After all, this guy is also a ranked Jonin from Iwagakure. To his surprise, the broken blade pierced through Raitu's ninja uniform, tore through his skin, and slowly penetrated his heart. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,477 words. You are noisy. He finally heard the voice of the devil. Huang, stop! Bayun Yeshan truly did not expect that the young man in front of him did not intend to torture the Iwagakure who had ambushed them, but instead killed him directly. This is a true Jonin. For Konoha, this is a very powerful bargaining chip. But that's not all. Who orchestrated this ambush? Who is the spy lurking in Konoha? What else is Iwagakure's objective this time? We haven't even cracked these crucial pieces of information yet. How can we let him die so easily? Ah. I may have misunderstood something. How could someone who could calmly annihilate 400 Iwagakure members not be bloodthirsty? If it is possible. He really didn't want to go on missions with guys like that anymore. Just as the politicians and advisors in the village have said, the Ucha are an evil clan. Faced with the reprimand, Huang slowly raised his eyes, his expression remaining as cold as ever. There are some things you'd better not know. The cold voice betrayed no trace of a boy's naivety. His indifferent expression seemed to see through all the hypocrisy in the world. But the little guy in front of me is clearly only 10 years old. Bayun Yeshan was speechless for a moment, but Huang's words still lingered in his mind. It's better not to know. This shows that Huang knew all along that he would be ambushed. Do not. Wrong. No one would put themselves in such a dangerous situation and then have to go to great lengths to rescue their companions. It's likely that he had long been mentally prepared to be ambushed and assassinated. The implied meaning of this statement is, the traitor Huang Jiji leaked their whereabouts and wanted to destroy their team. And it's right in the village. Even holding a high position. Watching the boy's retreating figure as he drew his sword, Shirokumo Hayama remained silent for a long time. Chapter 50 Double-Edged Sword. Bayun Yeshan did not persist in pursuing the mission. After glancing at the chaotic battlefield, he ordered a retreat. He remained silent the entire way. The words of that little guy on his team eventually had an impact on him. In exchange for greater rewards, it is common practice in political circles to sell information about key personnel to hostile forces. Rumor has it that the death of Pakura, an elite jonin from Sunagakure, is shrouded in mystery and difficult to unravel. Hakuryu Hayama always believed that Konohagakure was different. The Will of Fire tells them that the Jade Generals of this world are neither the Kogen who governs a village, nor the daimyo who is at the center of power in a country, but rather the thriving younger generation. Just as the third Hokage said, "Where leaves dance in the air, fire burns eternally." This statement has always been regarded by Hayama as the highest principle for Konoha ninjas. He would carefully guide and take care of the new recruits assigned to his team during every mission, which is why he was highly respected among the Konoha ninja. However, after meeting Huang, his thoughts began to waver, and his fixed beliefs were challenged. The outside world's evaluation is wrong. What blood azura? What kind of ruthless killer? When quiet, Huang is no different from other children his age. Except for not liking to smile, all his other qualities, whether it is a sense of responsibility or strength, surpass those of others. Especially that self-discipline ingrained in one's very bones. Aside from necessary shift work, this little guy doesn't waste a single moment. He handles the tedious daily task of wielding a knife with ease. Bayun Yeshan truly couldn't imagine how a 10-year-old child could endure such tedious training. You have to understand, this should be an age where one is at the ninja academy, building friendships with classmates, and letting their true nature shine. But ARA has already completed 71 missions, including a highly dangerous A-rank mission. What exactly caused it to become like this? Before this ambush, there was only one reason he could find: the opponent belonged to the Ucha clan. Since the Nine-Tails rampage, the atmosphere of the entire village has changed. Of course, the instigator was the despicable Nine-Tails, but the most important trigger was the Konoha leadership's reorganization of clan power. It's obvious to anyone with eyes that the Ucha clan, the earliest founders of Konoha, have been relegated to the margins of the village. This matter wouldn't have any direct impact on ordinary ninjas, and they wouldn't even think about it much. But those are Ucha. The extremely arrogant Ucha. Not only were members of the police force criticized for becoming increasingly barbaric, but students from the Ucha clan in the academy were also isolated and alienated. Therefore, the boys and girls from that clan respond to all those who doubt them with more direct strength. The intimidating power of Shisui, who could only move with lightning speed. Itachi Ucha, hailed as a genius. And Ucha Ara, who was known for his ruthlessness. 3 heroes from the same clan, such a lineup and such strength silenced all the Ucha who dared to question them. However, the sudden death of Ucha Shisui more than a year ago made the whole situation even more unpredictable. Although Konoha publicly claimed that Shisui committed suicide, the Ucha clan did not accept this conclusion at all. Why would Shisui, who was renowned throughout the region and famous among various forces, choose to commit suicide due to discord within his village and clan? Joke! Such an excuse can only fool those uninformed bystanders. Similarly, Hayama Shirakumo also felt that this matter was somewhat strange at the time, but as a traditional ninja who was far removed from the political center, he did not pay much attention to it. Leading the newly recruited Genin and Chunin, and protecting the residents of Konoha, was his primary concern. However, unexpectedly, such an ambush and such a political conspiracy fell upon him. It should be noted that initially, he simply thought that a spy from Iwagakure had appeared in the village, but now, recalling what Ara had said, some of his firm beliefs began to crumble. This is a sinister force targeting the Ucha clan. But the boy in front of him was already used to it. All the killings and all the self-discipline were for the purpose of protecting oneself from being wiped out by this dark hand. Even this seemingly indifferent and heartless little guy is trying to prevent himself from getting involved. Bayun Yeshan really didn't know what to say. Has Konoha really changed? He neither knew nor dared to uncover that secret, nor did he tell Taikuno and Kimura about his conversation with Ara. The atmosphere in the team was very tense. Taikuno hesitated to speak, while Kimura became increasingly silent. They both felt a sense of fear towards the boy in their team who remained calm despite his blooded hands, and subtly distanced themselves from each other. However, Huang didn't care, or rather, he was already used to such isolation. And at that moment, he was also thinking about the problem. Arms. Conventional chakra weapons are no longer sufficient to meet his needs. The blade was already shattered after just one fierce battle, which was clearly unacceptable. Moreover, they prefer to use swordsmanship to defeat enemies rather than ninjutsu. Therefore, taking advantage of this time when no one was paying attention, he began to peruse the yin-yang records. In this short but significant period of time, he accumulated a total of 12 skill points. The reason he didn't squander them was that he wanted to wait until he clearly understood his true needs before using them. Nichirin Blade. The toughness of the Nichirin Blade is attached to the weapon, making it extremely effective when attacking demons. Skill points required to learn, 1. PS. The power is increased when used in conjunction with the breathing sword technique. Exorcising sword. He imbues the weapon with the exorcising properties of the exorcising sword. When attacking evil spirits, the effect is greater. Skill points required to learn, 10. PS. When equipped with the skill effect Insight, there is a chance to ignore the enemy's defense and directly attack their soul. Tesseiga. By attaching the Tesseiga's ability to absorb demonic energy to a weapon, it can unleash even greater power by borrowing the power of other demons. Skill points required to learn, 20. PS. Depending on the amount of demonic power absorbed, it will evolve automatically, in the following order: Crimson, Vajra, Dragon Scale, and Jet Black Iron Fang. Tenseiga. Attach the healing properties of Tenseiga to a weapon, making it unable to attack. When worn, it can slowly heal the host's injuries. Skill points required, 30. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1438 words. PS. Passive innate Fang Realm triggers when the host encounters mortal danger, allowing it to withstand attacks. After use, it requires absorbing the host's power to recover, and the recovery time depends on the host's strength. Active innate Fang Realm can revive a deceased person, limited to 1 day, and this effect can only be used once. Miyakerimaru. Imbue the weapon with the demon-repelling properties of Miyakerimaru, which can break through any energy-based defenses or attacks. It is extremely effective when attacking monsters. Skill points required to learn, 6. PS. When subjected to intense energy impact, the blade itself will be damaged. The demon-breaking effect depends on the host's strength. Sode Shirayuki imbues the weapon with the freezing properties of Sode Shirayuki, giving it a chance to freeze enemies when attacking. It is especially effective when attacking souls. Skill points required to learn, 4. PS. 8 skill points are required to unlock the initial release, granting the abilities First Dance, Moon White, Second Dance, White Ripples, and a Third Dance, White Blade. Tensa Zangetsu imbues the weapon with the soul-slaying properties of Tensa Zangetsu, and adds the skills, Crescent Moon Slash and Crescent Moon Cross Slash. These skills are extremely effective when attacking souls. Skill points required to learn, 8. PS. It costs 16 skill points to unlock Shikai, granting the abilities Black Stream Fang Thrust and a Heavenly Dance Swift Strike. Chapter 51 Good or Evil. ARA decisively chose the Nichiren blade. Because what he needs most right now is to maintain the toughness of his weapon, and its cost-effectiveness is undoubtedly the highest, and it can also be used in conjunction with a breath of water. Nichiren blade, included. After acquiring the skill, he immediately tried using it. Just like the phantom that appeared behind the terracotta warrior when the ghost was entangled, a cluster of intangible black flames suddenly spread up from the hilt of the sword. After completely enveloping the broken blade, strands of obscure blood-red patterns condensed on the blade. A ghostly howl echoed through Huang's ears, but looking around at his companions, none of them sensed anything unusual. From this point on, the transformation of the sword in his hand was complete. Huang stopped in his tracks and quietly sensed the change in the blade. It seemed to be heavier than before. He extended a finger and lightly flicked the blade, the crisp metallic sound seeming to be a challenge, and the blood-red patterns mixed under the black flames had a unique bloodthirsty beauty. He had a feeling that even though the blade of the horizontal sword in his hand was damaged, its sharpness after being attached to the Nichiren blade was no less than that of a bloodstained chakra weapon. Untie. As they whispered, the black flames receded, the patterns disappeared, and all was peaceful again. Having resolved the issue of the battle blades, the next step is to address the psychological issues that arise during wartime. That inexplicable surge of murderous intent and restlessness almost overwhelmed me. And this? It appears to be from a mission. A mission that has never existed before. Title quest, Good or Evil? Mission description, standing in this chaotic world, with your hand stained with blood, will you ultimately choose to kill to the bitter end, or protect a pure land? Evil, those who block the way are all enemies. Once this area is cleared, peace will naturally follow. Goodness, with a compassionate heart, you help all under heaven, even if the whole world is corrupt, you alone remain untainted. Conditions for achieving. Evil, to purge all, to pave the way with blood, and to become the common enemy of the ninja world. Goodness, protects all beings, stops wars and conflicts, and gains the recognition of the world. Rewards for achieving this. Evil or Asura, the lord of 100 demons. Good Indra, the lord of all ghosts. Task status. Evil, the hatred of Kirigakure, the hatred of Iwagakure, the hostility of Konoha's root. Good, the respect of the dragonfly, the approval of the 8th Hokage of Ucha, the approval of Hayama Shirakumo, the admiration of the Konoha police force, the approval of the Ucha clan members on the border, the trust of Izumi Ucha. To slaughter them all, to settle scores with them all. Staring at the menacing words, Huang involuntarily repeated them aloud. Behind him, it seemed as if an invisible hand was pushing him to choose the path of evil. Huang shook his head, clearing away all the thoughts surging up from the bottom of his mind. This task is far too early. Continuing to be so obsessive will only drive him into a madness. And right now, I only have one task, to work hard to improve my strength, protect my family and my clan, and reverse that tragedy. After folding the title quest, ARA began to browse the others. What I care about most is probably a summoning quest that I triggered in Kirigakure. Once it is completed, one's strength will inevitably be significantly enhanced. Because this also involves a powerful demon. Summoning quest. Purgatory Asura, Kidamaru. Monster description, a half-human, half-ghost boy, obsessive and cruel. He was exiled to the Asura ghost path by his former teacher, a region where evil spirits fight each other. However, this blood-stained land became his paradise, and vicious demons became his playthings to hunt. Splash, splash. The crisp sound of iron chains echoed through the desolate ghost realm. Show, he's coming. Level, myth and legend. Summoning requirements, hunt down 1 Jonin from each of the 5 great ninja villages. Summoning progress, hunting Kirigakure Jonin, completed, hunting Iwagakure Jonin, completed, hunting Kumogakure Jonin, incomplete, hunting Sunagakure Jonin, incomplete, hunting Konohagakure Jonin, incomplete. I'll come find you. Try your best to escape, heh. This is a monster even more powerful than the Snow Woman. Moreover, no advanced summoning talisman is needed as a medium, only 3 people are missing. Strength. You need this strength. Take control of it, and no one will be able to hurt anyone around you again. A strange, low murmur suddenly echoed in Huang's ears, and a crimson glint involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Of the 3 people in sight, 2 meet the criteria. The boy's hand unconsciously tightened around the hilt of the blade. But just then, that unpleasant feeling of being spied on reappeared. That faint yet undeniably present feeling. Where? Where is it hidden? That gloomy, reptile-like creature. The Sharingan suddenly appeared. The murderous intent he had forcibly suppressed quietly resurfaced. What's wrong, Ara? The change in the boy behind him immediately alerted Bayun Yeshan. Before the ambush, the other party had warned that there was something strange about this forest. Could it be that the guy hiding in the forest has reappeared? Huang looked at the captain in front of him, but did not answer. But it was this one glance that caused his pupils to contract continuously. Gliding over Bayuni Mountain, passing through Taikuno and Kimura, directly ahead lies the path from which they once laid their trap, and on that slender steel cable, an inconspicuous little insect rests. Found you! Leopard eye, open! Suddenly, Huang's pupils began to change, and his white sclera was gradually stained with blood. A wild and unapproachable aura emanated from his eyes. Leopard eye, the eye of the summoning Black Panther, which uses the enemy's chakra, summon beasts, or other things imbued with its energy to pinpoint the enemy's location. P.S. Accuracy is high within 2,000 meters. Beyond this limit, and as the distance between the two increases, perception will become blurred and eventually disappear. Only one enemy can be detected at a time. Onmyoji, Minamoto no Heromasa's abilities. This is a skill he learned after failing to track down an enemy during a mission, and it cost him 1 skill point. Captain, I need to retrieve the explosive tags, they're very valuable. Upon seeing the garrison, Taikuno unconsciously quickened his pace. This was the first time his voice had sounded so light and cheerful since he came down from the battlefield. Well, move quickly. Bayun Yeshan responded, but his gaze remained fixed on Huang. Because the other party has not yet answered my question. Brother Kuno, I'll help you. Kimura followed. He had been feeling depressed for a long time and desperately needed to find something to get rid of the discomfort lingering in his heart. However, Huang was even faster than them. With the ability to teleport, he suddenly appeared beside the two of them and casually picked up Kimura and threw him toward Captain Shirakumo. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,251 words. As for the chubby hand, Kuno couldn't lift it, so he could only deliver a powerful side kick to the guy's stomach. The instantaneous movement technique is not the Flying Thunder God technique, it cannot take people away. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and even Shirakumo Hayama was unable to react in time, and could only passively accept Kimura's help. Even when they regained consciousness, the area that should have been their own lifeline had already been engulfed by endless explosions. And desolate. It's still inside. Bayun Yeshan's pupils continued to dilate, his clear mind feeling as if it were being struck by a giant hammer. No. He roared like a mad beast. Chapter 52 I'm waiting for nightfall, what are you waiting for? Taikuno dazedly got up from the ground, his gaze shifting back and forth between the garrison and Captain Shirakumo. I do not have. I did not detonate it. How could this be? How could this happen? A trembling voice escaped from its mouth, and its chubby hands trembled incessantly. At this moment, he truly lacked any of the calmness and composure expected of a jonin. Kimura Suke was stunned. If Ara hadn't thrown him out, he would have been smashed to pieces by now. Bayun Yeshan did not answer his companion's mutterings. His left fist was clenched tightly, and veins like writhing dragons clung to his arm. This matter. Whether it was the work of Iwagakure or the mastermind behind Araguchi, it no longer matters. Because he was already furious. Ridiculous. The laughable flames of Konoha, they never die out. Is this how you treat the younger generation within the same faction? If the third Hokage cannot provide a satisfactory explanation upon his return, then it's better for him not to stay in Konoha. The smoke of battle gradually dissipated. This place, which should have been the last refuge, has been blasted into pieces. But when a rock and earth wall riddled with holes came into view, Bayun Yeshan couldn't help but gasp softly. Shortage. He had never been so eager for someone to appear, even though he had thought he would not get along with this brat when they first met, even though this kid, who was clearly just a genin, directly gave him orders on the battlefield, even though he was indifferent to him, even though he had an indelible misunderstanding about this seemingly cold-blooded boy. But all Bayun Yeshan wants now is for that person to live. No matter the cost. Not only him, but Taikuno and Kimura also stared intently at the extremely rudimentary defense, praying for a miracle. After all, this escape route was where they had set up all their explosive tags. Click! A sound like an eggshell breaking rang out. The culprit was a broken sword that had been cut from the inside. Boom! The rocky ramparts, riddled with holes, collapsed completely, and Huang stood quietly atop the ruins, his robe soaked in blood, his sword lowered, as if he had just returned from a hellish inferno. This time, he was truly risking his life. Hidden in the shadows, the roots precisely timed the moment Huang saved people, using insects to detonate all the explosive tags. There is absolutely no time limit for forming hand seals. However, the yin-yang techniques he had practiced gave him a brief respite. Word of power, guard, use the energy within the body to instantly create an invisible barrier, blocking all attacks and resisting all negative effects. The duration of the barrier depends on the host's strength and the intensity of the attack received. Onmyoji Sei's ability consumes 2 skill points. This was originally Ara's trump card to counter Itachi's genjutsu. After all, in terms of pure defensive strength, it is not as safe as Earth Escape. However, the instant cast and resistance to negative effects are still worth spending 2 skill points on. After creating a buffer defensive barrier, Huang finally had time to form hand seals and use Earth Escape technique. Even with 2 layers of protection, the shockwave from the violent explosion still disrupted his blood circulation, and his body was slashed dozens of times by the falling rocks. However, these injuries are far less serious than those inflicted when facing the pursuit from Kirigakyo. Team leader. Huang raised his gaze. Even though he had just experienced a life-or-death crisis, his eyes remained calm. As he said, he was already used to all of this. Now that the mission is complete, I'll be leaving. He went on to add. After ambushing me, you think you can just leave so easily. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Upon hearing this, Baiyun Yeshan immediately understood what was going on. The young man before me is here to settle all these scores. I will go with you. Suppressing his anger, he gritted his teeth and responded. Regardless of the other party's affiliation or who is behind that bastard, attacking one's own squad must come at a price. A strange glint appeared in Huang's eyes. Is this concern? Aside from his own kind who fought alongside him on the border of the Hidden Mist village, he hadn't experienced this feeling from anyone else in a long time. No need. Huang shook his cheeks, and tried to force a smile at the corners of his mouth. Goodbye, Captain. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. Run away, try your best to escape. If it ends too quickly, it won't be fun at all. The smile on the boy's face gradually faded as he ran through the forest. Captain, I haven't thanked him yet. I haven't apologized to him yet. Taikuno stared at the spot where Ara had disappeared, looking haggard and dejected. This was the second time that Ara had risked his life to save him. But what about him? As a senior and a jonin, I didn't utter a single word because of the fear that lingered in my eyes and the unease that lingered in my heart. He really wanted to express his gratitude verbally, and he even stopped several times along the way. But every time he saw the desolation, he couldn't help but think of that blood-stained land, the burial ground strewn with corpses. Therefore, Taikuno resolved to say thank you sincerely when he arrived in Konoha and when they parted ways. But the separation came too quickly, catching him completely off guard. Kimura, on the other side, did not speak, but his similar expression betrayed his true feelings. It doesn't matter, there will be opportunities in the future. Baiyun Yeshan suppressed the complex emotions in his heart and responded. But there were 2 words he could never bring himself to say. Perhaps. At the same time, in the title quests for Ara, 2 more names were added to the column belonging to Goodness, Taikuno and Kimura. Standing atop the giant tree, Ryoma Abirame silently watched the boy not far away, his composed sunglasses concealing a pair of restless eyes. How can it be? How did this guy find himself in this dense forest? This is his home turf. He never left a trace, and all his actions were controlled from a distance of thousands of meters. Even the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan might not be able to detect him easily, let alone the mere Sharingan. What went wrong? Ryoma Abirame really couldn't understand it. Boom. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,334 words. The malicious insect silently and instantly covered the target of the mission. But it's that teleportation technique again. Even the mature and composed Ryoma Abirame wanted to burst out cursing. Either fight or you fight. Either give up and go your separate ways. But what about this little rascal in front of me? It just followed him relentlessly, and whenever he ambushed the insects to start a battle, the opponent would use the instantaneous movement technique to escape, like a ghost, showing no intention of fighting at all. Is it a test of patience? Oil Lady Malone simply stopped moving. None of the root ninjas could withstand the silence, especially since the boy opposite them was clearly in worse condition, with his wound still untreated. If he could wait until the boy was completely exhausted, he would still have a chance to complete the mission. Moreover, this is the north. There won't be any Ucha clan reinforcements. Time passed in silence, and when the sun disappeared and darkness enveloped the surrounding fields, the wilderness finally stirred. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind Aburaim Ryoma. A whisper also descended. I'm waiting for it to get dark. What are you waiting for? Blood Demon Art, Demon Transformation. Chapter 53 Idiot, I forgive you. Under the moonlight, Huang leaned weakly against the giant tree. The side effects of using the demon transformation were surging up, and weakness permeated every cell in his body. At this point, any passing wild beast could easily devour it. Of course, this is on the premise that those wild beasts can break through the defenses formed by the monsters. Snow Woman, Terracotta Warrior, Firefly Grass, and Ushi no Toki, Woman of the Hour of the Ox. Hey, Lord Ara, how come you're covered in injuries again? A girl with a pair of emerald green, bewitching eyes licked her lips and slowly approached, but her gaze remained fixed on the boy's wound, as if there was something there that particularly attracted her. Woman of the Hour of the Ugly, a girl holding a wooden hammer in one hand and hugging a straw doll in the other, with a bright smile, looks very cute. But what they say and do is always chilling. She possesses the power of a curse, never let her get your blood. Otherwise. Hey, do you want to play with me? Or do you want to become my straw doll? Ah. Huang gave a light hum in response. This was a monster that gave him a bit of a headache. Although the other party showed an unusually cute and enthusiastic appearance from the very beginning and readily agreed to the contract, their actions were somewhat strange. Especially when you are injured. Hey, may I taste your blood, Lord Ara? As the woman of the hour of the 11 p.m. approached, the burning desire in her eyes intensified, and her delicate, protruding tongue repeatedly brushed against the corner of her lips. As compensation, you will be able to use all my power. The girl tempted him. Huang did not answer, but he laboriously raised his right hand. A trail of blood snaked down his arm and dripped from his ring and index fingers. Now that the contract has been signed, he is not worried that the other party will harm him. Moreover, what is there that I wouldn't give up in order to obtain the Shikigami's power to the greatest extent? Seeing this, the little girl quickened her small steps, and her cold little hands naturally lifted up Huang's weak arm. Long live Lord Huang! She was overjoyed. Hotaru, standing to the side, looked worried and seemed about to say something, but seeing Ushi no Toki subtly shaking her hammer, she stopped herself from speaking. After all, he was just a weak monster with no voice. Hiss. The girl of the hour of the ox stuck out her tongue, tears welling up in her eyes. The blood that had been flowing down had frozen solid at some point. Damn Yukiona! Why should I interfere in an exchange that is of equal value to mine? She was furiously denouncing him in her heart. But he couldn't beat that icy girl. The girl of the 11th hour raised her miserable little face, wanting a certain adult to teach that bad guy a lesson, but she was met with a faint smile from Huang. This scene infuriated him. She wrinkled her nose slightly, looking like she wanted to say something harsh but didn't know how to say it. It was just too adorable. Firefly, this is going to be troublesome again. Huang turned to the little monster holding a giant dandelion not far away and said, Firefly Grass, a cute girl holding a dandelion in her hand. She appears very delicate, and her personality reflects that, but she possesses a kind heart that wants to help others and doesn't want to be a burden to her companions. But in reality, she possesses a power that even the Yamata no Orokai fears. My goal is to become a powerful demon like Lord White Wolf. Yes, Onmyoji. The soft-spoken girl immediately ran to the Onmyoji's side. After glancing timidly at the sullen Ushi no Toki, she gently placed her delicate white hand on Ara's back. Rotting grass turns into fireflies, withered trees bloom, gentle nature, please grant me the power to heal my wounds. She sang softly. Instantly, lush greenery emanated from her, and the surroundings were ignited with tiny fireflies. The entire forest seemed to sway and empower this lovely and gentle monster girl. Huang's wounds healed rapidly upon contact with the green light, and a soothing sensation, like being soaked in warm water, made him involuntarily want to groan softly. Of course. The healing power of the firefly grass can only heal external injuries and soothe some fatigue. It has no real effect on the weakness caused by using the demon transformation. Okay, the wound has healed. Looking at the little grass that was still trying to release its power, Huang said softly. This is an exceptionally gentle little monster. The reason he was able to take on one difficult task after another was largely due to the presence of Xiao Kao. Because she's more skilled than any medical ninja. But the girl looked up and murmured. She could clearly sense that the Onmyoji in front of her was still very weak, and her own power seemed insufficient to dispel his weakness. That's really good. Huang raised his arm and gently rubbed the little guy's head. Thank you, all this time. Go back and rest first. He added. A little further away. The aloof snow woman silently withdrew her gaze, her expression still cold and inscrutable, lost in thought. However, when Huang tried to recall her as well, she unusually showed a willingness to resist. As for the terracotta warriors, they are like ancient, immovable giant rocks, faithfully fulfilling their duties. These are the 4 demons that Huang has summoned so far. It combines for functions, offense, defense, curse, and healing. Terracotta warrior, could you please carry me on your back? Take me back to that place. The weakened Ara could not disobey the Snow Maiden and could only give up on recalling her. At the same time, he gave orders to the terracotta warriors on the side, but his voice suddenly turned cold when he mentioned that place. Yes, master. The stench of blood was not masked by the rotting soil and the fragrant giant trees. Aburaim Ryoma's blood and dismembered body were splattered everywhere. That guy truly lived up to his reputation as an elite member of the Aburaim clan. Even though he had activated his demon form, doubling his speed and strength, he still had some trouble dealing with the strange insect controller. That final, almost out of control will did not leave the opponent with a complete corpse. Just as Huang was gently placed down by the terracotta warrior, he heard a soft sob. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,215 words. He turned his gaze and saw the woman of the hour of the ox constantly wiping the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand, and crystal tears kept falling. What's wrong? Huang was somewhat at a loss. He had never seen a girl cry. Upon hearing this, the woman of the hour of the ox slowly raised her face, her eyes red-rimmed. Why did Lord Ara only let Hotaru and Yukiona leave first? Wara, they're girls too. You. She choked back tears as she recounted her story. Suddenly, her soft voice was filled with grievance. Sorry. Huang apologized in a low voice without explanation, but a kunai appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he cut a gash on his left hand, and blood slowly gushed out. He didn't know how to stop the girl from crying. You can only give the other person what they want. This time, the snow woman, standing far away, did not make any small moves, seemingly pondering something else. A strange glint appeared in the eyes of the woman born at the hour of the ox, but the previous fervor was gone. Fool! I forgive you. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes hard with the back of her hand, and then casually tore off a piece of her clothing to carefully bandage them. Chapter 54 Buddha will not save me. There are actually humans who use their own bodies as a breeding ground for insects. Interesting. I really want to get to know you all over again. Oh, my dear children, don't be shy, don't waste anything, please enjoy this feast to your heart's content. In my field of vision, a man carrying a toad-shaped lamp and wearing a mask of evil insects is muttering to himself in a madman's voice. His clothes were also peculiar, resembling the feathers of some kind of insect, with mottled and special patterns on them. On the back was a bright red butterfly image, which did not resemble a pattern but rather seemed more like a kind of obsessive obsession. Witchcraft master, a monster who raises insects to make poisonous GU, possessing many strange and unusual abilities. Not only do they raise many different kinds of insects, but they also affectionately call them their children. He's a rather eccentric guy. Butterfly spirit, where are you? He. Finally, when the corpses scattered on the ground had been devoured by insects, the monster whose face was obscured stopped its mad mutterings and its gaze fell on the seemingly weak boy. Respected Onmyoji, may I ask, will there be such a grand feast in the future? His scarlet, demonic eyes gleamed with intense interest. Have. Huang replied. After all, Ryoma isn't the only member of the Aburaim clan en route. However, the insects residing on that person's body are highly poisonous, touching them is almost certain death. Upon hearing this, the sorcerer's eyes immediately blazed with a frenzied fervor, he could sense the hostility in the other party's words. At that time, I would like to ask that person to be granted to me, in exchange for which I am willing to follow you. Of course, the reason why it so decisively chose to submit was not only because of the human who fed the insects with his own body, but also because of the 3 monsters surrounding it. That girl, who exuded an aura of icy coldness, was someone he couldn't possibly fight head-on. Being able to gain some benefit is already the best outcome. Ah. Huang responded softly. Those guys at the root were already within his scope of revenge. As soon as he finished speaking, a GU worm-like mark quietly appeared on the back of his right hand. The contract was successfully concluded. He summoned a monster by using the blood of Ryoma Abirame, and fed the venomous insects with its corpse. This can be considered a good end. But this is just the first one. The blood feud etched into their very bones was only just beginning to unfold. Hunting Konoha village Jonin, accomplished. Temple of Fire. The largest temple in the Land of Fire. It is no ordinary temple, but a renowned ninja temple, where, according to legend, the monks are all capable of using a special power known as the Retalent of the Immortals. At that moment, Hoang stood outside the temple. The purpose of my visit is simple. I want a consecrated Buddhist artifact to summon the Shikigami, Suzu. That will be another trump card he uses to counter illusions. Please stop here, benefactor. Two monks dressed in white robes and wielding martial arts staffs blocked Hoang's path. Although the other party was wearing a headband belonging to Konoha. But the overwhelming stench of blood, which they could not mask, made it impossible for them to leave. The Buddhist community is a pure land. How could we possibly let a butcher who treats living beings like dirt go in? Moreover, the other party might be a Konoha ninja from an enemy country posing as a ninja. How can I get in? Hoang didn't cause any trouble, but asked quietly. Let go of the hatred in your heart, take refuge in Buddha, and you will naturally be able to enter. One of the monks answered. The seriousness in his words suggested he wasn't joking. Ridiculous. Ignoring the two gatekeeper monks, Hoang instantly stepped inside. Of course, it's possible to get him to let go of his hatred for Brother Jishie. But that's on the condition that he personally deals with all the participants. The two monks guarding the temple gate only saw a blur before their eyes, and the blood-stained boy had already stepped into the temple. A real surge of anger suddenly erupted. This is their sacred ground. Even if the other party is indeed a Konoha ninja, they cannot act so recklessly. Foreign enemies have invaded. A powerful roar suddenly exploded at the courtyard gate, and the inner courtyard also stirred up because of this, with chaotic yet steady footsteps quickly gathering at the gate. This is a temple dedicated to ninjas. The monks among them all possess considerable combat prowess, especially in physical combat. As soon as Hoang stepped into the temple, he was immediately surrounded by a crowd of people, with many piercing eyes fixed on him. Halt! How dare you trespass on this sacred Buddhist site? Leave now, or don't blame us for not showing any consideration for our shared land of fire. The leading monk spoke in a low voice. He appeared to be a highly respected abbot of the temple, surrounded by other monks. Give me a consecrated Buddhist artifact, and I'll leave immediately. You can buy it with money. Hoang explained the purpose of his visit. Those with blood on their hands dare to attempt to purify their souls with Buddhist artifacts. Don't be kidding. If everyone like you comes to take a Buddhist artifact, won't my temple be trampled to pieces by sinners? Besides, Buddha won't protect you. Upon hearing these words, a monk immediately scoffed. This is their sanctuary, not Konoha. Upon hearing this, Wang frowned slightly, a nameless fire rising in his heart, but he ultimately suppressed it. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,397 words. He was waiting for the highly respected monk in front of him to speak. Please leave now. If it is Konoha's request, notify them by letter, and our temple will personally escort a batch of Buddhist artifacts there. Niankong spoke slowly. Although the voice was gentler than the previous warrior monks, the words still conveyed a sense of refusal. The wilderness remains untouched. He stared intently at the monk before him, seemingly lost in thought. Wasn't Master Niankong's word clear enough? Don't refuse a polite offer only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The monk stepped forward and reached out to grab the boy in his sight, intending to throw him out of this sacred land. However, just as his fingers were about to touch Hoang, the infamous little guy, covered in blood, seemed to suddenly realize something and moved first. Thump! The burly monk was swept to the ground, while the boy he called a sinner stepped on his bald head. Hoang understands. He knew where that unpleasant feeling was coming from. A guilty person? If it weren't for our people defending the border to the death, if our people hadn't stained their hands with the blood of the enemy, would you be able to live here in peace and eat vegetarian food like Buddhas? Hey, tell me! Say something! He kicked the monk below with a sudden kick, the screams of pain accompanied by the sound of bones cracking. Praying for Buddha's protection. Buddha can't save me. Hoang slowly raised his eyes, his scarlet eyes radiating madness. Sharingan! You are a member of the evil Ucha clan.
Even the Ucha clan cannot cause trouble in this sacred land. Seize him and send him before the Buddha to repent. Seeing his own monk being trampled underfoot and having his ribs broken, Niankong's hands trembled as he pointed at Huang and angrily rebuked him, his previous demeanor as a high monk completely gone. At that moment, the surrounding monks also began to move. However, if they knew what the boy they were facing had just done on the northern border, would they still be able to act as instructed? Although the monks are not weak, how do they compare to the Iwagakure army? Chapter 55 Guardian Ninja, Jiraiya. When the locals rushed out, there were no warrior monks left standing in the entire front courtyard of the fire temple, including that seemingly venerable monk. Moreover, ARA has already held back. If the other party were to change their affiliation, the storyline of Akatsuki massacring this place might have already been brought forward. Acha! Even Jiroku, the abbot of the temple, couldn't help but feel angry when he saw such a scene of wailing everywhere. These are all his fellow disciples who practice with him every day. The friendship between them goes without saying. Abbot, he forced his way into the temple and injured my fellow disciples without any reason. Please do justice for us. Upon seeing Dai Lu appear, a martial monk cried out in despair. How dare you? Upon hearing this, he gritted his teeth and scolded, saying that even the best temperament could not be maintained any longer. The former 12 guardian ninjas of the Land of Fire. Huang's gaze fell on the cloth hanging at his waist, recognizing the other party's identity, but his expression and tone remained cold and disdainful. It's truly laughable that a highly accomplished monk with such a resume could be stationed in this temple and still produce monks with such an attitude. As a former guardian ninja, are you aware that the eastern border of the Land of Fire, the land facing the Land of Water, is guarded by my Ucha clan? He ignored the shouting monks, focused on the person in his field of vision, and asked the question directly. Dai Lu's expression changed slightly, and a bad premonition welled up in his heart. The border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water is indeed a place of frequent wars, but it is precisely because the Ucha clan guards it and possesses the Sharingan that is said to be able to see through all illusions that they were able to suppress Kirigakure, which is known as the village hidden in the blood mist. My people have sacrificed their blood and lives to protect this country. Yet the monks under your jurisdiction call them sinners and us an evil race. Tell me, what should I do? A chilling aura surged beneath Huang's feet. The urge to kill, which should have been able to be suppressed, inexplicably rose up at this moment. Could it be because the Fire Temple monks suddenly became hostile in the progress of evil? Maybe. However, this feeling of being rejected by the same faction was really unpleasant, and he began to understand the thoughts of those radical tribesmen. Dai Lu swept his gaze over the warrior monks lying on the ground, but none of them dared to meet his eyes, which spoke volumes. Who? After a brief silence, he uttered a single word, his voice heavy. There's a hint of disappointment and frustration in it. Despite the fact that the Ucha clan is often associated with negative terms such as madman and evil. However, it is undeniable that the clan was a very important cornerstone of the Land of Fire, resisting the invasion of the Land of Water like a rock. The disciple is guilty. The monk who had initially shouted the taunts endured the pain of broken bones, got up, and knelt down in the direction of the land. Go to the disciplinary academy to receive your punishment. You are not to leave the mountain for the next 5 years. Dai Lu's voice was somewhat indifferent. This plot twist also made him, who was once a guardian ninja, lose face. Yes. The man's head was pressed tightly against the ground, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. And him, who cursed my people. Huang pointed at Niankong, but his gaze never left Dai Lu for a second, because the only one in the entire temple who could exert pressure on him was Niankong. Having grown accustomed to the treachery and deceit of the ninja world, he would never lower his guard just because his adversary showed weakness. Niankong. Dai Lu chanted the man's Buddhist name, his chest heaving. He didn't question the boy's words, because if they were proven true, the situation would be even more embarrassing. Hereafter removed from his position as head of the hall, go to the disciplinary hall to receive your punishment. Niankong, his clothes stained with blood, trembled. Being stripped of his position speaks volumes about the host's anger and symbolizes that all his hard work over the past half of his life has been in vain. Disciple accepts the order. But what could he do? He could only respond with resentment. Are you satisfied? With his eyes closed and a heavy sigh of relief, Dai Lu asked in return. They have not apologized to my tribe, apologized to my deceased tribesmen. Huang did not back down in the slightest. From the day he learned of Jishue's passing, he told himself that he had to learn to be assertive. Besides, no matter how crazy or evil the Ucha clan may be, he doesn't want others to comment on him. Puff!
Immediately, Niankong coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted. Having already been dismissed from his post, he still had to apologize to the instigator, asking when he had ever suffered such humiliation. However, the monk who had initiated the provocation took all the blame and apologized alone. After all, once expelled from the temple, he would be nothing. The powerful Archer could have crushed him silently. The one who stood out was merely trying to curry favor with Master Niankong, who was the sect leader. So, your purpose in coming to the Temple of Fire is... Instead of asking the boy in her field of vision if he was satisfied, Dai Lu got to the point. A consecrated Buddhist artifact is coming soon, for the anniversary of my brother Jishue's death. Huang didn't press the issue further and instead fabricated an excuse. He knew perfectly well that everyone's patience had its limits. Shui. Shunshan Shui. Are you Huang? I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,362 words. Jiraiya, whose waist was adorned with the Land of Fire's emblem, instantly discerned the other party's identity. It turned out to be him. That makes the scene of him casually defeating all the monks on the ground easy to explain. 2 months ago, this kid's domineering behavior in the Land of Water had already spread throughout the Land of Fire, and the reputation of the Ucha clan had risen along with it. After all, it took the strength of an entire clan to infiltrate the heartland of a powerful force. For you. He threw the rosary beads in his hand. If it's for stopping the water, then it's understandable. That legendary genius also sacrificed a great deal for the stability of the Land of Fire. Huang Wenwen caught it steadily, and the material was in hand. However, he did not leave, because he vaguely sensed that the other party still had something to say. As expected, after throwing out the prayer beads, Gyro immediately assumed a fighting stance. With the 1,000-armed cannon faintly appearing behind him, the reputation of the Fire Temple must not be dishonored. After a moment's thought, Ara drew the broken blade from his back, and the characteristics of the Nichiren blade came into play. He wanted to see just how powerful this so-called talent of the immortal race really was. However, this battle did not yield any substantial results. The land is very strong. Welcome, 1,000 hands kill is the main attack. Thousands of chakra fists directly push across a small space. Whether it is Ara's crescent moon dance or the body flicker technique, they all shatter upon touching the fierce fist wind. Wrathful Vajra passive defense. During this time, Huang once relied on the power of Ghost Entanglement 100 Battles blood armor to forcefully break in, but was ultimately forced back by the endless fist wind. This guy truly deserves to be called a powerful figure with a bounty of 3,000 million taels of silver. His current peak strength is not something I can easily overcome. If Haiden's immortality hadn't been so unique, the outcome would have been uncertain. However, Jiraiya was also helpless against Ara, who possessed the body flicker technique and the Sharingan. All his punches seemed to hit thin air, failing to cause any damage. When the chilling ice enveloped the entire area, he chose to stop. If this continues, the temple will be destroyed. It was precisely through this battle that all the monks present dared not utter a sound, their eyes filled not only with hostility but also with fear. That person is someone who can rival the host. Most importantly, the other party is still young and far from reaching their peak. Chapter 56. Don't lie to me again. You may leave now. If you have no other reason to come here, please do not set foot in the Temple of Fire again. The illusory image of the 1,000-hand Guanyin was subdued, and the wrathful Vajra also dissipated. Jiriku's attempt to salvage the reputation of the Fire Temple ultimately failed. After all, this was his home turf, and he was currently at his peak. To not win was already a defeat. Huang did not respond, but turned and left after sheathing the broken blade. The next time we meet, it might not be at the Temple of Fire. We'll need your blood then. Summoning Quest, Eternal Zen Mind, Aoanden. Description of the monster. Before becoming a monster, he was a monk, but living in a chaotic world overrun by ghosts and demons, even living in a secluded temple, he could not remain unharmed. Looking at the devastated country, littered with bones, he finally figured out his own path. Blood-stained robes, a staff to subdue demons, killing to stop killing. Level, Nightmare. Summoning materials, Blood of Jiraiya, Abbot of the Fire Temple, 1 intermediate summoning talisman. Enlightened by the Dharma, I carry the lamp, breaking precepts, I save all living beings, thus proving the Zen mind. Don't yell at me. Don't yell at me. The little girl, clutching her staff tightly, muttered with tears in her eyes. Where is her abbot? Where are the monks in the temple? I only dozed off while chanting scriptures. How did I end up summoned to this strange world? And most importantly, standing before me is a terrifying being covered in blood. If it's a nightmare, then let's wake her up quickly. He swore to Buddha that he would never dare to be lazy when chanting scriptures again. To establish a contract. The absurd language is clear and concise. Da me. The abbot said that one should not lend one's power to outsiders indiscriminately, especially. Shuju became unusually firm, but quickly fell silent when she mentioned the bad people specifically pointed out by the abbot. She has only recently taken human form and hasn't yet seen the beauty of the outside world or tasted all the delicacies of the human world. She can't be diminished or degenerated so quickly. Ro. Huang responded softly. This answer surprised Suzu, who was holding back tears. She blinked, her tense nerves gradually relaxing, and a hint of doubt crept into her mind. Could it be that the boy in front of you, who seems to be embroiled in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, is actually a good person? See that temple over there? I just came from there. Instead of trying to guess what the other person was thinking, Ara pointed to the horizon where the outline of the fire temple was still discernible. The rosary followed the boy's gaze. Although she couldn't tell which Buddha the temple was dedicated to due to the distance, the magnificent architecture and the faint scent of chanting and incense still inexplicably captivated her. Aha! She nodded vigorously. Are you sending me back to the temple? So, this seemingly fierce Onmyoji is actually a good person. Actually, you don't need to be so polite. Just tell yourself the direction. Maybe I can even get a free vegetarian meal there, hee hee hee. A bright light danced in the girl's eyes. Only. If you don't agree to the contract, I'll go back immediately. Those monks will all die because of you. Huang said calmly. His voice was completely emotionless, taking someone's life was as normal as drinking water or eating. Upon hearing this, Suzu was stunned. All her joy and thoughts froze on her lovely face. She didn't even have time to get rid of the panic and fear. Believe me, I have that ability. Huang continued to add. At the same time, a sharp and murderous aura poured down from him, created by the clear mirror still water. And what he said was not an exaggeration. The so-called ninja temple is nothing more than a group of martial monks who excel in taijutsu, with strength between genin and junin. The only one who could pose a threat to him was the former guardian ninja, Jiraiya. However, it should be noted that he did not use his strongest ghost entanglement stance in the previous exchange, and that nighttime is his peak moment. Me. The naive and inexperienced Shuju had never seen such an unreasonable person before. No. There is still one. And that super fierce monk. The high monk who caught her the first time she secretly transformed and kept her in the temple to work and chant sutras, while he himself did not know when he would return. I see. She spoke weakly, like a wilted flower. And the image of a string of Buddhist beads appeared on the back of Huang's right hand, signifying the formation of a contract. After I take my revenge, I can break the contract. If you have any wishes or desires right now, I can try my best to fulfill them. Seeing the dejected little monster, Huang toned down his imposing manner, and his voice became gentler. Illusion is his weakness, so he has to borrow the power of the other party to fight against Itachi's eyes. Equivalent exchange is also a principle it adheres to. Enanan. The prayer bead swayed gently against her cheeks. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,318 words. Disappointment filled her heart, leaving her no energy to think about anything else. Well. You can tell me when you think of something. Huang did not press the matter further. But just as he was about to recall it, Suzaku seemed to remember something and suddenly raised his face. Take me to see a human town. Eh? Huang was somewhat caught off guard. Can this be considered a wish? Take me to see a human town. The monster girl earnestly repeated her previous wish. The senior monk once said that once he had finished reciting all the Buddhist scriptures in the library, he would take him down the mountain to see human towns and eat many delicious foods. However, as spring turned to autumn and the years passed, she had read the Buddhist scriptures in the library at least 3 times. However, the senior monk has not yet returned. Perhaps, I will never come back. After all, there is a fundamental difference between humans and demons. I see. Huang nodded seriously as well. However, we'll have to wait. Because that day is coming. It is good. The sound of counting beads was weak. But please don't lie to me anymore. The prayer beads left, but Huang felt inexplicably heavy-hearted. He looked at the 8 summoning talismans that had materialized in front of him with some confusion. Driven by a desire for revenge, he forcibly summons monsters from another world.
They exploited the Terracotta Warriors' will to protect them, took advantage of the Firefly's kindness, viewed the woman of the 11th hour according to their preconceived notions, and threatened the prayer beads with the lives of unrelated monks. The one he felt most guilty about was the Snow Woman. Despite being a lord of a region, his power has been forcibly borrowed by him.
Do I really have the right to disturb the lives of monsters?
Obviously, no.
But he needs power for revenge and to protect.
Confusion was dispelled by perseverance. Fresh blood gradually stained the talismans. I need to borrow your strength. In exchange, I will grant you one wish. Chapter 57 title, Ghostly Night Walk. Yo, you're back, ARA.
How long are you planning to stay this time?
Long time no see, Huang. You've grown taller. ARA, I heard you completed another A-rank mission in the Northern Territory.
Did you give those Iwagakure ninja a good beating?
Hava. Walking quietly along the familiar streets, I heard friendly greetings all around me. Most of them were from the police force and clansmen who had retired from the Fog Shadow Front. These guys who believe in strength have respect, admiration, and fanaticism in their eyes. This burning passion stemmed not only from the fact that Huang had completed 72 commissions, including 2 A-level missions, in less than 2 years, but also from the reputation he had built on the border. Blood Azura, Desolation. This name has overshadowed the former sway of instantaneous movement at the border between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire. Yes, we'll stay for a while. Brother Minghua has gotten stronger too. Yeah, of course. Huang answered each question one by one, a faint smile playing on his lips. 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Konoha 56 years. The Ucha clan was wiped out by Itachi and Obito. He would not leave his clan's territory again until that day came. Walking through the familiar streets, Huang returned to his long-abandoned little home. Pushing open the door, the expected smell of decay and mold did not appear. This was already evident when he stepped into the courtyard. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried running could be heard from the alley, but it suddenly slowed down as the runners approached. Shortage. A girl's voice rang in my ears. Following the sound, a girl dressed in a purple sleeveless ninja outfit stood at the gate of the courtyard. Her long hair fell somewhat messily over her shoulders, and the gentle rise and fall of her chest as she breathed proved that the person who had been jogging in the alley was indeed her. Long time no see, Sister Quan. Huang responded. Without a doubt, the sparsely weeded courtyard and the neat and tidy little house were all tidied up by the girl in front of you. However, the joy on Quan's face did not last long, and was soon replaced by heartache. Quickly, let me see where you're injured this time. The nearly shattered battle blade and the headband covered in marks both indicated one thing: the opponent's journey to the Northern Territory was fraught with danger, and the great defeat of Iwagakure that was rumored in the village was not as easy as it seemed on the surface. Yes, you're not hurt anywhere. Captain Bayun in our team was very strong this time. He took care of all the experts from Iwagakure. I didn't even have a chance to make a move. Huang picked and chose what to say as he spoke. However, Achirizumi clearly did not trust such words, and immediately began to examine the troublesome boy after getting close to him. She still remembers the scene more than 2 months ago when the other party was carried back by his clansmen, covered in blood, with countless broken bones, and his chakra completely drained. But Huang still gripped his battle blade tightly. Quan really didn't believe that this troublesome fellow in front of him would have done nothing during the trip to the north. However, the village did not disclose the details of this mission. He only briefly mentioned that, under the leadership of the Jonin of Shirakumo Hayama, they had once again thwarted a sneak attack by Iwagakure on the Konoha border, and that Ucha Ara was among the team members. Quan was ultimately unable to find anything. After all, the healing ability of the Firefly Grass is very powerful, and it usually doesn't leave any marks on external injuries.
When are you planning to leave this time?
The girl took a step back, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. 2 months ago, the first stop for the other party after recovering from Konoha Hospital was the mission hall. Such a crazy act not only caused a huge uproar within the clan, but also astonished all the ninjas in Konoha. Some people with ulterior motives mentioned the situation when Ara challenged Itachi, saying that he only wanted more attention and more fame and fortune, and that he was able to complete an A-rank mission only because he had the protection of the Ucha clan. But when news of the victory on the northern border came back, they were speechless. Another A-level mission accomplished. Moreover, would someone who truly cares about fame and fortune repeatedly put themselves in dangerous situations?
he ventured alone into the land of water, which refused to exchange prisoners, and near the hidden mist village, he resolutely traveled to the northern border, where no clan power was stationed. All of this shattered and exposed those mocking and sarcastic scenes. It will probably take a long time. Huang responded softly. In the original story, due to Shisui's death, the Ucha clan fell into a long period of silence, refusing to rebel for 2 years while enduring the exclusion and oppression from Konoha. But after the Battle of Kirigakure more than 2 months ago, the dormant clan seemed to come back to life in an instant, and once again declared to the entire ninja world what the #1 clan really is. That's why Huang chose to return to his clan's territory ahead of time, fearing that the timeline would be pushed forward. A long time. Ucha Izumi was clearly surprised by the answer and repeated it blankly, completely lacking her usual girl-next-door demeanor. Well, what happened? Huang was somewhat puzzled. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,400 words. The bounty we've saved should last us a long time. It doesn't matter if we don't have any resources from within the clan. He assumed the other person was worried about his life, and then quickly added. No. Quan raised her cheeks slightly, eager to explain something. But when her gaze fell upon the boy's clean yet murderous face, she panicked for a moment. Oh dear, hurry up and clean yourself up. You haven't been properly cleaned in days. She pretended to be the older sister, subtly changing the subject and taking several steps back with an air of importance. Also, come over for dinner later. The girl, who had moved to the doorway, calmed her turbulent emotions and began to appear natural and poised. Okay, it's been a long time since I've seen Aunt Hazuki. Huang agreed. But when he mentioned Izumi's mother, the girl's cheeks, which had just calmed down, suddenly burned again. She then turned around, said, clean up properly, and left quickly. It left behind only a somewhat bewildered desolation. Did I say something wrong? After Izumi left, Ara began to examine the results of his last summoning. The 7 low-level talismans summoned the following monsters: Turbidoka, Red Tengu, Green Tengu, Yellow Tengu, Blue Tengu, Tetsuzu, and Yamawara. Apart from the demon Yamawara, who can provide him with a certain degree of power boost after being possessed by a demon, the other demons are rather weak and can only play a minor supporting role at best. The intermediate-level talisman he had been most looking forward to did not provide him with a good response. Nightmare-level monster, Kaoru. She is a gentle and lovely girl, just like Yinkao. It possesses the power to protect. This shattered Huang's eagerness to further enhance his strength. But it unlocked another title quest. Title quest, The Night Parade of Ghosts. Mission description, summon hundreds of demons from other worlds, gain their trust, recognition, and power, so that you can survive in the cruel ninja world and one day become the master of all demons. Conditions for achievement, form contracts with 11 monsters. Quest reward, title E11 Demon Parade. Task status, completed. Your monster team is really weak. Advanced quest, 33 Demon Parade. P.S. The title-only Night Parade increases the host's strength, speed, perception, spirit, and mana recovery by 1% for each contracted yokai present. Current maximum increase, 11%. Chapter 58. Is it possible to rely on roots? Ara's unusual decision to stay on the clan's territory immediately attracted the attention of Konoha's higher-ups, especially Shimura Danzo. At this moment, he was sitting upright in the Hokuge's office, his face gloomy, his single left eye filled with gloom. Damn it! Shisui's body flicker technique is really useful. Even 400 Iwagakure ninja couldn't kill them. Furthermore, even Ryoma Aburame has disappeared without a trace. Just how many secrets does that guy hold? Accompanying him were the third Hokuge, who was silently smoking his pipe, and 2 advisors. Recently, more and more Ucha clansmen have been returning from the border of Kirigakure. In the end, it was Danzo Shimura who broke the silence. But Hiruzen Sarutabi paid no attention and remained engrossed in the tobacco. His mind is not on the Ucha clan at all right now. But it lies in Bayun Yeshan. To pacify external threats, one must first secure internal stability. This is an age-old principle. In the past, most of the village's ninjas had various opinions about the proud Ucha clan. Coupled with the increasingly brutal practices of the police force, this should have been the best possible situation. The Ucha clan was isolated. Other clans and commoner ninjas were either hostile or neutral, and had no supporters or voices of support. But everything changed because of the appearance of that wasteland. He ventured alone into the land of water, facing the pursuit of hundreds of elite ninjas, yet still fought back and killed a Kirigakure Jonin. The sight of him covered in blood, wielding a broken blade, and single-handedly holding off hundreds of ninjas drove the Ucha clan, who rushed to the scene, into a frenzy. They left no one behind at their camp and launched a full-scale attack on the Land of Water. Although it is unknown what changes have occurred within Kirigakure, the strongest 7 ninja swordsmen, the tailless tailed beast, and Mai Terumi, the dual bloodline limit user, and other top elites, have not appeared in the battle. But victory is victory. It is also a fact that they invaded the heart of the Land of Water. This great victory invigorated the entire Hidden Leaf village, and even ninjas who had previously loathed the Ucha's personality and ways of doing things couldn't help but feel respect. After all, this is the ninja world, where people admire the strong. Of course, Hiruzen Sarutobi wasn't worried about the worship of ordinary ninjas and residents. Because this is just a temporary frenzy. All it takes is another resounding victory, another more popular clan gaining prominence, and a little more hype. When people remember the arrogance and pride of the Ucha clan in the past, the chorus of support will naturally shift and disappear. Even that wasn't necessary. After more than 2 months of calming down, the initial frenzy had slowly turned into tranquility. But what we really need to care about are the pillars of Konoha who have no family ties. Their existence directly influences the value orientation of Konoha civilian ninjas, and they are also the most prosperous and fundamental source of Konoha's prosperity. Danzo's failed scheme has given Hayama, an elite jonin, different thoughts and doubts. Although the other party did not say it directly. But this couldn't escape Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. If even a powerful ninja like Hayama, who is far removed from the political center, were to side with the Ucha, it would be an unspeakable blow to them. Boom! Hiruzen! Danzo Shimura called out in a low, deep voice. His words were laced with suppressed anger. He had gone to great lengths to suppress the Ucha's momentum, even losing a particularly useful ANBU member, and now this guy was acting as if he was daydreaming. Were they actually considering the threat posed by the Ucha clan? Does he deserve to continue sitting in the Hokage position? Danzo's single eye was narrowed, radiating a dangerous glint. The kaleidoscope of still water has been transplanted. Shouldn't we try it out now? Hiruzen, Danzo is right. I know you're worried about Bayun Yes-han, but he's still alive after all. Currently, the most important thing is to deal with the Ucha threat. Those Ucha clansmen who have retired from the battlefield, combined with the Sharingan, possess combat capabilities that the Anbu cannot easily handle. Xiaojun, who was turning over to sleep, chimed in. Maitaman Homura, who was sitting to the side, also nodded in agreement. The sudden rise of that clan to power and its prestige in the Land of Fire made them all feel uneasy. Heh, do you know what the first thing Bayun Yes-han said when he returned and reported his mission? They're asking me, what exactly is the Will of Fire? He has already guessed some clues. You should also know the consequences of a ninja of this caliber harboring resentment towards the ninja village. Even if we can wipe out the Ucha clan now, what good will it do? Who will carry on the torch of Konoha and its ideals? Is it about relying on the roots? Hiruzen Sarutobi was truly furious. The anger stemmed from Danzo's 2 capricious actions that only made things worse and caused chaos. If Iwagakure really manages to wipe out Shirakumo Hayama's team this time, then he will at most feel sad. However, this also stifled the Ucha's momentum from another perspective, and could even be used to transfer that clan to the northern border to seek revenge and absorb the enemy's fighting force. However, everything came to nothing because Danzo's plan failed. Yes. Bayun Yes-han is back. His mission team also returned alive. An elite jonin, a jonin, no faction would dare to easily relinquish such power. But when the other person asked what the Will of Fire was, he knew that the other person's belief had begun to waver. According to secrets brought back by the secret agents. The old days. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,397 words. In order to focus on fighting the Hidden Stone Village, the Hidden Sand Village sold out Pakura, who possessed the Scorching Release, to the Hidden Mist Village, hoping to avoid starting a 2-front war. That time, Tsunagakure was undoubtedly relatively successful. Although they lost a powerful and loyal elite jonin, they avoided further casualties, and the village remained completely unaware of the incident. But what about them? Huang is not dead. Bayun Yes-han's faith wavered. Will Iwagakure launch a subsequent war? The most important question is whether Hayama Hakumo will become biased towards the Ucha clan from this point on, and even lead the next generation of ninjas to lean towards the Ucha clan. These are all unknowable. I heard that the Root also lost a powerful member of the Aburame clan. Those ninjas are all true elites. This mission can only be described as a complete disaster. The third Hokage rage silenced the entire Hokage office. As the Hokage, he had to think even more about the continuation of the village. The Ucha clan is indeed a time-consuming threat. However, if the village's strength is continuously depleted, causing the will of the ninjas loyal to the village to begin to waver, that would be even more terrifying. Now that things have come to this, it is not the time to discuss the losses. Danzo's original intention was also for the good of the village. Mitakado broke the silence. But that approach is clearly weak and ineffective. I will no longer waste the village's resources to suppress the Ucha. Danzo Shimura spoke up at the opportune moment. Indeed, if the Ucha clan were truly eliminated, but the entire village began to fall apart, that would be the time when Konoha would truly perish. While the root causes can resolve many potential threats, they cannot maintain public support. Let's leave the rest to the roots. He stood up and walked towards the door. The defeats of Kirigakyo and Iwagakyo made him no longer dare to believe in external forces. He wanted to use the power of the root to wipe out the wasteland, just as he wiped out Shisui. Also, don't forget, the real trump card to counter the Ucha is still in your hands. That evil race that acts on impulse can be very effective with just a little provocation. With the Ucha clan eliminated, there's no need to worry about the alienation of other ninjas. Everything is still under your control, Hiruzen. Chapter 59 Run Again, Give It a Try? The peace of Konoha was shattered on a cloudy day after Ara's return. TCH, so what if they just luckily defeated the Kagaya clan? What's there to be proud of? That's right. I heard from a merchant from the Land of Water that it was because Kirigakyo deliberately wanted to eliminate the troublesome and warlike Kagaya clan that they released the sea, allowing the Ucha to invade at will. Even the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakyo didn't show up, yet they claimed to have defeated the Land of Water. It's ridiculous, they're just trying to make themselves look good. Such rumors are circulating among the public and show no signs of abating. Naturally, there was no intervention from the higher-ups in Konoha. Thump. You bastards! My brother shed blood on the border to ensure peace for the Fire Kingdom, and you just sit back and relax, spouting nonsense. The Netherfire slammed the onlookers to the ground, its furious roar nearly tearing the gloomy sky apart, its ferocious eyes unable to suppress the crimson glow. Ucha are hitting people. The Ucha are hitting someone. Help! However, the civilian who was being held down on the ground suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, and a crowd of onlookers gradually gathered around him. He seemed to have been waiting for this moment. Sister Kwan, has something happened in the clan? After dinner, while helping to wash the dishes, Huang asked. He'd felt something was off since this morning. Aunt Mu, who was usually kind and gentle, had an unusually worried look on her face as she gazed at the entrance to the clan's territory, where not even a breakfast stall had been set up. The police officers on duty also looked gloomy, as if they had a lot of negative emotions bottled up inside. But at the time he didn't think too much about it, and since asking rashly might cause unnecessary harm, he continued with his daily training. However, this situation crossed the line at night, with clansmen discussing Konoha's actions seen everywhere on the streets of the clan's territory. Moreover, they were not only expressing their dissatisfaction with Konoha, but also with the current clan leader, Ucha Fugaku. Upon hearing the question, a look of worry appeared on Ucha Izumi's face. Yesterday afternoon, Brother Minghua was taken away by the Dark Guard. Anbu. Huang's voice suddenly rose a notch. The Secret Service and the police force belonged to 2 different systems with different responsibilities, and they were originally supposed to keep to themselves. Moreover, even if Minghua committed some crime, the Ucha clan has the right to self-governance. Why should the Anbu overstep their bounds and arrest people without authorization? Well, it said that a commoner was muttering a few words about the battle on the border of the Hidden Mist village, and Brother Minghua happened to be passing by and knocked the man to the ground. And then a minor conflict occurred with the secret agents who arrived later. Ucha Izumi said softly. And she chose to recount the event using the weakest words possible, because she was afraid. Don't worry, Chief Fugaku has already made negotiations, and I believe Brother Minghua will be back soon. The girl quickly added. Really? Huang suppressed his emotions and spoke softly. Fugaku has already gone to negotiate. But a whole day has passed now. His anger gradually consumed his reason. The truth of the matter is definitely not as simple as Sister Kwan said. Although Brother Minghua was somewhat impulsive, he was, after all, a member of the police force with rich experience in handling affairs. In addition, the clan chief had repeatedly warned him to enforce the law more gently and not to nitpick. Therefore, there is only one reason why the other party would commit such barbaric acts, or even directly clash with the dark side. Those who make unwarranted comments have gone too far. I've already experienced this feeling once at the Fire Temple, so I can completely empathize with it. And the people making these unwarranted comments are the clansmen stationed on the border of Kirigakyo. Huang still remembers that day when he was at his last gasp and was even preparing to ignite the explosive talisman to show those ingrained scourges what was in the way. It was those clansmen with the same surname who passed by him and frantically attacked the other side, pushing all the way into the heart of that country before finally stopping. The profound truths are beyond my comprehension. But there was one saying from his past life that he strongly agreed with. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a double payback. Sister Quan, I'm going back now. Huang placed the long-washed dishes and chopsticks behind the cupboard and said softly. Shortage. But the moment the boy turned around, Uchirizumi involuntarily grabbed his sleeve, her voice tender. Is there anything else, Sister Quan? Ara did not turn around as usual, because killing intent was already filling his eyes, and his scarlet Sharingan released an urgent desire. Do not go. Please don't go, okay? The girl murmured. She had already guessed roughly what was going on. It started when he addressed Fugaku by his given name without adding the prefix clan head. Don't worry. I'm not that stupid. After a moment of silence, Wang gently moved the girl's trembling fingers away and resolutely walked towards the door. Is this an attempt to reignite the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan? Clearly, those guys succeeded. The entire Uchiha clan territory was filled with resentment towards the Konoha leadership. Presumably, the people in the main city were also reminded of the Uchiha clan of the past and their tyrannical behavior in venting their discontent. Now that Konoha's objective has been achieved. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,116 words. How can we do this without paying a price? He could never go to the secret police's stronghold alone to rescue someone, he would only risk his own life. However, if it's just a matter of capturing those few henchmen who have been entrenched at the entrance to the clan's territory for years, there are absolutely no problems. However, what Ara didn't know was that after he left, Izumi seemed to have made some decision, and went back to her room to take off her home clothes. Anbu. It is a special assassination tactical unit established by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and is directly under the Hokage. Those who can enter the Dark Division are all elites from the village. Compared with the Root Division, they have more personal feelings, but they also maintain absolute calmness and discipline when carrying out missions. At this moment, one group was stationed at the entrance to the Uchiha clan's territory. The two of them took turns, remaining silent to each other, and were responsible for monitoring all personnel entering and leaving. But just as the moon disappeared behind the clouds, a clear energy fluctuation appeared between them. This happened so fast. As if a thunderbolt had suddenly struck, that figure, shrouded in murderous intent, appeared. Before the two elite surveillance officers could react or warn anyone, they were swiftly swept to the ground by an elbow and a whip kick, rendering them unable to make any moves for a short period of time. Of course, this is also related to their complacency and negligence. An attack on the Hokage Anbu, right in the village. Who could do that? Who would dare to do that? The sudden movement instantly snapped the other two members of the Dark Guard who were resting back to reality. Uchiha Araka. What do you want to do? An undercover agent wearing an eagle mask recognized the newcomer and immediately growled an interrogation, a kunai appearing in his hand. Go and report this to the Hokage. At the same time, he did not forget to give orders to his companions. But Huang ignored such questions and asked, is it really okay for him to glare at me like that? Although I am not as skilled in illusion as Shisui. But it's not that I can't. The two Tomo spun wildly. Magic, the art of shackles. Thump. Without any chance to resist, the operative wearing the eagle-faced mask fell headfirst into the ground beneath the tree. All of this happened so fast. How could 3 ANBU ninjas be rendered incapable of fighting in a single encounter? What kind of terrifying boy is this? At this moment, the remaining members of the Secret Service hurriedly tried to leave. But? What? The piercing screams were exceptionally clear in the darkness. It was the voice of his companion. Such a sound instantly filled him with trepidation and fear. Try running again. At the same time, that devilish whisper reached his ears. That bastard. They're threatening me with my comrade's life. Chapter 60. That was all your fault. Go. The eagle roared. He didn't believe that this brat from the Uchiha clan would dare to kill them directly. If you dare, then you'll be an enemy of the entire Hidden Leaf village. Upon hearing the sound, the remaining member of the Secret Service resolutely leaped forward. At this moment, reporting this matter to the Hokage is the most important thing.
But at this moment, ah! The eagle's mournful cry made the whole night eerie and unsettling. A kunai plunged deep into his right palm, ignoring the splattering blood and frantic roars, and continued to churn wildly. The right hand is the dominant hand for most people. Yes. Huang would not, and dare not, kill the Anbu at this moment, but that does not mean that everything he said was nonsense and could be ignored. After 2 years of relentless baptism of blood and fire, he was no more virtuous than the root core, nor did he understand compassion as well as the torture core. Anyone who is your enemy. You either submit, you are rendered useless, or you die. Zhu, who was running wildly under the night sky, suddenly stopped. The dark area is ultimately different from the root area. That was the cry of an eagle. That damn Ucha is warning me. He turned around and glared angrily at the cold-blooded youth holding a kunai. However, this attitude only earned him the eagle's continued roar as it followed. The difference is that it was the right hand before, but now it's the left hand. Stop! What do you want? Zhu panicked. He had never seen such a cold-blooded and ruthless person. No. Seen it. This is embodied in Kakashi Hatake, who was once known as a cold-blooded ninja by neighboring countries. The secret agents have wantonly captured my clansmen, and you ask me what I want in return. A cold and indifferent response. He didn't use his Sharingan to do anything else. After all, someone still needed to relay messages to the higher-ups in Konoha, right? Ucha Maihu is wantonly beating up civilians in the city streets, causing extremely bad influence. Didn't your clan leader tell you this? Zhu steadied himself and responded. If Ucha Are's sudden outburst was due to this incident, then this reason is absolutely untenable, whether presented to the third Hokage or the clan leaders. But he greatly underestimated the little guy in front of him. Can someone who can cripple 400 Iwagakure genin without batting an eye be reasoned with? And it was precisely when he was angry. What? Compared to before, the eagle's cry was noticeably weaker, but the desperate pain was still clearly discernible. The sharp kunai was twisting violently between his ribs. Blood was flowing everywhere. You! Ucha Orokawa, what exactly do you want to do? Seeing his companion being tortured like this, Zhu was going crazy. What kind of guy is this? How can he be even more unreasonable than those guys in the police force? I just want to remind you not to make your own accusation sound so noble. Who arranged for that resident to make false accusations? Who instigated him? Don't you, the Secret Service, and your direct superiors have any idea? Don't treat every Ucha clansman as that cowardly and useless clan leader. Huang growled. Endless rage converged in those scarlet eyes. You are not allowed to be disrespectful to the Hokage. Zhu, who was being questioned, clearly did not fully grasp Huang's anger. The answer given also deviates from the current main theme. As a result, his captain now had another wound. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,303 words. The eagle truly had no strength left to roar. The loss of blood and the torment in its heart had blurred its vision and was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Hateful. That damned Ucha. As the squad leader, he had even lost the ability to silently curse. That guy showed absolutely no mercy. No. Zhu roared and charged back, the samurai sword on his back revealing its bloodthirsty sharpness. But. The blade trembled, and the footsteps halted. In their field of vision, the madman was pressing a kunai against his captain's neck. There seemed to be faint traces of blood on the surface. What kind of person is this? Zhu felt like she was going crazy. Her bloodshot eyes were filled with indescribable anger, and she had a lot of chakra but nowhere to release it. This feeling is just too suffocating. Moreover, he had no doubt what irreversible actions that indifferent young man would take if he chose to move forward. What exactly do you want? He was somewhat hysterical. The mask he wore on his face could not conceal his almost tangible murderous intent. It's simple, just send Brother Mingwa back now. If he gets a new wound, I'll give you 2 more, if he breaks a bone, I'll break 2 of yours, if his life is in danger, then. Ara didn't continue speaking, but instead pressed the kunai in his hand down a little further, the crimson blood appearing particularly eerie in the dim night. Zhu did not say anything further. He immediately turned and left, truly not daring to utter another word. I'm afraid that madman might do something drastic again. Even so, the devil's voice rang in her ears relentlessly, you'd better hurry up, I'm not going to stop this piece of trash bleeding. If he dies, it'll be your fault. How can this be allowed to continue?
Zhu was about to bite his teeth off as he frantically squeezed out all his strength and rushed toward the Dark Division stronghold. Clang! Watching the person's departing figure, Ara casually tossed away the blood-stained kunai, his crimson Sharingan receded, and the tension in his entire body relaxed. He is very clear. I am fully aware of the consequences of my actions. But, even if I don't do this, will the Konoha higher-ups let the Ucha continue to live a comfortable life? This time, the anger of the tribesmen was provoked by the common people. So what will it be next time? The night of genocide is an unavoidable topic. Instead of waiting passively, we should put pressure on Fugaku to make him truly face this problem. Blindly compromising and blindly believing in his precious son is the tragedy of the Ucha clan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, just as Orokawa relaxed his guard, a series of kunai suddenly rushed out of the darkness, each wrapped with a hissing explosive tag. Moreover, the target of the attack was clearly not just him, but also Eagle, and 2 unconscious members of the Dark Guard. Hey, it seems the Anbu doesn't really care about your lives either. Huang mocked softly. Of course, he knew that such a move could not have come from the shadows, but from the root. However, he would not let go of any opportunity that he could exploit or sow discord. The shuriken slid into his finger bone. Although he loathed the secret agents who had captured Brother Minghua, he ultimately could not allow them to die by his own hand. Ding ding ding. The crisp sound of the impact instantly knocked the incoming kunai away. However, one was still missing. Whispering sound. It's that shuriken shadow clone technique again. Those rotten roots underground still know how to find a way to grow. Huang cursed inwardly. He wanted to immediately form hand seals and use Earth Release to defend himself, but the guy who launched the surprise attack was from root after all, and losing sight of him would give the opponent another chance to launch an attack. The 3 ANBU lying on the ground, if just one of them dies, the mission will be considered a perfect success. Then, the only option left is to reveal your ability and use the word of protection. Just as Huang Luo was making his decision, a kunai passed through his right side, accurately knocking away the remaining ninja tool. In the blink of an eye, a deafening roar, accompanied by a fleeting burst of flames, erupted outside the tribe's territory. The firelight illuminated the girl's beautiful yet resolute face. Huang was somewhat stunned. He never expected that Sister Quan would come along. This silly older sister, doesn't she know the consequences of doing this? However, now is not the time to talk about these things. The perpetrators of the explosion have already begun to flee. But, escape! Ara's eyes gradually turned fierce, and he had already locked onto the chakra aura wrapped around the explosive tags. Furthermore, since the attackers are from root, then let's just call it a complete failure. Chapter 61. If you can't do anything, then don't get in the way. When Huang returned to the clan's territory carrying roots with its arms severed, a group of people had already gathered at the entrance. There was clan leader Fugaku Ucha, high-ranking members of the clan such as Uncle Yashiro and brother Inahisa, and Itachi Ucha, who was wearing ANBU uniforms and giving Hawk emergency first aid. As for the people of Konoha, they haven't arrived yet. After all, the Ucha clan was marginalized, and their territory was located on the edge of Konoha. The road is long. Thump. The unconscious root ninja was carelessly tossed on the ground by Ara, and the white mask he wore on his face loosened slightly. During this time, he didn't even glance at the clan chief, whose face was filled with anger. Wild? What on earth are you doing? Do you know what the consequences of this will be? Fugaku Ucha's pent-up anger finally erupted like a volcano that had been dormant for a century. Since the Nine-Tails attack, he has always been caught between Konoha, his clan, and Itachi. No matter what he does or which side he stands on, it will have a certain negative impact on the other two parties. Therefore, he could only bury all his emotions deep inside, tolerating Konoha, making endless promises to his clan, and to Itachi. He can no longer control his son. Huang raised his gaze. He stared intently at the powerful figure at the Shadow Realm level. He possesses the Supreme Eye technique, the Manjikyu Sharingan, is proficient in fire release ninjutsu, and is the head of a clan, yet he hasn't accomplished anything worthwhile. They failed to fight for the rights that the Ucha clan should have, failed to maintain the Ucha's image in the eyes of the Konoha residents, and now they can't even protect a single member of their clan. Before questioning me, shouldn't you think about yourself and what your son has done for this family? What were you doing when your clan was forced to relocate? What were you doing when the residents of Konoha were questioning the Ucha clan's avoidance of battle against the Nine-Tails? Now, when others are wantonly humiliating my border people, and Brother Minghua has been taken away by the Dark Guard because of it, what are you doing? Is your power only meant for your own clan? Or have you become like something else, forgetting your own surname, forgetting your own people, and only able to live by relying on Konoha's whims? The more he spoke, the more indignant he became. Those clansmen who perished in foreign lands. Those outsiders who only speak of the evil of the Uchiha clan. I unleashed 100 demons parade in the ninja world. 1,489 words. Is the decline of this once powerful and prestigious family due to the cowardly patriarch unrelated to its current state? Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind swept across their faces, and the piercing cold light stung the nerves of everyone present. It was the weasel that moved. They arrived in a flash, only a few feet away. The sharp kunai was pressed against the man's neck. His time in the shadows made him stronger. But... Do you even know what I've been through these past 2 years? The phantom shattered, and the sheathed sword was once again stained with blood. A huge cross-shaped blade mark tore through Itachi's ninja outfit, leaving a deep imprint on his back. The dance of the crescent moon, combined with the instantaneous movement technique, is Ara's ultimate move against powerful enemies, a technique he mastered through countless battles. Those experiences of resolutely putting themselves in a life-or-death situation are something Itachi will never understand. The confrontation unfolded in the blink of an eye. No one expected that Itachi Uchiha, who always kept himself outside the clan, would strike first. Whether it was because of his unconscious colleague in the Dark Guard who attacked him, or because of those words that pointed directly at his father, remains unknown to others. What shocked the tribesmen even more was that Huang had actually gained the upper hand in this brief exchange. Amidst their amazement and shock, they also recalled the other party's seemingly madman-like behavior over the past 2 years, how he always returned stained with blood and then hastily departed. However, what Huang was after was not the benefit of this attack. Instead, kill him completely. Ghostly entanglement, red plum blossoms under snow. Ice descends upon the world. Endless ice shards attacked Itachi from all sides. This is absolutely not child's play, it's a genuine threat of murder. The other party's initiative was exactly what he wanted. Stop! At this moment, Fugaku Uchiha, who held a high position of power, finally remembered to maintain order. But Huang ignored the other party 2 years ago, let alone now. The ice pierced through the Itachi's body, but it was nothing more than an illusory substitution technique, and black crows scattered from the spot where it stood. Huang did not wait for his opponent to appear as he had in their past duels. With his Sharingan and leopard eyes activated simultaneously, a fierce and chilling light shone from the corner of his eyes. When he looked up again, he had already instantly appeared in the dark corner area, decisively drawing his sword to strike Itachi, who had just revealed his figure. Clang! The piercing metallic clanging sound stretched out in the darkness. The horizontal sword continued to press down, and the upward force of the Nichiren blade further slashed a gash into the frail kunai. Itachi Uchiha remained silent. Even though his back, slashed open, was burning with pain, his expression remained indifferent and calm. He admitted that the boy in front of him had become stronger. But the Uchiha clan has never relied on brute force or ninjutsu when fighting against others. Rather, it is these eyes opened by grief. 3 tomo marks appeared on his pupils. 2 years ago, he was able to defeat it with those eyes, and he can do it again this time. They didn't use a kaleidoscope. Are you afraid of revealing your abilities in front of so many people of your tribe? Then, go die. Entangled by demons, self-destruction leads to demonic possession. A string of prayer beads, radiating golden Buddhist light, quietly settled on Huang's right wrist. The round beads were engraved with the characters, and when the prayer beads were imbued with the boy's aura and touched by his power, the golden beads began to dim, and even became mottled with blood. The brilliant golden light was also reduced to its extreme in an instant, leaving only the outermost ring of light, much like the last stubbornness of a little monster. Magic, the art of shackles. The same illusion erupted from their eyes, only the Sharingan could rival the Sharingan. As expected, Ara was once again dragged into the world created by Itachi. However, the wedge that should have nailed it down could no longer touch it at all. 6 mottled, blood-red prayer beads hovered behind him, a circle of eerie, blood-red light cascading around him, and Buddhist mantras could be faintly murmured within them. At this moment, a strange light finally appeared in Itachi's usually calm eyes. Even his thoughts were wandering at this moment. He had reviewed all the missions Huang had carried out in the past 2 years. The remaining 72 tasks were completed 100%, including 2 level A tasks and 24 level B tasks. However, he knew clearly that whether it was going deep into the land of water to connect with Kirigakure or going to the northern border to stop Iwagakure from recklessly invading, both were missions worthy of being upgraded to S rank. Even among those 24 B-level missions, many could be classified as A-level. That was a mission specifically designed by someone who wanted to get rid of him, but failing to kill him only made him stronger. Fat. The sharp pain in his shoulder brought Itachi Uchiha back to his senses. At some point, the guy he was fighting, the guy who had always wanted to kill him, had broken free from the illusion and pressed the blade in his hand hard into his left shoulder. Hey, if you get distracted, I'll kill you. And what about your friend? Aren't they going to come out and help you? A blood-soaked whisper reached Itachi's ears. This guy wants to eliminate that person as well. Everyone stop it. Not far away, Fugaku Uchiha roared, wanting to personally intervene and stop this pointless infighting. But Clan Chief Fugaku, ARA is right. If you can't do anything, then just stand by and watch. Don't get in the way. 3 clansmen stood blocking his way, their pupils each bearing the 3 mark. The one who spoke was none other than the most radical Uchiha in Ahi. Minghua, who was captured by the Dark Guard, was his direct subordinate. And among the clansmen, the only one dressed in ANBU attire was a real eyesore. Chapter 62. If it weren't for the wilderness. More and more people from the clan gathered behind the rice fire. Furthermore, they all bear uniform insignia, indicating their affiliation with the Konoha police force. This team, which should have been led by Clan Chief Fugaku, is now standing against him. And that's not all. The number of people from opposing factions is still increasing. Some had retreated from the Mist Shadow front, while others remained permanently within the clan. This situation caused Fugaku Uchiha's pupils to contract continuously, and his usually stern face softened at this moment, as if he had a breath stuck in his chest that he could not exhale no matter how hard he tried. His tolerance, compromise, and indulgence of Konoha-san over the years have ultimately caused him to lose the hearts of his clan. The cowardice and incompetence displayed by Minghua after his arrest were the most direct trigger for the decline in public support. What use is a clan leader if he cannot protect his own people? The Uchiha clan members are not like the boneless Hyuga. If they were truly afraid of death, they wouldn't have stood guard at the most chaotic border of the hidden mist without hesitation. Faced with such an obstacle, Fugaku Uchiha could only stop, his gaze passing through the crowd and falling into the duel. At this moment, the blood flowing down his left shoulder had completely soaked Itachi's combat uniform, and the exposed wound on his back was constantly stimulating his nerves. What made him feel most defeated was ARA's almost solidified killing intent. This killing intent, which was covered with a strong smell of blood, pierced every cell in his body like a knife or a sword. Itachi couldn't imagine what kind of 2 years the other had gone through to temper himself into such a form. However, to think that he could take his life based on this alone is still wishful thinking. Because my eyesight is far more than that. He was holding back because he didn't want his clansmen or Konoha to know all his trump cards. I admit, you become stronger. No wonder even Shisui values you. Uchiha Itachi, who had remained silent since his arrival, suddenly spoke, a ripple appearing in his usually calm eyes. You are not worthy to mention brother Shisui. Huang's eyes were bloodshot as he growled like a wild beast. In the entire family, only him. Only him. Knowing the truth behind Jisui's suicide, and knowing the mastermind behind it all. But don't forget to like and subscribe to Novel Wonderland.